Hello, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. It is lovely to see you and welcome to the Cleantech Conference 2026. It's great to have you here. My name is Sasha Twining. I am your Master of Ceremony today, your host for today. It is my job to ensure that you get everything that you need out of today. You've given us your precious time. Let us give you the conversations that you really need. Welcome to you all sitting here in Brussels, and welcome to you all online as well. It's lovely to have you joining us this morning. So wherever you are, wherever in Europe, or indeed actually in the globe today, welcome. It's great to have you here. You're joining a very full packed room here in Brussels, so I do hope you'll feel included. And ladies and gentlemen here in the room, you may like to know that we have hundreds of people joining us from right across Europe today. So a very inclusive conversation. And if you are online, I'll do my very best to make sure that you feel included as we go through the day as well. This is such a pivotal moment for clean tech. This and today, this is not about just a climate strategy. This is about a resilience strategy, a sustainability strategy, an economic strategy. This is what we're going to be talking about today. And today will be really about the innovators that are shaping and leading Europe. And today will be about making sure that those innovators, wherever they are, have the right tools, at the right time and in the right place so that they can thrive and that we can ensure those innovators go towards creating that sustainable, resilient, secure future that we are looking for. And actually, before I go any further, can I just ask for just a very quick show of hands? Who in the room, and indeed online as well, raise your hands for me if you consider yourself an innovator. Or at least in the spirit of innovation. Brilliant. Great. We have got the right people in the room, haven't we? And I hope wherever you are watching us online, you raised your hand as well. Everyone here in the room did. So we've got the right people. Now, before we start, a little bit of housekeeping for you. We are here in this room here in Brussels. There are two other rooms to talk to you about. So on the first floor, on the ground floor where you came in, we have two dedicated rooms for you. First of all, we have a listening room. So if you would like to watch the stream in a quieter environment, that's there for you. We also have, as you will see, a networking room. Now, the idea behind this is that we've put together a dedicated B2B networking room for you. So if you meet someone, and today is all about meeting people, if you meet someone and you want to continue that conversation in a more business environment, if you make your way to the ground floor, we have got some dedicated space for you. And you'll be taken somewhere where you can have those conversations. Of course, you can have conversations wherever you like, but if you want to take it onto a more business level, we actually have that space set aside for you. You'll also find the Clean Tech Hub just outside, and I'll talk to you more about that as we go through the day. Now, I wonder if you could just take your phones out of your pockets for me, or in front of you on the desk, wherever your phones are. Could you just make sure your phones are on silent? That would be lovely. Thank you very much. They do really echo in this room. You don't want your phone ringing in this room. And while you have your phone out, I'm just going to introduce you to Slido. I'm sure many of you are aware of Slido. It's a great tool for gathering questions or opinions as we go through the day. If you're watching us online, you also can use Slido, and please do to let us know any questions that you have. First of all, though, I'd like you to point your camera at the screen and use the QR code for me. Brilliant, thank you. If not, there's one on the back of your badge for Slido as well, if you ever need it during the day. So we're going to ask you just a couple of questions. First question, what I'd like to do is actually find out who you are and why you are here. So if we could go to the first Slido poll, please. And we can launch that one for me. There we go. So what is your job focus? Let's find out who we've got in the room and who's watching us online as well. Are you an industry stakeholder from the startup community maybe, academic or research, finance? So far, a lot of industry. Maybe the industry ones are just really quick on Slido. Maybe that's what it is. I would have thought our startups would have been really quick on the technology. So we definitely have a lot of industry stakeholders in the room. That's brilliant because you've got the experience of actually knowing how to scale up and what industry needs. Policy focus, of course, and it's wonderful. We've got nearly 10% of the room are from the startup community. Excellent. We really do have those innovators here. Brilliant. Lovely. Thank you. And if we now move on to the second Slido, so keep your phones out for me. I'd love to know what your focus is for today. So why are you here? What's the thing in your mind that you really want to know more about? And if you're saying all of them, I don't have a button for all of them, so pick your priority. A lot of policy, yeah, of course. Policy will be weaved throughout today. Public finance, market conditions in Europe, inspiring real-world examples of clean tech, getting the global perspective, brilliant. We've got a fabulous view from actually around the globe, and we'll be hearing from the States as well today on their ideas. But policy, finance, public finance, market conditions, you're definitely in the right place. Fabulous. So as you can see, there's a lot that we will be getting through today, and I promise you we'll be touching on all of those themes as we go throughout our program. And incidentally, if you want to access the program at any time, you can also use the Slido QR code on the back of your badge. So, ladies and gentlemen, as you can see, we've got a lot to get through. I think we should officially start this morning, and it gives me great pleasure to introduce our welcoming words this morning to set us off on the right track from the President of the European Commission, Ursula von der Leyen.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's an honor to welcome you to the Cleantech Conference 2026. Today is about Europe's world-leading clean tech community, a sector creating 100,000 new jobs each year. There is incredible innovation happening across our continent. Companies turning industrial waste into energy, harnessing wind to power modern shipping, or developing geothermal energy at industrial scale. You are proof that Europe can lead the industries of tomorrow. That leadership has never been more important. The situation in the Middle East is sending shock waves across the world. Thanks to the actions we have taken in recent years, we are less exposed than before, but we are not immune. As long as we rely on oil and gas, we remain vulnerable. If we want true independence, we must accelerate electrification. And consumers are already moving. Electric vehicle purchases, for example, have risen by 51% since the start of the war. But we also need to do more at a European level. That is why we will present an electrification action plan with clear targets to end our exposure to fossil fuel price shocks for good. Electrification and homegrown clean energy are the path to independence. But we must also ensure these technologies are developed and manufactured in Europe. We have strong foundations, from offshore wind to electrolyzers, and 2/3 of Europe's heat pumps are made here. Yet we face increasingly tough and often unfair global competition. And that is why we introduced the Industrial Accelerator Act to simplify rules, speed up permitting, and ensure that foreign investment delivers real value to Europe. And by introducing Made in Europe and low-carbon criteria, Whenever public authorities buy goods and services, we are making sure that taxpayers' money flows to our own European industry. Finally, we need to unlock the vast investment needed for the clean transition. The emission trading system is key, and we know it works. Since 2005, emissions have fallen by 39% in covered sectors, while the economy has grown by 71%. It has generated over 260 billion euros. At European level, 100% of these revenues are reinvested into clean innovation. But that is not so at national level. And that will be the focus of the ETS reform this summer. ETS revenues must be channeled back into European businesses. This money comes from industry, and it must be used to build the clean industries of tomorrow. Ladies and gentlemen, clean tech means security. It means growth. It means quality jobs here in Europe. Now is the moment for us to double down, because Europe must not just use the clean technologies of the future, we must build them. Thank you, and I wish you a productive conference.
Thank you so much. Thank you. And I just wrote down, you are proof that Europe can lead the industries of tomorrow. That is exactly what we're going to be talking about today. Clean tech is security, growth, and quality jobs. So let's start there. Let's start with the business of decarbonisation, bringing that all together, all those big themes. And I'm really pleased to welcome our next guest to start that conversation. Please welcome from the European Commission, the Director-General of DG CLIMA. Please welcome Kurt Vandenberg. Thank you, Kurt. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Sasha. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, dear partners in Europe's clean transition. Together with my colleagues in CINEA and in DG CLIMA, it gives me great pleasure to welcome you to the Cleantech Conference 2026. It's our annual rendezvous to take stock of Europe's and maybe the world's most important industrial transformation on the road to net zero. Achieving net zero by 2050, as you know, is the goal of Europe's climate policy. But as Sasha has said, as our president has said, these days, climate policy is about much more than cutting emissions. Climate policy has really become industry policy and security policy. Industry policy because it is about investing in modernizing our economy and our industry so that it is fit for a future that will be very different from what we have experienced over the last decades. And it's fair to say that there will be no green transition with red finance numbers, but there will be no black finance numbers without the green transition either. So the two have to go together. Climate policy is also becoming more and more security policy because we are experiencing again for the second time in 5 years what the exorbitant prices that we pay for being so dependent on imports of oil and gas. We are paying an additional 500 million euros per day on average for our fossil imports since the start of the Iran war. That leads some, like, for example, Jonas Schröder from the Boston Consulting Group, a colleague of Jonas Hering, who will be talking in the panel, to say that the traditional energy trilemma, between the trade-offs between sustainability, affordability, and security of supply, is increasingly becoming obsolete. It is becoming a no-lemma, at least for those countries that are heavily dependent on imports of fossil fuels, which is about the case for 75% of the world's population. So we can say that the European Union, and I weigh my words, is blessed with having a long-tested climate and energy framework. As our president has said, we are much better off than we were 5 years ago in the face of this fossil crisis. Our energy and climate policy framework is driving not only decarbonisation, but increasingly defossilization. If we did not have that framework in place, we would have to invent it today. The framework that we have is resting on a policy mix that has been tried and tested for 20 years. A policy mix where we combine carbon pricing, the ETS, that works, as President von der Leyen has said, combining that with regulation, where the carbon price is not working fast or enough, and combining that with funding and financing so that the investment happens. And today's conference, I believe, is very timely because we are embarking on a wholesale revision of our energy and climate policy framework to enable us to achieve our 2040 goal of minus 90% emission reduction by 2040, to achieve that in a very cost-efficient manner. The Innovation Fund, which brings us together today, is an expression of the EU's financing ambition for industrial decarbonisation and clean tech deployment in Europe. It is today one of the world's largest programs for supporting innovative net zero technology deployment, resourced by the revenues from emission trading. So those that pay into ETS also get back from ETS to de-risk and support their investments. The Innovation Fund, ladies and gentlemen, as you know, is very competitive. It is all the time oversubscribed. To give you one example, our latest 2025 net zero tech call saw us receiving 358 proposals, which is more than 6 times the budget that we have available. That oversubscription is, of course, a source of frustration for everyone, including at DG CLIMA and in CINEA. But it is also a very good indicator of the know-how and the commitment of industry in Europe to really embark on this industrial transformation. One of the features of the Innovation Fund is that we constantly innovate, that we really experiment. That's why I felt entitled to raise my hand when you asked Sasha whether we are innovators. I believe we are. And over the past 3 years, we have been running competitive auctions, for example, to support mature hydrogen producers through the European Hydrogen Bank. And just recently, we closed the first ever European auction for financing industrial process heat decarbonisation. A pilot auction, which is a stepping stone towards the 100 billion industrial decarbonisation bank that we will propose this July as part of the ETS reform. I'm happy to announce today that out of these 85 proposals received, 65 will be invited to continue the grant agreement preparation. That means that we will have a portfolio representing 766 megawatts of process heat to be electrified in the EU over the next 4 years. And that really gives us the legitimacy to say that we will launch a second round of the heat auction later this year with a budget of 1 billion euros. That will speed up electrification and help us to become less dependent on imports of fossil fuels. Ladies and gentlemen, one of the collateral benefits, if I may say, of the Innovation Fund is that it provides us in the European Commission and in CINEA with real-time insights into market and technology developments. It gives us the feeling, the impression, that we increasingly become shareholders, not just regulators, that we increasingly become policy entrepreneurs. That's how we increasingly see ourselves at the European Commission. And it makes us equipped for designing the Industrial Decarbonisation Bank that I just mentioned before. The Industrial Decarbonisation Bank, which is a central feature of the Clean Industrial Deal that we have launched last year to really help energy-intensive industries in Europe to decarbonize, become globally competitive, and to support investors in clean tech manufacturing in Europe. The premise of the Clean Industrial Deal is that what matters above all these days to succeed is no longer in the first place technology. Of course, technological development is needed all the time. But really what we need to do as Europe is provide a business case for energy intensives, for clean tech manufacturers to make the investment in Europe. And we are consistently working now on what are the drivers of this business case. Access to clean, affordable energy and infrastructure, creating lead markets so that there will be a demand in the future for low-carbon green products, access to finance, that's where the Industrial Decarbonisation Bank comes in, but also the European Investment Bank, who is here represented by Jean-Christophe Laloux, or Climate Bank in Europe, circularity, which will be really the frontier for our industry in the next decades, but also economic security, as our president was referring to. We will not have investment in Europe if there is a risk that investors will be overrun by unfair competition from the rest of the world. So the deal of the Clean Industrial Deal is the following. If you are an energy-intensive industry, or you are a clean tech manufacturer, if you invest in Europe in decarbonization, you should be supported, you should be protected, you should be nurtured. That's the deal of the Clean Industrial Deal, which we are now pushing forward through whatever policy agenda we can do. Now, public financing, of course, as we all know, is necessary. It can make a difference if it's smartly done, but it is never enough on its own. It's necessary, but far from sufficient. So the question we all have is how to make better use of the public financing, and especially the revenues from ETS. How can we maximize the leverage of that money that we can bring to bear? What is the business case that we really can help make through the policy frameworks, which is the main interest I saw of all the participants in this conference today. So I suggest that the conference today will be a conversation about those topics. Where is our framework working and where is it not working? Knowing that our goal is to make sure that clean tech is built here in Europe, is scaled here in Europe, and stays here in Europe. That's the goal I believe we all share. And that, of course, ladies and gentlemen, requires a very good understanding between the public and the private sector. And that's why it gives me, again, great pleasure to turn to someone who has navigated this territory from the private sector for many years. I'm very glad to invite Hubert Vigeveno, who has a track record of 30 years at Shell, most recently driving downstream renewables and energy solutions at executive committee level, and now the CEO of the Med Group. I will ask Hubert to explain a bit what the Med Group is, but I was also very interested to see that Hubert, since last month, I believe, has become chair of Europe Delivers, a partnership that champions Europe as a place to innovate for breakthrough solutions for a decarbonized, ecologically sustainable, and socially just world. What better goal to have as a Director-General of DG CLIMA? What better common ground with Hubert? Please, Hubert, thanks for joining. Very good to have you here this morning. Thank you for having accepted to join us at this conference. And as I said, maybe it's good, Hubert, that we learn a little bit what the Med Group is and what Europe Delivers is.
Well, thank you very much, Koert, and thank you very much for the kind invitation. And good morning, everybody. So my name is Hubert Vigeveno, as you said, 30 years of Shell, and now with the Med Group. As a person, I grew up in Brazil, but I am Dutch, so I might look Dutch, I might think Dutch, but my heart is Brazilian. When I say that in the Netherlands, nobody cares. When I say that in Brazil, they hug and they kiss me, so that gives you an idea of who I am. Married to Aniek with 4 children. I joined the Met Group at 1st of January this year. The Met Group, it's a 28.5 billion euro turnover company. It's a top 20 company in Switzerland right now, but also top 20 employer, the only top 20 employer in the energy sector. There's 3 things to know about the Met Group. One, it's active in gas, power, and renewables, and it's the only pan-European company. So we operate in 23 countries in gas, power, and renewables. Secondly, the Met Group has a very large customer base. So we really look at what are the energy needs for our customers in the short, medium, and long term, and how do we make that greener over time. And the third thing about the Met Group, it's independent. So we don't rely on basically what do our investors want, which is often share buybacks and dividend, or secondly, what is one particular government telling us to do. So we can truly do what we think is right. And I enjoy being there a lot, so that's good. After 4 months, I can tell you, I cannot tell you everything I'm experiencing, but I can tell you I'm at the right place, so that's good. Around Europe Delivers, yeah, I took over indeed in April the chairmanship of Europe Delivers from Peter Voser, well known also in Europe. He's the chairman of ABB. And Europe Delivers is a coalition I've been engaged in for a couple of years. Basically, it comes to the heart of what you were just saying. It's European companies saying we need to become competitive. We need economic growth with green credentials. How are we going to do that? But it's realizing that we cannot do it alone. So we're now looking at the 4 key sectors from our perspective in Europe where we need to create European champions. Those are defense, energy, critical minerals, and data and AI. I'm sure there are other sectors, but those from our perspective are the 4 key ones where we need to create European champions, but also we realize it's not around a product or its service, it's around how do we get the end-to-end value chains in all those sectors up and running. What I often find is let's do a plant here or an idea there. No, it's how do you make the ecosystem work? So we're looking at those 4 key sectors, how do we create European championships, and we realize as European companies, and it's strange, none of us can do it alone. It's only if we work together with companies in that ecosystem that we have a very good chance. But we also know that if we do not get European champions, we will not get the economic growth, which is required in Europe to do many of the investments and initiatives you want, as well as thinking of defense and other areas which are key for us as well. So that's a bit of a background.
That's great, thank you, Hubert. And you really point to something that is key, I think, in this whole policy, which is the role of value chains and ecosystems. It's no longer individual companies or individual governments. It's really collaboration across many. We read last week in a report from Bruegel that since early 2024, investment in clean tech manufacturing worldwide has gone down. But it stays level in Europe. And Bruegel says it's also thanks to the consistency of our climate targets, which is good news for us, of course. You have a global perspective. how do you see the world going in this clean tech race? And what would be your quick SWOT analysis of Europe?
Well, fortunate enough, throughout my career, I was able to live in the United States, Mexico, Rio, but I was also Shell's executive chairman in China for a number of years, so that gives me a good indication of what's happening. I think the first thing I would say, Kurt, is that I think the energy transition is happening everywhere. It's just happening at different speeds. And I think secondly, at the end of the day, all the solutions are very local. So countries will really do what they think is right in the scenarios they work in. I would agree with your earlier comment is that the energy trilemma, energy transition, affordability, security, is more moving towards energy independence. And if you think deeply about energy independence, it's actually more what are the different things we can do around solar, wind, battery storage, etc. I do think that many countries, when they're looking into it, more than Europe, they're rhyming economic growth with green credentials. And I have to say, my experiences in China are the biggest difference between China and many other countries in the world, including Europe, is its total focus on implementation. And I think that's one of the things that we could really question and ask ourselves. What is it that we want to do and how do we do it? We have a bit of a say-do gap. I think in Europe we're over-indexed on policy, but we're under-indexed on implementation. So I think, on time in budget, if you look from a Chinese lens, is something they've really done well. If you look at the other end, the United States, for example, one of the observations I have in the United States, it's very much open for business. So there is a much more an attitude around what can I do to help between policymakers and companies. So the proximity is closer. That trust relationship is closer. So if there would be one guidance, one thing I would hope from why I'm also here today and from our discussions, is in Europe, we need to ensure, and that's why I'm here, I'm trying to work on it, is that there's more trust between businesses and governments, so that also in Europe, I hope to get a comment from any politician saying, Hubert, what can I do to help?
Mm-hmm. Okay. You already anticipated my next question,
Oh,
which is, what expectations do you have from policymakers? Is that the main expectation?
Well, I think with one of the expectations and the hopes I have from policymakers is that, first of all, if you look at the advancing Europe's leadership through transformative decarbonisation, personally, I would like to take transformative out and put profitable decarbonisation there. Because I think it's, if the mindset of policymakers and companies is, we all want the same thing. We also all want to be net zero by 2050 or before. We all understand the starting point. It's how to get there. It's all around the implementation. So if we say it's all around profitable decarbonisation, companies and policymakers, I firmly believe that ecosystems will develop themselves. The moment we say it's around transformative decarbonisation, but we don't take into account what's the reality on the ground to make things happen, it's going to be extremely difficult. So as much as we talk around transformation, I would want to see transformation in regulation. I would want to see transformation in financing, for instance, a capital union, because then we actually can become competitive, and then we can move to a world, in my view, with policymakers that has been too much out-of-the-box thinking, not enough out-of-the-box doing.
Okay, very clear. We're discussing today also the Innovation Fund and the financial resources that Europe and governments can bring to the table.
Yeah.
How important are these public resources? Do they make a difference? Are they necessary? Can we use them better?
No, I think they're always necessary, but I think they're not the solution, they're part of the solution. So I think it's always, when you have new innovation, there's always three questions. One, is it an extension of what you actually have? Two, is it new to you as a company? Or three, is it new to an industry? And the more you get to new to an industry, it actually becomes more difficult. So having public funds to try things is actually very good. But you have to see it in the context around the competitiveness and the reality on the ground. So I think one thing, you mentioned electric vehicles, for example. my firm belief is one of the reasons why electric vehicles in Europe is growing so much is because the customer experience is actually very good. And I think so when we think around innovation and public funds, let's also think what really works for the end customer, and then we work back from that, how do we make that work for them? So that's one part. The second part would be, as I just mentioned, we need to have public funds for new innovation, but linked to regulation. Regulation transformation, because things, they just take too long in comparison to many of the countries we're competing with. So I would say if we can have public funds with a mindset of moving from discuss, to discuss, decide, do, that would give you a better indication of adjust and adapt and try things. But you cannot see them separate from each other. Otherwise you will have public funds without local regulation doing their own timelines, and then you haven't really used any of it. So I was thinking about this, Koert, as you were doing your opening speech, and I thought, I love Europe. I'm European. I'm super proud about Europe. We have a lot to offer. I think we've gone from peak optimism to peak pessimism, so I think reality is somewhere in the middle. But I do think that also with the European Union, we measure everything. The only thing we don't measure is the value of time. And I think time is very critical if you want to try things and using public funds for it.
Yeah, a very important point indeed. Talking about transforming regulation, and you're right, Hubert, I think we also increasing experience, it's all systemic.
Yeah.
Everything has to go into the same direction. But we do place a big value on predictability, the regulatory policy certainty, which we always hear is one of the most important conditions for investors, so that they have the certainty that over time their investment will have a return. And we're learning now from the United States what can happen if that predictability is no longer there. But any advice for us on how we navigate this need for keeping predictability but adapting our regulatory framework, knowing that, and that's the biggest challenge for us these days, that of course there are in this whole innovation winners and losers in the market. How do you make sure that we continue to reward the front runners without completely abandoning the laggards?
No, I think, and this is why you're a policymaker, Koert, and I'm in the business, because when you operate in the business world, you learn to make choices, because you recognize as a company you can't do everything. And you need to really think deeply about where am I actually good at, what do customers actually want, and then how do I provide that? But it's not that much what I want to do, what are the things I can't do, or maybe somebody else can do. So I think it's like in life, we have to make choices. We can't do everything for everybody. And this is where I think there's the friction. And we need to be able to say, when we make these choices, we understand, maybe it's not so much winners and losers, there will be certain sectors which we prioritize. And then there will be other sectors which we won't prioritize because they don't really help with the fundamental thing we want, which is, in my view, profitable decarbonisation or economic growth with green credentials. The other thing which I think with making choices is, from a European angle, is, as I mentioned, many things just take too long. And I think we all realize that and we all know about that. But it's saying maybe we can have a formula that we say certain countries can work together because we need a capital union. And we need a better innovation implementation. And we need a regulatory environment and framework which is much more adapting towards the intent rather than everybody can say no and it's unclear who can say yes. But those are the things that maybe we're going to have to say with a couple of countries, we start doing that and other countries can add towards that over time, rather than is everybody in agreement with that.
I'm so happy you mentioned the Capital Markets Union.
That's key.
This is really a big priority for the Commission now.
Yeah.
As I said, we pay a very high price for imports of fossil fuels.
Yeah.
But we also pay a very heavy economic price for not having an integrated capital market in Europe. So thank you for emphasizing this. Maybe before we turn to the other panel members, Herbert, I see there are many young people in this room, also wiser people. There's no age limit to innovation and decarbonisation. But I guess a number of participants in this room will be aspiring entrepreneurs. Do you have any tips, do's and don'ts for a successful entrepreneur and innovator?
No, I think successful entrepreneur and innovator focus on profitable decarbonization. Whatever people might say, how much people might like your idea, there is something around, does it work in the real world? That would be one. Second, if you really believe in it, and it is something which has profitable decarbonization, don't give up. Right? In Europe, unfortunately, we need to change our culture, where I think in many countries in the world it's really stimulated if you try, and if it doesn't work, you've learned a lot and you move on and you continue, which in Europe sometimes socially people look a bit down on. I think the last thing I'll say to all you, all of us actually young entrepreneurs, this is a unique time. And why it's a unique time, it's because it's your time. You're spending 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90 hours per week doing what you do. Make it count, because you are making a difference. And good luck on your journey.
That's great. Thank you very much, Hubert. And I believe that sets the scene very well for a broader panel discussion. It's my great pleasure to welcome Jean-Christophe Lalou and Jonas Hering. Jean-Christophe is from the European Investment Bank and commands probably the largest public lending and advisory operation in the European Union. I almost said United States. That was a lapsus. And Jean-Christophe has spent years designing instruments to de-risk the investment we need. Jonas Hering is at Boston Consulting Group, managing director for the Belgian branch, if I am correct, advising governments, regulators and companies across Europe on the strategic choices that are at the heart of this challenge that we have ahead of us. And no need to introduce Hubert, from whom we just heard. We heard a lot from Hubert about closing the gap between political commitments and industrial reality, delivery, implementation. So that will be the heart of our panel discussion, with three questions at the heart. How does European leadership in climate policy translate into global industrial leadership? We're strong on the political commitment, but how can we make this an industrial reality? Secondly, how can EU-level funding best accelerate the net zero transition of industry and energy? And thirdly, what competitive strengths does Europe bring in this very uncertain global context? So I suggest we start with Jean-Christophe, then we hear from Jonas, and then I would give Hubert the occasion to reply, retort, rebut, anything, challenge. So a conference, I learned, is only successful if there is at least one controversial statement coming out of it. So if I may turn to Jean-Christophe, you've been working for many years now on the instruments to de-risk investment and leverage more private sector investment. Are we on the right track? Any lessons learned that you can also help us with advance in this space?
Good morning to all, and thank you, Kurt, for having me. Kurt and I, we go a very long way together, and we've done quite a number of things, and I hope as quite many of you seem to be interested also in financial instruments and possibilities along that side, that I will use a bit of our time, Kurt, to present a little bit also what we do together. But so to your question, I think first we need to start with saying, certainly from our perspective at European Investment Bank, my teams do about 75 billion euros of new lending every year. And 5 or 6 years ago, there was a bit there was around 25% of that was going to climate action. Nowadays, it's 60%. And we've gone a long way already to financing a lot of new climate solutions. And that is for corporate, so large companies, but also for smaller companies. And we've done quite a bit together on the Innovation Fund. We financed through equity or equity-type financing, Battleizer, quite a number of companies. I mean, I could give you tens of names on it to finance new innovators. So, yes, we have come a long way. But I think it's also fair to say, and without, and like what Herbert was talking about, going from full optimism to full pessimism, without wanting to go into too much of a pessimistic outlook, we can also see that we're kind of plateauing at the moment, and that's probably a good way to put it. We've come a long way, but we are kind of plateauing. One of the ways I can see that in our own operations is that if I look at the portfolio, if I look at the 60% of climate action financing that we do, which if you multiply 75 billion by 60%, you arrive around 45 billion. There is only maybe 1 or 2 industrial decarbonisation projects, individual operations out there. Very, very little. So one is, we don't seem to get traction on large industrial decarbonisation projects. Now, some of them are backed by subsidies. It's fine, we don't see them. We are lending to these things. But borrowing against a profitable business model, and back to what you were saying, is not something that we see very often. And I kind of draw the conclusion that either we are kind of blind for a particular segment of the market, or simply that market isn't really quite there to come with a profitable business solution that allows some kind of leverage to decarbonize existing industrial processes. So that's probably a blind spot at the moment, and one that we need to work on. The second one is that we need to really continue to very strongly support those clean tech sectors where Europe still has an edge. I mean, the wind, it has been mentioned. We've got together also, we've set up a wind package, so a guarantee instrument that de-risks the banks that provide guarantees to European manufacturers when they gain contracts and they have to issue performance bonds to try to support our wind industry. But you can feel they are really under pressure at the moment. Their market share is decreasing, so we need to protect them. And at the same time, we were talking about heat pumps, for example. It is true we've got a good heat pump industry going, but 95% of the compressors on the heat pumps are Chinese made, right? So we are kind of plateauing, and the question is now, how are we going to regain momentum and pick momentum back up? And on this, my personal take is that I'd like to venture 2 ideas in addition to those that have been already proposed here, and I totally agree on the Capital Market Union idea, and potentially, and I know that it's a bit of a contentious idea, to have a 2-speed Europe with potentially a number of member states willing to actually unite their capital markets to actually front-run the efforts for all the others. In fairness, we've been trying for a long number of years with very little results, so we need to try another method now, because otherwise we're going to continue to stall, and that's really a problem. And it's particularly a problem for the scale-up, right? We know that we have a scale-up issue in Europe. Companies looking for 200 or 300 million euros, and there are some in the clean tech area, some that we know very well that we finance with a Catalyst program together, and these guys are all saying the same thing. I can't find money in Europe, right? There's not enough an investor base here. So I agree to that. What I think, I would have 2 additional ideas to what we've been saying. The first one is that I don't think we have a problem on level 1 regulation. I'm sure that you guys in the European Commission are going to keep the course straight, which is very important. As you said, visibility. We don't have a problem with level 2 regulation. We have a problem with level 3 and level 4 when it comes to member state implementation and standards. Yeah. I mean, the number of cases where you listen to entrepreneurs and they say, we had an electric infrastructure charging manufacturing company based in Denmark that we financed. And they were saying, we have a perfectly functioning product, but when we want to go to Germany, we need a specific certification, which basically does exactly the same as what we have here in Denmark, but it's very onerous to get, it's very difficult to get, and then when we want to export to the next market, we need yet another certificate. So we need to absolutely find a way to unify standards across the European Union at national level. The problem is when we implement from European to national level, where we actually create fragmentation at that point of time. And in cleantech in particular, if we want to scale up our cleantech solutions, it is really important in that particular sector that we encourage member states to adopt the same standards so that actually solutions can be spread across Europe. So that's one. And the second one, I would say, is, and it's one that sometimes gets forgotten a little bit because we like talking about financial instruments, it's the issue of skills, right? Skills. We need to continue to invest in reskilling, upskilling, and lean on one of our competitive advantages. And I will close my remarks with that. It was in your question, or I think maybe just it's your third question. But what is the source of competitive advantage that we have? One of the sources that we have is our education system, also the rule of law, but the skills. Now we know that we are able to come up with a skilled workforce in Europe, and I think we need to continue to have enough attention to that issue of upskilling and reskilling people in Europe. So also invest in universities, invest in programs around the cleantech in particular.
Yeah,
that's it.
Very clear. What I pick up is single markets and skills. Skills, I should say, is part of our clean industrial deal, but it is not being picked up by anyone. It's forgotten. Almost. And I think personally what I think is really necessary is intersectoral or cross-sectoral mobility of workers. We are suffering a lot in Europe from keeping everything within sectors. And that really decreases our flexibility. So important points, Jean-Christophe, thank you. If I may turn to Jonas, you're advising companies, governments, you also have a global perspective in this. Should we be pessimistic about Europe? Is everything lost to China? Do we have potential in Europe? Or do we risk being the eternal continent of promise?
I think we should always be optimistic around Europe. I really believe that on the global perspective, and if you compare it to the US and China, I would say there are three dimensions. There's the commitment element, there's the scale element, and then there is the mindset element. I think on the commitment element, there is no difference. I would even say Europe is even more committed than the two others. The scale, it's not an issue of scale. Our economy is as big as the one of China, is smaller than the one of the US, but as soon as you have minimum scale, you're big enough. The issue is, what Jean-Christophe mentioned, it's too fragmented. We are not unleashing the power of what we can do as a union to really think in building a clean tech industry that can dominate the world in certain areas. And that brings me also to the third point on mindset. I think sometimes we're too much in a mindset in Europe of let's try to maintain what we have, or let's try to apply what others have done well and bring it to Europe to try to maintain what we have. Instead of, let's just build an entire new industry which is built on a technological advantage, which is built on a cost advantage, ideally both of them, because then, quite frankly, policies can change across the world. Even the European Commission can change its mind every other year, but in reality, nothing will change because you can't beat a technological and/or a cost advantage. It's what the Chinese industry has done on solar PV panels, which is the always used example of that. It's cheaper and it works. That is why on the Northern Hemisphere, we are deploying solar panels. I mean, imagine so much up north, we are deploying solar energy. That is purely because of the cost advantage that has been created. I think we as Europe can exactly do the right thing. Not again to catch up with what others have done. They've done it well, we should not try to catch up. But next generation batteries, if we really deploy, and you see it in all of the models that are being run, if you deploy batteries at scale at a certain cost, that will completely change the electrification equation and completely change the way that our industry will be powered, and hence add to everything which policymakers want, which is independence, which is resilience against global price shocks, because then you have inherently created a system which is flexible and can handle the volatility of whatever happens in the world. But you get there by investing in the right capabilities, the right technology at the right cost to make something like that happen. But I think we sometimes forget that we should really think around the basics around it. And that to me also comes to the build mindset, if you think around that. The same can, we have a brilliant example of that in Europe. It's Airbus. We make the best planes in the world. It is a European project. It's in competition with one other global player, which happens to be US-based, but all the rest doesn't really matter. There are two players playing in that market. So if we do it right, we can make it happen. And I do believe that I mean, the unleashing the power of Europe, and I know that we should make sure that everybody gets along with it, and we should avoid a 2-speed or a 3-speed Europe. I personally fundamentally disagree with that. Europe has always been at multiple speeds from its beginnings. It began by a number of countries collaborating on a certain number of areas. The euro as a currency is a perfect example of that. It is not across all of the member states, and that works perfectly well. So I think we should just let go of, I would say, some overall political beliefs and just ground ourselves in a reality, which is, let's build an industry that is going to replace some of our existing industries, and we should just accept it. That is how it works. And we really want to make sure that we build something which will be either the world dominator on next generation batteries, which will require standardization, which will be industrial heat, so everything which comes to heat pumps. But again, in a mindset of the problem is not that these things don't work. They work brilliantly well. They're just too expensive. So let's build an industry that can drive costs down by 3x. If we do that, then I think we will export our products across the globe, because nobody can beat us. We have a product that works, and it is cheaper than whatever else is providing. And for me, that commitment, scale, build mindset perspective is critical if we want to unleash the power of Europe, which I think we have to, and which I think we can, and which I think we have done in a number of occasions as well.
Thank you, Jonas. You hint also a little bit at what Herbert was saying, making choices. We can't do it all. Any recommendations on what choices we should make, or how we should deal with this choice making?
I think the interesting thing about our choices, the easiest choices are the things you want to do. The most difficult choices are the things you will stop. And I think you mentioned it as well, Kurt, and say, we in Europe try to make sure we bet on the winners, but still try to take care of the laggards. I think that is fundamentally what the US and China are not doing. Laggards are laggards, and we should let go of them because they have no right of existence when we want to think around an economy that will really drive transformative and profitable decarbonisation. And so I think the question is more around when we make a choice, it is less so on the specific choice that we make, but it is with what mindset are we making it. If we want to bet on battery technologies, let's do it in a way that will make us unbeatable as an industry, like we have done in the airline tech. I think on EV is a brilliant example. We make the best cars in the world in Europe since many, many decades. For some reason, the EV market has been initiated much more by the US and China. While we make the best cars in the world, I think that is part of an industry we should not let go of, and where we should really think how can we support that industry to really continue to be at par with the rest. Nuclear, very interesting technology. If we want to bet on it, then we go for it. But then what is our industrial policy to really make that happen? And if we do that, it may be that we will let go of some other fossil fuel-based technologies, which means maybe the gas-fired turbines will be less a priority for us as an industry, and we may end up importing some of these from some other regions in the world. But so be it, because we want to be the leader in a certain number of technologies, and then also deploy our public money in towards initiating that, because there is there is enough private money in the world to flow into profitable business ideas.
Yeah.
I think that, and so really going after these type of initiatives will make the difference.
Jean-Christophe, I saw you nodding to this. You also mentioned the need for choices one way or another. You mentioned wind, for example. How do you deal with this dilemma of choices?
Yes. I think some of the examples that have been given here are very telling, I think, of where we are today. And I'd like to start with the battery sector, in particular the battery sector for EVs. We have together, and I say together, the European Commission and the European Investment Bank, we have used the EU budget. We have supported a number of upstream innovators in the battery sector, but we also have supported the few real industrial attempts of Europe to go with EVs. So Vercor is one of the companies we have supported in France, and Northvolt. And we had a few others actually on the line that, of course, I suppose most of us around the room know that Northvolt actually went bankrupt. And it was very telling of an illustration of what you were just saying, is of us maybe not really be conscious about the choices that we want to make. If we want to be a champion in EV batteries, I don't think at the moment, given the way the game is played in other parts of the world, we can just say, hey, go ahead with it, and see you anon, and if you go bankrupt, well, tough luck, and you're a laggard, we drop you. I mean, we've seen that in certain sectors, and in particular these critical sectors in the clean tech, this is not the way this is done. Not to say that we should shield the sector from and be fully protectionist, and that we should shield the sector from any kind of interference and cocoon it. No, but we should probably indeed make a conscious choice that this is a sector we want to have for Europe, and nurture it in a different way than what we have been doing in the past. Also because others are actually having recourse to other methods than we do inside of Europe. Now, in particular, on this, I won't betray a secret because Ursula von der Leyen herself talked about the battery booster that we are now trying to set up together. Now, this is, I think, a very interesting proposal maybe, and maybe the dawn of a new type of financial instrument and a new type of doctrine around it. What we are trying to do together, what you, the European Commission, have proposed to do, is to support the European EV battery manufacturing sector with a hybrid instrument, which is not a subsidy, but which is not a straight loan either, so interest-free, subordinated type of instrument. Now, I think going forward for a number of key sectors where we recognize from an industrial policy point of view that it's important for Europeans to have autonomy, and I could say inverters, for example, solar inverters and solar panels, but it could be also tomorrow compressors for heat pumps. We should actually make a conscious choice around a different type of support for these sectors, which are going to go indeed from subsidy using the innovation fund for early stage companies to innovate, but which is going to allow these companies to grow and have a certain scale before we unleash them onto the market and the full-blown competition. Because we are seeing at the moment that in particular for the clean tech sector, that we are not going to be able to reach the scale that we need for Europe to compete without having recourse to different mechanisms and different instruments. So I think this is really, and now in the perspective of the next financial perspective, the next instruments of the European Union, I think that is the type of instruments that we need to start developing, and that has to be the new kid on the block, specifically for these strategic sectors.
Hubert, I saw you.
No, it's one thing I just wanted to bring to this discussion. I agree on scale, 100%. I agree that we need to make it much easier in Europe to be able to have one activity and then being able to bring it all over. I think all of us agree that if you have a great initiative in country one, why do you have to start up the entire process in country two? the reality on the ground where everybody can, even if it's the right thing to do, can challenge what you're doing, and it takes months or years before you have a permit. Yeah, if we're real about Europe, that needs to change. And then there's going to have to be something that just overrules. I know that's difficult, but that is required because, as I said, time is of essence. But there's another thing, particularly for the clean tech investors here. My viewpoint is really go to what is the right customer experience. I think we over-focus also in this conference about what's the greenest solution, because those are the hardest ones and take the longest. It's also okay to have something which is greener. So think about what's more available in the short term, in the medium term, and in the long term, and really focus on that, what works for customers and is actually affordable for them. Many of the things we talk about are just unaffordable for customers in the next few years. But if it is something we can quantify, for instance, customer experience, then you have a good chance. So I use the example of EV, which we talked about. Many people, if you look at the data, once they buy an EV car, they don't switch to an internal combustion engine because they like the customer experience much more. What are the things that the industry needed to solve was range anxiety, so that the industry comes with fast charging. If you want fast charging, then you need better grid connection. If you want better grid connection, you need to make choices. That's how the ecosystem works. It's not just around batteries here and then hydrogen somewhere else. It's how do you make that ecosystem work towards, my view for Europe, what would be a superior customer experience, because then I think you're really onto something.
Yeah, yeah, good point. Jonas, if I may turn back to you, we heard Jean-Christophe say that we are missing the big industrial decarbonisation projects. Yeah. And I think that's true. We see that as well. It's probably because, contrary to clean tech and power decarbonisation, you cannot do an incremental year after year reduction of emissions or investments. Yeah. It really requires big bang investments. And that's probably the next agenda we have in front of us. Any advice to the Commission and to all of us on how to deal with this need for big investments in energy-intensive industries?
I think first, if you want to do big investments, I think you need to be focused on where you want to make them. And as an example, I mean, there's a lot talked about hydrogen and the hydrogen bank. I think if you're trying to reduce something which is not affordable today into something that is a bit less not affordable, you're not solving any problem. So I think there's the first question I would say, and to the policymakers, is if you look at the massive public funding, is it available? Are we really deploying it on the right choices so that in 5-10 years from now, we will come in an end state which is defendable and gives our industry an advantage? Or are we just throwing money at a bad problem which will solve the issue for 2-3 years? Yeah. But when I stop the funding, the problem has not gone away, and the whole thing that I've been funding will cripple. For me, that is one question I would have if I make this type of big funding investments. The second one I would have is when it comes to the underlying infrastructure. If you take electrification, which is a clear commitment that we're deploying at scale, it is, I mean, when you take a bit of a distance to the point, the demand for electrons has never been higher. We have one of the best possible electricity infrastructure on the planet. The European is better than anywhere else on the planet. Yet we live in a world in 2026 where the delay to get a connection is 5 to 10 years. Where in some countries there are even places where you can, as a residential house, and Albert will probably have a recollection of some of that, you cannot connect to the electricity grid as a residential. We are in 2026 in one of the most advanced regions in the world with the best possible power infrastructure. So the second piece I would have is, how do I come to a place where it is not every individual engineer who can decide what their substation and transformer would look like, and the colleague just on the desk next door can decide something completely different? Yeah. How do we want to make something scalable to develop an infrastructure that can sustain and support us? For me, would be a second question I would have, because there's a lot of elements you have in play there. I mean, the whole setup of the energy markets and infrastructure behind it is a European Commission responsibility and has been developed and deployed. So you can think around evolutions in that policy. You can also think around standardization. The only way to scale is let's do the same thing 50 million times. That's how you scale things and make them cheaper. That has been proven over and over again. If you obviously let everybody decide individually what they would like to do with their within their little cocoon, then you're not going to scale fast and it's going to be bloody expensive.
Jean-Christophe, you have contacts with many businesses, investors. Is that also what you hear from them in terms of what needs to be done in Europe? So it's more than just the finance?
Definitely, Kurt, and I would say it's a bit cheeky, but if you really want to solve the problem, set the right price for carbon, right? And the problem is solved. We know this, and we
speak to a convinced.
So, no. So to the point indeed of decarbonisation, I do agree. And I think it boils down again to a matter of choice, and we are between a rock and a hard place, and it has to be said. Any decarbonisation solution at the moment, and I agree, is not going to be cheaper. Let's face it. So we either have to choose: do we go a little bit more expensive, but for a green and autonomous solution where we don't depend anymore? And I have to say, for that, the recent events in the Middle East are actually helping for us to potentially make that difficult choice to say, okay, well, and then let's go for maybe a slightly more expensive solution, but at least one where we don't depend on others. Or indeed, are we going to continue on a kind of path where it's not exactly clear that we want to go all the way, and we kind of continue to maintain patches of solutions, and we have an unclear transition? I mean, it's a very tough nut to crack, and I definitely one above my pay grade. But from our perspective, indeed, maybe it's too early for hydrogen as a full-blown solution, but then pick a number of sectors where you say, there, it does make sense, and have a more gradual transition where you, again, shield a number of sectors by providing a bit more scale with instruments that are not fully market-related, a little bit less expensive than market-related instrument, let them come to scale, and then release the instruments down the line. Okay. Right? But start with a number of focus sectors where you know it can make sense in the coming 4 to 6 years. Don't open it up to the whole industry, to the whole fossil fuel replacement logic. Just focus, and then start in that way. Plan for 4 to 6 years on a limited number of sectors with different instruments and approaches than the ones we've had so far.
So what I hear you say is be less technologically neutral, if I understand correctly.
Yes, I think we do need to.
But Hubert wanted to comment.
No, I think so if you're talking about guidance and advice and brainstorming, I think, first of all, on the sector approach, I think sector approach is the correct one. But what you will find is that the solutions per sector are very different. So the solutions for aviation is very different than for passenger cars or shipping. But the solutions within the sector are quite homogeneous. So that really helps. And then you say, as I tried to say earlier, what helps, for instance, a truck in the short term? It might be a biofuels blend. What helps them in the medium term? It might be LNG for trucking instead of diesel. What helps long term? Green hydrogen. But I don't know any trucker that will say, you know what, I'm going to do a 300-kilometer detour to get the green hydrogen. So you really need to think about the entire infrastructure, not just of making the product. Of course, that doesn't apply for passenger cars, and that might be electric, and then you have a biofuels pool, which you might use for aviation. So you can think sector per sector. I think that would be one. But I think the second for me is, if you talk around policymakers, I firmly believe we all have the same intent by 2050. But that's an ambition, that's a vision. But I don't know anybody who will do something different this week to ensure that we get to 2050. So we need to shorten the time horizon. We need to say, where is it really that we can be, which is not too short that you won't do anything, but not too long that you won't get going, which is by the end of this decade. So I think Europe's carpe diem is our opportunity is to say, where can we be by 2030 in a way, and what do we need to do to get there? So focus, these are the ambitions we have, and this is the requirement on the implementation side to actually get that done. And just measure it. That's what you would do in a business. You would say, by 2030, I want to be there. By 28, that means this. By 26, that means that. And then we measure it, and we challenge each other. What is standing in the way of achieving that? So that's what I mean with this out-of-the-box doing, and focus on implementation, not just on the policy itself.
Okay, great. Sasha is kindly gesturing me that our time is up.
Quickly.
I would have one question for Hubert, and then
Yeah.
I would like to close with a thought experiment to all three of you. Purely hypothetically, if you were nominated European Commissioner for Net Zero Growth and Climate Action, what direction would you give to Commission services? Not long, just brief statements. But before we do that, Hubert, have you become a little bit less pessimistic about Europe after this short panel discussion? Is there reason for optimism?
Well, by nature, given my Brazilian heart, I'm an optimist. I am actually very optimistic about Europe. And we do a lot of great things, but we keep it to ourselves. And we're always good to say what is not working instead of what we take for granted that is working. And I used an analogy the other day when I was doing something similar, and I said, well, you know, people like to talk around other countries in the world, but look at Europe, for instance. We all love our sports and how good we are in our sports. If it's football, volleyball, handball, water polo, it doesn't matter. We are really world champion in many of our sports because we have a clear rules of the game, and then we let the implementation very much in the countries, but the implementation is very homogeneous. So there is something in the spirit of Europe, of team spirit, if you believe of the future ecosystems, which is, can you play together, can you anticipate, can you win? So I'm a big believer in Europe. We just need to believe it ourselves. And therefore I believe this is hopefully our carpe diem moment, saying we can do it. It might not be exactly how everybody wants it, but for Europe, this is the way forward.
Great, thank you for this, Herbert. And then the thought experiment, if you don't mind. If you were, I stress, hypothetically, European Commissioner for Net Zero Growth and Green Growth, what direction would you give to Commission services? Can I start with you, Jean-Christophe?
Yes,
you're probably closest to the Commission than the other two panel members.
Very happy that Herbert could go for a few minutes so that I could think about your question.
Well, you asked me before, can you please do that?
That's very cheeky, Chris. I think my main direction and instruction would be focus. So what I would want is that we take the whole energy transition that we split it into 2 to 3 main blocks. Now you have the block of innovation on the one hand, you have the block of decarbonisation, industrial and existing processes on the other hand. Maybe there is another way to position a block somewhere in the middle. I think 3 is always better than 2. So. Yeah. But then within each of them, I would want actually to indeed focus on the number of sectors and technologies. And I would actually give that as a main instruction to start avoiding this technology neutral and try to be as broad as possible, to try to understand with each of the sectors and for each of the blocks, which are the expected, which are the best bets and opportunities we have. I mean, we're not in the same position as where we were at the start of our journey, where the International Energy Agency had said, 75% of the solutions still need to be developed for the decarbonization of tomorrow. We're not there anymore. A lot of the solutions are already off the shelf now. So now has got the time to actually focus and to try to be more to be more selective in the way we apply our funding. And this is one. And the second direction, I would say, is at the moment, go more downstream rather than upstream. Yeah. So manufacturing in particular deserves much more attention than what it has received so far.
Okay.
And it's not only from member states, it's also from the European Union instruments. If you think about it, I mean, manufacturing has gone from, I think, 30% of gross GDP in a contribution to Europe about a generation ago to around 10% right now. I think these are about right figures. So we understand now that has become also a bit of a weaker point. So I would direct more of our resource and attention to downstream, to actually manufacturing processes, refurbishing manufacturing processes, but also new manufacturing facilities around the new technologies than has been done in the past.
Great. Thank you, Jean-Christophe. Jonas?
Yes. I get thrilled from your thought experiment, just thinking around it, to be honest. But no, to build on Herbert's sports, I think we need to come into a mindset of we play to win.
Yeah.
And winning, I think, building on what Jean-Christophe mentioned makes very good sense. Find the domains where we can win. Let's also do it in a way that we will win, because the downstream is important and it's manufacturing, but it goes even all the way back to what does it mean in terms of skills I want my workforce to develop? What is the thing I expect from my educational system to deliver to be able to, so for me, this whole downstream chain. And then the third thing I would add to it, which is find me a coalition of the willing who is ready to do something about it and implement it, rather than wasting my time trying to convince all 27 members to make it work. We'll start with those who want to, and the rest, they can follow or they can stay behind.
Thank you. Herbert?
Well, hopefully next year when I'm here, it's the Advancing Europe Leadership through a profitable decarbonisation.
Point taken.
Well, and focusing on what we can do rather than what we can't do. And I'm totally aligned that we need the coalition of the willing. We're moving. You can come later if you want, but we're going. I think that is key. So.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Jean-Christophe, Jonas, Herbert. I couldn't have thought of a better panel to get us going for this conference today, where I'm sure a lot of the things you mentioned will be discussed. Single market, implementation, more downstream, focus, make choices, and the mindset of the winners. Very good points. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Leuk. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Really, really interesting way to start us off. It was almost like a Venn diagram of all their different areas and then the overlap in the middle. Really clear, that sort of ecosystem, the value chain, the whole ecosystem that needs to be created, and then maybe some of the challenges as well. And I have to say, I love the sporting analogy. Playing to win, working out maybe what the good sport is that we can win at, and then getting that whole ecosystem around. Of course, an ecosystem always comes down to people meeting, to talking, to the coalition of the willing, everyone together. And I'm pretty sure that's what we have in this room and also online as well. So today has been organised so that you can meet people and network and get to know who else has the same ideas and views as you. You can do that in a couple of ways. You can use the conference app, and you can as well online. You can reach out to people via the conference app if they have agreed to be contacted. Or, of course, there is the old-fashioned, brilliant way of actually just meeting people. So what I would say is take a few minutes now, get yourselves a cup of coffee, go and explore the Cleantech Hub, and introduce yourselves to people, have a chat, and maybe talk about some of the topics we've already mentioned. When we come back, we'll be talking about how to create lead markets. And I think it was Kurt who just said the forever continent of promise. So we're going to get away from that forever continent of promise and actually get to that say-do culture, so creating the lead markets. So get yourselves a cup of coffee, take a break. We'll be back in here in about 20 minutes, 15 to 20 minutes from now. So if you're online, we'll see you in 15 minutes. Thank you very much. Thank you. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back. Welcome back to the room here in Brussels. Welcome back to you online, wherever you are joining us from. It's lovely to have you all back together. And hopefully, after meeting people as well, I have to say, I've just had a conversation with someone about solar thermal plants in Africa. It's fabulous, the tech that is all sort of here in this room. A quick show of hands for me. Who here has just had a conversation with someone they have never met before? Good. All right. Seeing as that was very positive, what about if there was more than 3 people that you've just spoken to that you have never met before and were really interesting? Good. And I'm loving that really positive hand over there. So it's obviously, is it up to 5? Maybe. Yeah, maybe. Yeah. Brilliant, brilliant. A lot more time to network later and to see all the different exhibits in the Cleantech Hub as well. So we spoke before the break about the need to create that ecosystem, and with the ecosystem comes the need to create those lead markets. The world is increasingly competitive, as we know, but it's also moving increasingly quickly. So it becomes critical, absolutely vital to get the right things in place so the industry can really take off and scale up in a quicker and better way than our competitors. So that's really what we are going to focus on now. How to take advantage of all the innovation and the great ideas and the great possibilities at home. So let me introduce our next set of guests, our next panelists to talk this through, and I'll invite them all to stage in one. Please welcome the Director of Policy at Future Cleantech Architects, Marlene Simeon. We have from Wood & Blade Technology, Tom Siekman, come and join us. The Head of Government Relations and Public Affairs at Nel Hydrogen, Constantine Levoyanis. Come and join us, Constantine. And from Saint-Gobain, the Chief Innovation Officer, Anne Hardy. Plus, to moderate us and to curate this conversation about lead markets, please welcome from DG Grow, Imavera Sadone. Your panel, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you.
Thank you, Sasha. Good morning, everyone. So I'm Imavera. It's really my pleasure to be here today to moderate this session. I come from DG Grow and I'm very honored to be accompanied by a great panel of distinguished guests. Thank you for joining us today and welcome. Perhaps let's just kick off by introducing our speakers. So welcome to Marlene Simeon, who is Policy Director at Future Cleantech Architects. Future Cleantech Architects is a climate innovation think tank. At Future Cleantech Architects, Marlene leads science-based advocacy to accelerate industrial decarbonization and the deployment of innovative clean tech solutions across Europe. And then let us welcome Tom Siekman, who is Managing Director at Wood & Blade Technology, a company developing sustainable wind turbine blades made from engineered wood, enabling recyclable and scalable alternatives to conventional materials. Third, let us welcome Constantine Levoyanis, who is Head of Government Relations and Public Affairs for Nel Hydrogen. Nel is a pure-play hydrogen technology company producing both alkaline and PEM electrolyzers and with manufacturing facilities in Europe and in the US. Last but not the least, let us welcome Anne Hardy, who is Chief Innovation Officer for Saint-Gobain. Anne is responsible for driving innovation across the company, supported by both R&D and marketing departments. Saint-Gobain, as you probably know, is a global leader in light and sustainable construction products and solutions. Maybe now let's dive into the topic. So the topic of today's session is creating lead markets for European clean industry. I would say Europe is not short on clean industrial innovation. It is short on market demand. So in this session, we will explore how EU policy and industrial value chain strategies can move beyond first-of-a-kind application and actively create lead markets for European-made clean technologies and European-made clean products. Maybe, to kick off the discussion, I suggest I ask each panelist 3 rounds of questions, and then we see how it goes and where it takes us. So let us start from, let's say, a broad yet very central question. I would like to ask each of you, based on your experience, either as a think tank or as a company, what makes a clean tech project successful in the current context? Do you think it is the degree of innovation, or perhaps like the ties with other industrial partners, both upstream and downstream? Perhaps let's start with Marlène.
Okay, thank you very much, and it's a pleasure to be here today representing Future Cleantech Architects indeed. I would say that what makes a cleantech project successful is really that it responds to the reality. Now, what are the needs, and what are the industrial needs in particular? If we take the industry, we know that 75% of the industrial emissions come from heat. So projects that are related to heat decarbonization, heat electrification would be very interesting, for instance, for decarbonizing the industry, from pulp and paper to more cement industry or higher temperature like ceramics as well. We are looking at Future Cleantech Architects, we are looking, for instance, on thermal energy storage, which is quite interesting for lower temperature as a complement to heat pumps and e-boilers if we want, but also looking into higher temperature and how this can really help to decarbonize higher temperature of heat and electrify this part. The second element, beyond being grounded into the industrial needs and reality, would be the economic reality as well. Taking into account two elements. First of all, the return on investment and the payback period. What we hear from the industry is that the payback period would be like 5 years maximum. So it's really short as well, but it means that the clean tech projects need to answer to this need as well. The other things that should be taken into account by project is the system cost. We know that external factors have an impact also on projects, like the grids, the time to be connected to the grid update and fees that it would require, taxes and all this. So those two elements, I would say, are part also of what makes a project successful.
Thank you very much, Marlène. Maybe Tom, would you like to contribute?
Yeah, I would of course agree with what you say, and I would add, I think, degree of innovation and also the network that is required to enable innovation go hand in hand. I think with the network that you can gather, you have different expertise, experience, and also knowledge of products and materials, and if you combine these in a new method and combination, then degree of innovation happens itself sometimes and very often. And what we do, for example, we take a material that is known to humanity for a very, very long time in a very specific context, and we have just applied it in a new context that is, of course, posing different challenges in certain ways of seeing it, but in the end, with the knowledge of the network partners that we work with, both up and downward of the supply chain, we are enabling innovation, and we are solving problems based on existing technology. So in the end, it's not really something completely new. It's more like a Lego set of existing technologies that we combine in order to then enable the innovation that is sometimes required, especially in the context of clean tech change.
Right, thank you. What about you, Konstantin? What's your take?
So to answer your question, innovation, upstream, downstream, I think it's all of the above. We have to remember that what we're focusing on as an electrolyzer manufacturer is enabling a market for renewable hydrogen. So this is a nascent market, a value chain that we need to build up from the bottom up. And one of the most challenging things here is that you need production, infrastructure, demand, and funding to all align at the same time. Let me just give you an example. If you just focus on one part of the value chain. 4 years ago, when we were talking about hydrogen, everybody thought that electrolyzers would be the bottleneck because we have lots of demand, but we don't have enough capacity. So all the European OEMs came together and we committed via a joint declaration that we signed with the Commission and said, we're going to increase our manufacturing capacity tenfold by 2025. We delivered that. We've gone from less than 1 gigawatt of manufacturing capacity to more than 10. Yet, if you look at the market, we have less than 1 gigawatt that's installed and 2.8 under construction. So we have to ask ourselves, okay, why is that? We have a sophisticated legislative framework. I hear the word sophisticated all the time, but off-takers aren't buying because the costs are still too high. You've got over-regulation. I think that's a topic that kind of came up between the lines this morning. The funding mechanisms are still maturing from one hydrogen bank now to the third. And you've got infrastructure operators that are waiting for the production and producers that are waiting for the infrastructure to come online. So the old chicken and egg dilemma. So in short, renewable hydrogen is complicated and you need to make it simple. And you can do that. And I'm just going to say 2 ways you can do that. Smart policy choices being one. I thought the discussion this morning around the energy trilemma being a no lemma, I think Kurt said this morning, is interesting. And I would frame the energy transition paradigm today around decarbonisation, competitiveness, and independence. And I would add profitability as well, what was mentioned today from the CEO of Met Group. And the second thing is innovation, which I think is why we're all here today. And that's a good segue to briefly talk about the project that was our pressurized alkaline electrolyzer project that's been selected by the Innovation Fund. The whole purpose of that project is to reduce cost and reduce complexity. We will be bringing down CapEx cost 40 to 60%. We're doing that by reducing the size and the footprint of the system by 80%. We're delivering prefabricated modules that you fit on the back of a truck, deliver to the site, plug and play, and you reduce energy consumption with a new cell design, reduce engineering costs, civil works. So that's a really good example of the Innovation Fund in practice delivering real impact on the ground.
Very interesting. Thank you, Konstantin. Maybe up to you. And
the last to answer. So thank you to my fellow panelists. I think you'll hear some similar themes between what I have to say and what you also heard in the previous panel. So I wanted to start very briefly to introduce Saint-Gobain. So we are a large global company, if you don't know us, but we have 80,000 employees in Europe, and we have more than 400 industrial sites. So even though we're global, we are very much interested in how we develop clean tech in Europe. And so if you look at where we are, I was introduced as saying that we're a leader in light and sustainable construction. And construction's interesting here because if you look at the energy usage in the world right now, approximately 40% of the energy usage is in either constructing our buildings or in using our buildings. And so one of the ways that we can actually decrease the demand of electricity, the demand of power, is by improving the efficiency of our buildings, either through our new construction or by renovation that we do. And so it's interesting to me that we're this far into the discussion today, and we haven't actually heard about how do we reduce our energy consumption. And by making buildings that are more efficient, that is one way to reduce our overall energy consumption so that we can put energy into all those other sources that we know that people need. So little introduction, and a reason why I think buildings is particularly interesting and relevant to everybody. We all live in buildings, we use them every day, and so those are things that are tangible and useful to us. And so if you then ask about sustainability, I will absolutely say that sustainability is key to being able to deliver on clean tech. And I'm going to use 2 examples here. One is looking at glass. And if you know Saint-Gobain, you know that we've been making glass since 1665. So we have been doing this for a long time. And so if we take the current way that we make glass and the current way that most of our competitors make glass, we've been optimizing that for close to 70 years. And so we have a product that we've done a lot of optimization on. And so when we look at how we can move that to have a lower carbon footprint, we look at both the raw materials, because we include carbonates as typical raw materials. And it won't surprise you to know that when you heat up a carbonate, you make CO2. So we have to look at raw materials, and then we have to look at the energy source. And you might naively think that all you have to do is switch out one energy from one to another. But it's actually way more complicated than that, because the energy source actually interacts with the process. And so when you change the energy source, you're changing some of the reactions that happen, you're changing some of the things that go on in the big melt furnaces. And so it's much more complicated than just saying, I'm going to electrify instead of using natural gas, for example. So that's one type of example. And I wanted to add that when we build a glass plant, it's good for 20 years. And so when we are looking at the technologies that we want to be putting in place, we're building plants that we're building today in 2026. We hope to be operating in 2046. And so for us to meet the things that we have agreed to, the things that we've publicly stated about being net carbon neutral by 2050, that's for us an issue today. And so that's one type of example. And I wanted to give another example too, and I could give many, many examples, but that's looking at circularity. And so it's looking at how do you reuse materials that are present in the building environment. And here, of course, there's recycling, but I'll use an example of circularity. And to say that if you look at office buildings in Paris, they're typically renovated more than every 5 years, so sooner than every 5 years. And so that's a case where you could say, why don't we reuse those materials? Mm-hmm. And so that's something where we've been working on that with some European funding and in that and some other cases to understand how do we reuse things instead of just landfilling them. And when we talk about raw materials, that's actually important for us because raw materials become more and more scarce. And so the ability to reuse raw materials, to be able to reuse things is actually very critical for us. So innovation for us is critical, and yet we always say that it's not just enough to be innovative. For our innovation to succeed, the market has to want it. Yeah. And so I'm just going to give 2 quick examples in my time and say, I talked about glass, and I talked about how we can reduce the energy consumption of glass. But in addition to just putting glass, you might know if you've put new windows on your building that there's high-performance glass, and those are coatings, dozens of coatings that are very, very thin that either allow you to reflect heat out or to reflect heat back into the room, depending on whether you're in a cold or a hot environment. And so it's not just that you can decarbonize your materials, but you can change the energy consumption of your building through that kind of example. And so being able to look holistically at how the materials that you're using impact the performance of your building is also critical to market acceptance, as well as bringing along additional functionality, as we heard this morning. So when we bring products that are easier to install, that are faster, that helps compensate sometimes for the cost that we might be bringing through bringing a cleaner technology.
Thank you very much. Very good to hear different experiences from the heavy industry and process and the holistic approach to hydrogen, to very innovative clean tech, and from a think tank broad perspective. Maybe I think Anne's point about raw materials and energy bridges well with the second question I would like to ask, which is about indeed input or specifically more about the supply chains, which is indeed very important these days and part of the discussion, the dilemma on decarbonisation, competitiveness and independence. So today we all hear about the challenges associated with access to resources, being it energy, primary raw materials, secondary raw materials. So critical raw materials, one stark example, and the risk that disruption in the value chain do have an impact on economic activities. I mean, this is in everyday, today's news every day almost. From your perspective, how prominent is this challenge in your activities, in your business activity, and what are the mitigation measures that you are putting in place to address the supply chain disruption risks? Maybe let's start again with Marlene. We continue the round.
Okay, thank you very much. Yes, maybe we can take I can take one example. So one sector that we are looking at. One sector is steel. And steel, the steel sector is very important, as we all know, for Europe in terms of job as well, more specifically. And what we need for clean steel is, on one side, we need the iron ore, and we know that 75% of the used iron ore is imported today. We also need clean hydrogen, and we know that it's limited, that it's under competition, across sectors. And so it means that for this sector, for instance, we need to look at upstream and downstream parts of the value chain. And we might continue to keep importing some part of the value chain. But to mitigate the risk, we can see that we can diversify the sources of imports, for instance, and diversifying the partnerships that we have with partner countries like Brazil, Australia, which may have also good conditions to produce clean hydrogen and have good production condition for those products. Another option would be through innovation as well. If we take the example, if we continue with the example of steel, we see that we could play on the higher quality of the scrap, for instance, that we collect and that we recover, not only like increasing the rate of recovery, but also improving the scrap quality that then we can use in the process of steel making. The other option would be also to look at electrification of some of the processes, and we have been like looking at some projects that are under development now on molten oxide electrolysis, for instance, or on electrowinning. So there are different innovations that can help also not to be too dependent, I would say, on raw material and on this global value chain risk disruption. At least it can be a way to mitigate the risk. I would say as a second point that there are also some European solutions that we could look at to be less dependent on critical raw material. And of course, having homegrown clean energy is a basis to develop all this ecosystem of innovation. But I would say there are also some complementary technologies that could be manufactured in Europe, like energy storage is a really good example where Europe can have a leadership there. And thermal energy storage again, but with sensible and latent heat storage, we can see there are options as well, and really possibility to have the value chain grounded or rooted in Europe. So that's where Europe needs to identify what are the sectors, what are the technology where it can be leading and less dependent on critical raw material, or diversify its partnership when it's necessary to import. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Marlene, for this really overview of the options we have on the table. Perhaps let's hear now the experience from Tom, from your business.
So yeah, we of course are at the moment still a very small company that is currently building up production. So we are integrating ourselves within existing supply chains. So that of course is a challenge itself. But when integrating ourselves in the wind turbine manufacturing supply chains, I think for us the important aspect when we started this endeavor was the fact that, of course, sustainability is important, but also where we source the components to enable sustainability. So a lot of the wind turbine manufacturing has been now outsourced to countries outside of Europe, where at the same time where European policy is highly dependent on these components. So in the end, we are creating additional dependencies now towards countries outside of the European Union. That, of course, at some point, as we now see with other critical components, create additional dependencies in these very crucial topics. So our approach is, of course, to offer a sustainable alternative to the existing blades as they are known today, made of composite fibers, but also to enable a European supply chain when it comes to the blades. And we do that by, of course, sourcing our main materials, which, of course, is mainly wood, from European forests, but also trying to design a production methodology that is able to compete with the external suppliers by reducing or not relying on very high labor costs. So for us, it's important to produce a sustainable alternative at lower prices to, of course, show that sustainability doesn't always need to be more expensive, but also to enable a labor cost independent production setup that is allowing us to produce these very important components within the European borders and not be reliant on external agendas and decisions. And of course, for us, it's also important to see our waste, for example, in our production process can be other value chains resource. So for us, it's not just important to go our own way, but also to cooperate with other industries and then have different interactions. And like I said for the first question, sometimes the solution is already existent. It's just not apparent in the specific industry that you're working in. And I think that can be the same with resource flows. I guess for us, that's the wood. Our wood can be someone else's kitchen table, our waste. But I think if we consider that in all industries, that can really make an impact and also create resistance towards these very, very fragile supply chains.
Thank you. Very good. Interesting to hear how indeed collaboration and cooperation can also be an answer to risk of disruption in supply chain. Let's now hear the hydrogen perspective. Konstantin.
So yeah, certainly there are parts of the supply chain that are still exposed to supply chain risk. However, I don't think it's as prevalent as it was during the pandemic or right after COVID. We continue to monitor the situation, evaluate risk and exposure together with our partners. Having said all that, given unforeseen events, i.e. war or in general market trends, there are certain critical components in the supply chain that are overly exposed, and the consequence of that is that you get increased lead times on getting those components. So then what's the solution to that? Okay, you diversify your suppliers, yes, but one thing that we have done is to go straight to the source on the raw material. So, for example, the nickel that we use in our electrode plating, we go directly to the nickel mill and get our nickel from them. And we're actually selling our electrolyzers to this nickel mill as well, incidentally. So you have circularity in these value chains, and you reduce your exposure, you increase your transparency, and I think that is a benefit.
Thank you. Indeed, very interesting. Also links well with what Tom said. What about you, Anne? What do you think of the risk of supply chain disruption?
Well, there's always a risk of supply chain disruption, and I think we've seen it in a number of different ways. And so you've heard already just about energy. So if we think about energy as one of the supplies we need, and it's particularly for energy-intensive businesses, having access to affordable, consistent energy sources, of course, is important for us. The other thing I would note, though, is just the raw materials that go into making some of our products. And so a lot of what we do is local manufacturing using local European-derived raw materials. And so if I take here, again, two examples. I'll take, first of all, the example of making gypsum board. That's the wall board that's, that we see around this room. And so there, if you look at gypsum, what the market had moved to over the years was using gypsum that was a waste product from burning coal. And obviously, luckily, nicely, we have less and less of that. And so it's coming back to using natural gypsum again. And so we, of course, would like to reduce our dependence on natural gypsum. And so for us, that means how much can we retake back of used plasterboard? And we have developed the processes to be able to separate gypsum from the paper and the other components, and have developed the processes to be able to reintroduce that back into our manufacturing processes. The problem is having access to that gypsum. And so for us, it's very much the ecosystem of how do you deconstruct and recover that instead of just throwing things away into a landfill. And I think that's a place where European policies can really help in reducing the dependence on landfill, to be able to make it more attractive to people to be able to recover these and be able to reuse these kind of resources. At the same time, it opens up our need as we try and scale the recyclability and the reuse of gypsum to having to use natural gypsum. And so there we have a number of sustainably managed quarries where we take gypsum, but we find that the regulations are very different country to country. And so again, having some more consistency country to country could really help us in being able to use some of the natural materials that we're using. So that's for an example for gypsum board. And then I just give a quick example for glass. And glass, one of the big raw materials that go into glass is sand. And you may or may not be aware that sand is becoming an increasingly scarce material. And so again, the answer to that is how do we bring back as much recycled glass as we can? And I think people are very aware of doing that for recycling for bottles, but you probably don't want green and brown windows. And so we need a supply stream that really supports the reuse or the take back of windows, because it turns out that being able to use glass that's already been melted is really good for the CO2 footprint in two ways. One, I mentioned those raw materials that are carbonates. And so if you bring back glass, you're not when you heat it, you're not giving off those CO2, the CO2 that you do when you start from primary raw materials. And secondarily, it takes less energy to remelt glass than it does to actually form and create glass in the first place. So anything you can do to retrieve and bring back that glass, which we always say is it's endlessly recyclable, but we need to have access to it. So having access to that kind of recycled stream is actually very important, and that requires that we can't act independently. It really requires an ecosystem of supply, of take-back, of sorting, of cleaning, to be able to have access to that glass that we would love to have. And so that's a place as well where some of the policies within the EU can really help to drive and to strengthen that dynamic within the reuse and the instead of just throwing things into the landfill, bringing it back for us to be able to use.
Thank you. I think we are really depicting a picture of the importance of circularity ecosystem here to make us more independent and stronger vis-a-vis external disruption. Okay, also I think your last point about that EU policy should be better at helping this ecosystem, collaboration, recycling and circularity takes us to at least the last of the three questions, where I would really be interested to hear your, let's say, reply across the board on the different policy spectrums, because let's turn to the, let's say, the actual enabling framework condition. You have all hinted at them in your replies, but perhaps it's your moment for your big, let's say, to recap your ask. What would be today your main ask based on this conversation to policymakers, in particular European ones, to, let's say, improve the business case overall, but specifically also going back to the title of the session, which is about demand. So we are not short of innovation, but we need to create market demand. How can the policy support the creation of demand for your Cleantech project, to succeed and to make sure you actually have customers ready to buy your products, your technologies? Shall we follow the same order or? Yeah, okay, so we give Annie a bit of time to breathe. Marlene?
Okay, I'm happy to start on this one and have a conversation on this. Maybe three elements on this question, because it's quite a broad question, actually. But I would say the first point would be for the clean tech and the innovation in this area. It's so two type of support, like the financial mechanisms, I would say, is one of the elements that I wanted to highlight. And in particular, on one side, the CapEx, the initial investment, there is a need for initial probably support for some technologies, but also it means not only finance purely or funding, but also de-risking mechanism, guarantees and insurances. I don't know if I take one example of geothermal and next generation geothermal, for instance, we know that the main risks are in the early phases, the early drilling, and if you have like guarantees or mechanisms to ensure as well this part of the first 1 to 2, 3 wells, first wells, it helps to scale up then the technology. So that's this kind of very targeted measure that could be developed and put in place by the European Union. On the other side, of course, there is the OPEX and carbon contract for differences or auctions are very interesting, also to give a signal to the investors and to the market. One interesting scheme is the SDE++ in the Netherlands. So it's a scheme from the government where it helps to cover the operational cost, meaning that it covers the difference between gas and electricity prices for a period of 12 to 15 years. So it gives like prices, predictability also for the company or for the clean tech industry to develop their projects. So second element besides the financial support would be indeed the creation of the demand. Now on the other side, we need this demand, we need this market to be active and buy this new product. And of course, there is on one side the incentives for public procurement, which is an essential element. If you take the construction sector, really public buyers are the main authority procuring those materials. So it's really important to have the public sectors through public procurement involved. The other side is private procurement as well. And there is a need for clear incentive as well. The quotas that were recently actually proposed by the Commission in the Industrial Accelerator Act or in various documents are interesting, but they need to be also progressively increasing over time. And then the labels as well. It's a way for the procurement authority to be able to read what they will buy and be sure of the definition of the low carbon product, what it means, what they can buy. If I take steel again, but for us, for instance, we are really looking into the sliding scale where you have a mix of scrap and carbon intensity on this scale. So it helps also to read and to give incentive to both primary and secondary steel pathway decarbonization. Third elements that I wanted to mention, so the financial support, the creating demand. The third one would be also what I mentioned at the beginning, reducing the system cost. We know that a project really also is influenced by those external factors, so it's really important to have regulatory certainty and carbon pricing, and also to have the grids improved and the infrastructure there also for the project. And I don't know, we are in an Innovation Fund conference, so if I take the example of the project of the Innovation Fund, they should have priority access, for instance, to connections to the grid. So that would be one signal also to the project that they will have their decision taken on the short term, because we ask them to have to be ready to deploy in the 4 years or 5 years. So it means that they also need this support of the ecosystem and the system taken into account. So that's some few ideas and suggestions, but happy to discuss them.
Thank you, Marlene. That's, I think, a broad overview of really all the elements needed. I was wondering, Tom, would you agree, or do you see things differently?
Yeah, I would very much agree with your, I think it was the first point, that public bodies should lead by example. So they should use the existing European infrastructure and see if solutions are available there before sourcing outside. So I think especially for Innovation Fund project, it should be a rule or a obligation to choose European alternatives over external alternatives if they are available. So I would definitely fully agree with that point, especially in the context of the wind energy sector, where some projects or some purchases have been made outside of the European Union, although existing alternatives were offered within the borders. So I think this point is very, very, I would very much support.
Okay, thank you. And now we hear from Konstantin on hydrogen. I'm sure you have a similar, different perspective.
You can maybe look, by the look on my face, that I've been looking forward to this moment since I got here. Let me start by asking a question to the audience. Put your hand up if you think made in Japan means made in Europe. I don't see one hand going up. The reason I say that is nothing to do with me hating on the Japanese. I love the Japanese, it's one of my favorite countries in the world. But the current draft regulation, the Industrial Accelerator Act, it basically says that made in Europe means anywhere we have a free trade agreement with that country. So I was really happy to hear the President mention made in Europe this morning. It was mentioned by Kurt as well. And my main ask is one, is that we stay true to the original intention of the Industrial Accelerator Act. European preference, made in Europe, that was the centerpiece. Basic concepts like, if we're pouring money, EU taxpayers, euros, into projects, then that money gets reinvested back into our economy and builds up our value chains. That's not a protectionist thing. That's about taking care of ourselves and becoming resilient, becoming more independent. So I respect Europe's commitment to global trade, multilateralism, but what's the point if we're the only ones that are playing by those rules? So I think one of my main messages is let's have the political courage to follow through and make bold decisions. Otherwise, do we just want to end up being the continent of promise that was mentioned again this morning? We can do it. I mentioned some figures earlier. We've gone from a gigawatt, or less than a gigawatt, of electrolyzer manufacturing capacity to more than 10 in 3 years. And this is just coming from my sector. So we can do it. The threat from China is real. We have the Chinese having more than 60% of global electrolyzer manufacturing capacity. And yet, I keep hearing from some policymakers, but there's no threat to the European market, or there's nothing that we see right now. So what, we should just wait for them to come in and then establish that there's a problem and then deal with it? No. We have to be proactive and take the solar experience as a lesson. So if we want Europe to be a leader in clean tech, if we want Europe to be resilient, if we want Europe to stand on its own feet and be a reliable partner to the rest of the world, be an example, then we have to start here. We have to build strong European value chains that are backed by real industrial policy that's made in Europe.
Thank you, Konstantin, for really bringing us to the core of the discussion on a very, very high on the agenda topic that was very clear. And then now, and what do you think? Again, I think you have also the luxury, but also the challenge of speaking loud. So we have heard a lot.
Yes.
What's your take or views on this?
First of all, very strong agreement with the things that have been said already. And maybe I'll just reiterate a few just to emphasize those. And so you've heard this as a theme, I think, through the things that I've said, is just, and some of the things that we've heard earlier in the day is government policies that actually help to build up access to affordable, clean energy. And so much of what we're doing requires electrification, but we're sometimes limited in the projects that we have because we don't have access to clean, affordable energy. So anything that helps build that up is important for us. The next is, I would say, a systematic approach to looking at the value. And so there are certain things that are already in place. And so for us, EPDs are one way to be able to say, as you were mentioning, do we have with data the materials that we're putting into a building, I'll say, are they low carbon? Do we have data on this? Can we support the claims that we're making? And so I think being able to put a stronger emphasis on having quantifiable data, so it's not, the phrase greenwashing, so that it's that people feel and trust in the labels that go into the things that are being used in their buildings. And then maybe a more general comment is a systematic approach to policies. And so I talked about how much we are looking at being able to reincorporate waste materials, reused materials into our process. And right now we have different policies in different countries. And so being able to, which really makes it a fragmented market when you're trying to pull those materials back in. And so things that we can do to make that a more homogeneous policy could be helpful. And I'll give one specific example, and that is that I've talked about gypsum, I've talked about glass, I could talk about insulation. And so if we want to pull some of those materials that are taken back from construction into another country, in some places they're categorized as waste, and they're not allowed to cross country borders. And so things that we can do to be able to allow us more simply, more easily, to be able to pull things across country borders that are important to us, that give value to us, that give value to our customers. So consistency in the regulations for that kind of thing would be very helpful for us. And so maybe just the last thing I say is more a holistic thing, and that is just that I think and it's a theme that we heard as well, is really policies that take money. I wanted to just add, it's just that for us as well, the Innovation Fund is actually a really important piece. The projects that we have are typically high CapEx projects. We've done a lot of research, a lot of development to get them to the point where we have confidence in wanting to build a larger scale plant. But it's a risk. It's a big investment, and so things that can help us take that risk through the Innovation Fund we see as being very important to us, and we are very grateful for some of the funding that we've received through the Innovation Fund. Recognizing also we see how competitive it is. And so I think as well, keeping money that's been allocated to different countries to support things like the Innovation Fund coming back to companies is important. So I guess the last thing I would say is just an overall sort of sweeping comment, and that is just that I think that the EU policies that we have should be actively supporting those companies that are investing, producing, innovating in Europe, and creating a level playing field for people who are in Europe, as well as being able to prioritize what I would say is industrial sovereignty within the countries and within the EU.
Point taken. I think it was a very also good recap of the entire holistic approach and framework that we need. Maybe I would ask, can I ask a follow-up question? I know it's a bit off record, like we haven't planned that, but I think I got inspired by Anne when she mentioned the Innovation Fund, and since you here are all beneficiary of the Innovation Funds and have experienced that, maybe if you wanted to share with the audience one lessons learned or best takeaway from your experience, generally speaking, or small details, I think I would be curious to hear your lessons learned from your experience with Innovation Fund quickly.
If at first you don't succeed, try again.
Okay, good point.
We tried going through the process for the first time when we became eligible. We didn't get it. We tried again, and here we are. It's a process. Would be nice to cut some red tape if we could, but we wouldn't be able to develop these new technologies that again reduce costs and bring down the complexity of projects. So without the Innovation Fund, we wouldn't be able to develop these new technologies.
Yeah, I would definitely agree with that, and I would also add, embrace the challenge. We are a small startup, and when we started the Innovation Fund process, we were really a small startup, and through the interaction with the different entities of the Innovation Fund, we learned a lot that is now becoming reality. So I think the Innovation Fund, like you said, even if you don't get it the first time, it's the questions the Innovation Fund is asking are questions that you're going to come across at some point. So it's a good preparation.
Good. So a lot of work, a lot of try again, as for everything. That's worth it fighting for.
Yeah.
Marlene, do you want to?
Yeah, so we are
from
not
external?
funded by the Innovation Funds, but yes, we have been analyzing a lot of the projects even and the sectors as well that are funded by the Innovation Funds. And until last year, we could see that there was a kind of technology neutrality, but not that much, actually. There were in some sectors really a choice as well on the technologies that would be funded by the Innovation Funds. And for us, the opening of the last call, for instance, or the last auction on heat electrification and development of heat technology, resistive, everything related to the electrification, also per temperature baskets, was very interesting. So to encourage all along the industrial or across the industrial sector the decarbonization. Adding as well the flexibility component as well to make it more resilient. So I really feel that more and more the priorities on the technologies, or at least on the different sectors that are supported, are opening up and are going into the right direction, actually, I would say. Maybe, the other point that we hear is, of course, the need to simplify, but I think this is in every corner now, but it's also the importance of supporting the development of those who respond to those calls, to the applications, like how to help them also create this business case, give some tips, give accompany and support those clean tech companies that need also to understand the European ecosystem a little bit to be able to apply. So that's, but for us, and in the last phase, I would say that will be very interesting as well to see how member states are actually reusing the ETS funding also alongside the Innovation Fund, okay, but how at member states level we are reusing also decarbonisation and in those innovative pathways. So that will be very important for the next phase.
Yeah. True, very true. Anything to add, Anne, or as you already?
Amen to the things that have been said. You might think we're a big company, but try again is also a motto for us. And I think maybe just a couple of comments, and that is that decarbonization is not just for the steel industry and for some of the big industries. It's really for many industries. And I think looking holistically at what we can do and where we can be impactful, and having priorities that include things that are maybe not the what everybody thinks of is important. And then maybe echoing off of what Marlene just said. Also, I think thinking about how the Innovation Fund can be used to go beyond proof of concepts and really embedding technology into Europe, I think is maybe an extended vision of how the European Fund could be used. And it's something we heard earlier this morning that we need to embed and not just do proof of concepts. And so if there was a way to really be able to support that embedding of technologies into Europe and to scale them, I think that could be important as well.
Thank you very much. Indeed, good and important point. So I think we are reaching at least the end. Maybe just a couple of sentences on my side to sum up. I have to say I ran out of paper with all the interesting discussion, but I hope that this last point was, thanks for sharing your takeaways, and I hope they will be useful for future applicant or current applicant. I would say my take from today's session is that, so enabling framework, we talked about how to create demand, extremely important role of the public sector. As a buyer, as a customer, everyone should do his share and play his role. The role that quotas or labels, EPDs can have, extremely important to drive demand. the crucial point about made in Europe, which is highly debated. We know that with Industrial Accelerator Act, we have, for the first time ever, proposed something that now is in the hand of the co-legislators, and our panelists are asking the EU to walk the talk somehow, I think. Then what else? It was interesting how circularity and recycling plays an important role in mitigating the risk of supply chain disruption. So as Tom was saying, my waste is someone else's resort, and we should really value and facilitate that. Creating European value chain, ecosystem, and working with network partners. I take also this as an important takeaway for business and policymakers. And finally, maybe I think someone mentioned in the end, sort of like the buzzword of the conferences is decarbonisation, matching it with competitiveness and independence, which makes it a sort of trilemma we are all trying to somehow solve, but also profitability, as far as I understand, important point. I mean, you cannot have red numbers for a green transition, sort of. So extremely important to add that on the picture. So that's all for me. Thank you very much for the interesting discussion. I will hand over to Sasha for next stage.
Vera, thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, really interesting discussion there. Please thank our panelists on stage. Thank you. Really nice, really nice. And actually, are you all happy if people approach you during the lunch break, if they would like to? Don't go near Constantine. He's like, yes, it's okay. A yes. But actually, I love the fact that you openly admitted, first time that you pitched for the fund, it's like, no, not going to happen. So yeah, it is. It's the try again, and just keep going. You will, I'm sure, Marlene, have dealt with lots of people who've tried, not been successful, and then have gone forward. I hope there's been lots of great takeaways there for you. This is all about talking to people and having those conversations. So as well as our panelists here on stage, please feel free to use the time now to meet and talk with other people, and particularly go around our Cleantech Hub. We've got lots of stands there, and actually it goes further than you may realize. So there's a whole area around the back, which I have assured them is not just round the back. It is all part of it. So once you find the Cleantech Hub, keep walking, and actually you'll find another food station round there as well. So these are the important things, right? Yeah. If the queue is too long at the first one, just keep walking around the Innovation Hub and you will find another food stand for you. Remember, we've got the B2B networking room downstairs if you want to continue any of those conversations. But the idea now is let's start talking and let's start planning to scale up more great ideas for the future. Ladies and gentlemen, let's take a break. We'll see you back at 1:30. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Oh, have you been? Delegates, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Good afternoon. It's good to see you again. Welcome to those who are watching us online. I hope you had a good break wherever you are watching us throughout Europe, or indeed actually throughout the globe. I know we've got some international guests this afternoon, so welcome. And welcome to you in the room. If you are just coming in, do come and find a seat. We have a few spaces down over here. A couple over here as well. And also welcome to you if you're in the listening room on the ground floor. I know there's quite a few people taking advantage of that facility as well. So if you prefer to listen to the stream in a slightly quieter environment, we have the listening room. It's right next door to the dedicated B2B meeting room. And actually talking of meetings, before we start again, a quick show of hands for me. Who has had a good, productive business meeting today? So far. Good, good. I'm glad, yes, good. I'm glad. I'm really, really glad. This is what today is about. And remember, you can also use the app to connect with people as well, if they've given permission to do so. So if you're with us online and you're thinking, wish I was there to go and look around the Cleantech Hub and meet people, well, you can also connect with people through the app where you registered for the conference as well. So lots to talk about. We've already talked about so much today. Very, very much about how interlinked the climate goals are with economic goals. I mean, that has been obviously the thread running throughout, and then looking to see how policy can support that. And I think we've had some really interesting conversations about an entire value chain and protecting and nurturing the entire ecosystem as well. Very interesting actually to hear about glass recycling. So many stories that we can take away with us today. And I think what we can do now is take away a really big story, because the speaker that I'm about to bring up on stage has got a fascinating team, a fascinating company. And I think if you remember some of the comments that were made this morning about a cultural shift, like we need to really embrace and go forward at speed, I think you might find some of those comments and sentiments echoed by our keynote speaker this afternoon. I'm not going to tell you any more about it. I'm going to let him wow you with his ideas on what they are doing. So, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome on stage from Dicycle, please welcome Joseph Cordonnier. Thank you, Joseph.
Yeah. So thanks a lot, Sasha, and it's a pleasure to be here to present what Directorate-General is building. I will have a few slides to present. But to start with, so critical chemicals are a strategic priority for the European industry. And behind all these industries, be it mining, energy infrastructure, pharmaceuticals, agriculture, consumer goods, there are critical molecules, such as ethylene, formic acid, or soda ash. But these molecules almost never feature in the public debates, so they barely appear in climate strategy speeches, and they're also not what people picture when we talk about clean tech or European industrial policy. And yet, all of them are the building blocks of nearly all our industrial value chain. And a critical issue is that the incumbent processes cannot meet the need we have for sovereign critical chemicals production. Most of these molecules currently are based on fossil fuels, and they are exposed to huge volatility. So the war in the Middle East created a huge move in the global market. So Brent moved up more than 40%, and there is no guarantee for stable feedstock price. In addition, all the European industrial supply chains are dependent on fossil feedstocks and exposed to that volatility. Moreover, it's not only an issue of volatility and high prices, but the supply chains are also subject to disruption as we see in the Hormuz Strait today. And that means that critical chemicals can be held back at borders, then can be rerouted. Other countries can import the resources that we need. And eventually, Europe is a price taker today, but also suffering from volume dependence. And the last issue is that the industry transformation that we expect and that Europe is driving requires to gain more economic autonomy across various sectors. So several European countries are pushing to develop domestic mining, domestic refining of critical minerals. We are building in the continent data centers. We are driving the AI shift, electrifying our industry and mobility. And all of these new sectors or developing sectors also create a demand pool for the chemicals like sulfuric acid or caustic soda. And therefore, we need to reinvent how and where we make all these critical chemicals. The political direction is quite clear, and Europe has taken strong stance over the last couple of years. In 2025, the European Commission has launched the Chemicals Industry Action Plan, and earlier this year, a Critical Chemicals Alliance was launched. But what does Direct Cycle do to move towards this sovereign chemical production? So we are developing a next generation electrified chemical manufacturing technology. So the platform that you see on the slides takes domestically available raw materials, such as industrial waste or emissions, including salts, carbon dioxide, carbon monoxide. We combine them with renewable electricity, water, and we produce the critical chemicals that many sectors need. And this enables us to defossilize the chemical production and to get independence from fossil imports. And there are two other advantages that are worth naming. First, because of the inputs of our technology and the fact that we can run with low carbon electricity, we are structurally decreasing significantly the carbon footprint of the chemicals. And second, our technology enables to have a very high selectivity in the production of critical mineral chemicals. And that means that we can replace the current fossil fuel-based processes, which requires multiple steps of production, with a very targeted production in 1 or 2 steps only. And this is also what enables us to compete and to be profitable or structurally competitive. So historically, when the company was founded in 2020, we started by developing one product line, which is the third catalyst you see here, converting carbon monoxide to ethylene. Now we realize that everything that has been developed can actually be replicated and reused for various chemical reactions. So by only changing one part of our technology, the catalytic module, we can actually work on multiple chemicals production, which includes, for instance, the conversion of CO2 to formic acid, which is used in various sectors, notably animal feed and ensilage in Europe, or converting salts that can come, for instance, from waste streams from the battery industry to sulfuric acid and caustic soda, which are chemicals used across a wide range of companies, including in the battery industry. So this can also be a circular story for that industry. And this is this platform approach that enables us as well to scale up and de-risk our technology. So we have the same hardware, different chemistry, different markets, and therefore we can have a portfolio approach of what we are doing, and we can unlock the addressable markets depending on the local conditions that exist in different countries or different regions around the globe. And in addition to this, this platform approach is not only for the chemistry of our technology, which is the core innovation, but also for all the systems that we developed around it. So just to give an example, we have developed over the last 5 years our own softwares which enables us to collect the data from all our experiences, analyze them, do some pattern recognition, and have some predictability of what will be the most useful or the most successful new materials to test. And to give a few numbers, in the last 3 years, this approach enabled us to run more than 6,000 experiments in our lab and to collect 18 billion of data points that are now a very strong basis for continuous improvement. So where we are now, after these 5 years of development, 2 key numbers of these slides. First, 1 square meter. This is the size of the electrochemical cell that we have today. And what is important is that compared to where the company started, this is a 2,000 times scale up. So this is not an issue with the principle. The principle is now in academic paper working with 5 centimeter square cells. But the problem was always how to scale it, and this is what we have now successfully done. This 1 square meter cell is the final industrial scale, which means no further scale-up is required. Now what we need to do is to stack the cells and to replicate. And we have demonstrated this year 1,000 hours of performance with that cell, confirming all the performances that we had at lower scale. The second number is 2028, which is when we target the first commercial productions for our initial product line, which would be CO2 to formic acid. And how do we get there? We still have a few steps. This year is quite critical to achieve a few final milestones. First, select the sites where we can collocate our electrolyzers. And given the development time we need to then connect to the grid, set up the engineering, work on the integration, we need to select the sites this year in order to produce in 2028. And we also produce this year and build in France our first commercial scale skid. And the goal of this skid is to have a mobile unit that will be a demonstrator that can be installed in multiple sites to test the integration of different chemical production pathways, so to produce ethylene or formic acid. This demonstrator will use the cell that we have already at scale, so it's just a matter of stacking a few cells, putting them on a skid or a container and installing them on site. And importantly, when we go to commercial projects, we also don't have further scale-up needed. We just take similar setup as this mobile industrial demonstrator and just replicate it in order to increase the volumes. And this approach also enables us to de-risk and benefits from the learning of the previous plan. So I was mentioning all the data we collect currently at our lab. The goal is, of course, to continue the same approach with the different plants that we are developing. So starting with a first plan for the product lines that are profitable at small scale, and plant by plant scaling up and addressing markets where scale is needed. And how do we select the sites for these plants? We target sites where we have first cheap low carbon electricity, which is our first or second largest single cost item for what we do, but also where we have infrastructure availability, and in particular, a suitable power grids, where we have demand for chemicals. The goal is to produce where the chemicals are consumed as much as possible and therefore also optimize the logistics, and where we have a strong policy push. And luckily, a number of countries in Europe, including France, have all these advantages. So to summarize, 3 keywords for our technology. We can be cheaper because the direct electrified pathway that we are developing replaces multi-step processes, and by slashing the number of steps, we can also reduce the capex that is needed. It is sovereign because we use at feedstock industrial waste streams and carbon emissions, as well as low carbon electricity that are all available in Europe. And third, we are cleaner, First, because we use waste as feedstock instead of relying on fossil fuels, but also because the only energy source that we need is low carbon electricity. So, moving to why Directorate-General is equipped to deliver that transformation. So the team currently has 35 people from 17 nationalities, so we're very international, and we're strong innovators. So we have tens of patent families, more than 50% of our staff have PhDs, and we have experience in cutting-edge research. And the two co-founders, Sarah Lamaison and David Wakeley, have worked 5 years on the technology in different laboratories before starting the company. But in addition to that, we also have experience in chemical technology scale-up with people who have worked, for instance, at Gaia Labs and Plug Power, moving from, I would say, laboratory scale to hundreds of megawatt hours of production capacity for electrolyzers, and people with industrial experience who know the operational, the commercial, and the financial challenges that are required for implementation. And in addition to that team that we have at Directorate-General, we of course built on a network of partners. So we need the European ecosystem in order to deliver our promise. And we have built over the last years, and we're continuing to build that ecosystem. So just to give a few examples, we have L'Oréal as a flagship industrial off-takers with whom we have a multi-year partnership to supply them with polyethylene. BPI France, the French public investment bank, is supporting us for the industrial demonstrator that will be installed on an industrial site next year. And we are working with Fluor, and notably with their office in Amsterdam, for the engineering and for all the balance of plants to make sure that the CapEx estimate we have and the overall integration in an industrial setup is following the world's best standards. And this is what we need as a European startup, not only an excellent team, but also a network of partners to help us deliver. Just one quick sentence on funding. We have currently raised, or so far, 26 million euros, mainly from North American investors. Sorry, you cannot see the slides. Including really leading cleantech investors such as the Directorate-General Energy Ventures, so Bill Gates Fund. But we are hoping, of course, that in the future rounds of financing, we'll also have European investors. Maybe to close, a few recommendations to make Europe win in this industrial transition. First, we believe that Europe needs to keep innovating, so supporting and rewarding the companies that are closing the gap between the lab and the first plant, because this is also the valley of death, so where most of the innovations are lost. Second, to de-risk the first industrial plants and first-of-a-kind deployment. When we discuss with industrial partners, we notice everybody wants to be the second mover. But of course, our second plant will already have multiple learnings from the first one, and the riskiest investment for us really is the first item. And this is where, in Europe, we have an excellent public ecosystem as well, with the Innovation Fund or the Clean Industrial Deal, that are all supporting this transition from laboratory to first-of-a-kind plants. And the third element is also to recognize in policy and in capital the move to sovereign chemicals production. And for that, we need cheap electricity, low-carbon electricity for industrial decarbonization, access to infrastructure, and also the recognition that the carbon that we are using, be it from biomass, being recycled carbon, carbon from emissions, is better and should be valorized better than carbon imported from fossil fuels. To close, a last word on why I joined personally Directorate-General. So I have spent a bit less than a decade at ArcelorMittal at the beginning of my career. So I have seen on the ground, both at the headquarters and in 3 industrial plants, the challenge is to decarbonize, to transition from blast furnaces, coal-based processes to electrification, hydrogen, circular economy. And then I moved to the OECD to see and to support industrial decarbonization from the policy side and financing side. And during my years at the OECD, I also realized that the ambitions that Europe was reaffirming were always stronger, but the industrial reality that many sites and many industry, in particular the chemical industry in Europe, were facing were diverging. And so I basically joined Dioxycle because I really believe this is a place where real chemistry, real engineering, real industrial discipline are all meeting, and this provides a way to have a profitable critical chemicals production that are cheap, clean, and sovereign. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Really, really interesting. It's fascinating hearing from a startup there. I've just got a couple of minutes for questions. So if you want to either raise your hand or you can use the QR code on the back of your badge if you want to submit any questions. You talked about cost parity, being cheaper.
Yes.
And, going through my mind straight away is you have to compete with the globe.
Yes.
Yeah. So, A, do you think you can on cost? And B, how are you going to do it?
Yeah, so that is, of
Is
course,
that really
a challenge.
unfair?
That is, of course, a challenge, but this is also how we select the product lines that we are working on. The first thing is we aim to simplify the current production steps. So really going from multiple steps of production to 1 or 2 steps of production really helps to slash the costs. That's a first element. The second one is that in our different product lines, some are extremely sensitive to electricity prices. Others are less sensitive to electricity prices and therefore more balanced in their economics. And the combination of those makes that some of our plants are also profitable even at small scale. And by saying small scale, I mean 5, 10, 20 megawatts of electrolysis, so investments of around 10 to 50 million euros. And that enables us, as we have an industrial platform, to not immediately jump into the giga-chemicals that are extremely competitive and where we really need scale, but to step-by-step de-risk our platform by going, starting with the product lines profitable at small scales and then iterate step-by-step.
And actually that sentiment echoes what we've heard here this morning about actually picking already what you know will work and then concentrating on that. I just want to ask you about culture, actually, because there's always a very interesting culture within startups. And actually, if you go and have a look at your website and you look at the values of the company, this is really interesting because there's a paragraph. I'm not going to read it all because some of the language is possibly not appropriate. But it says, you are in a race against climate change, working like there is no tomorrow. We invest in individuals we trust can fully own their mission. There are no drivers. There are only drivers here, no free riders. And I wonder, given everything that you've heard this morning, whether that is a sentiment that you think innovators need more of, only drivers, no free riders.
Yeah, I mean, we have to be ambitious. I mean, our goal is to change the way chemical products are made. So that really requires to be fully dedicated. Also requires also to have no ego. The project goes first. We can be wrong, but then we have to correct and improve continuously. And we're really indeed driven by the mission. So this is what matters to us. A last point maybe that I also mentioned with the infrastructure we have put in place and the data management, but it's also speeds. We are competing in that technology race with a number of startups currently, also industries, and this is a global race.
Yeah.
And our goal is to have not only European chemical production, but also to have a European technology that becomes the standard to be applied in other regions that are also oil dependent.
I think it's interesting that you said that when you fail and learn from the failure, and actually that therefore is not a failure. Love this question, just very, very, very briefly. Thank you for all your questions, by the way. Policy-wise, and this room, everyone in this room, what do you need to scale up and to thrive and to create that profitable, secure ecosystem that we've been talking about?
Yeah, well, we may need a number of things, but if we prioritize, I think the essential element for us is to have demand for our products. And to do that, mandates, for instance, recognizing all sustainable carbon sources, so be it biomass, recycled carbon emissions, are quite essential. And we have seen how this has helped, for instance, the sustainable aviation fuels industry move forward, identify projects, locate sites, reach final investment decisions. So creating this demand so that it's driven by the market and actually not eventually policy dependent or subject to changes in regulations is actually extremely important. The second element for us is to de-risk really the first plants. We believe that we will prove our technology, we will demonstrate it, and once 1, 2, 3 plants are built, we show that there is a new pattern or that there is a new standard to produce those chemicals. For the first plants, the challenges are much higher, so any instruments that rewards this, which can be carbon contracts for differences, subsidies, etc., are good. But of course, this requires to be a sustainable, profitable solution.
Are you happy if anyone comes and talks to you afterwards and has a chat? Brilliant. Yes. And maybe talks about another project in the future as well. Always looking forward. Joseph, thank you very much for talking to us.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Really, really great to get all that emerging technology. And what we're going to look at now are 2 examples of where you start to see industrial impact. Up close now with 2 Innovation Fund projects. And I'm very confident you're going to love both of these. Very different, but with that same ethos and the scaling up coming through. So, first of all, I'd like to take you to Iceland and have a look at how they're using geology and chemistry to capture and store CO2. So, delegates, please welcome to tell us more about it from CarbFix, the Silverstone project, Edda Aradottir. Edda, thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to be with all of you here today. I too have a few slides that I'll go through, and I'm hoping that the clicker will work. So my name is Edda. I'm the CEO of CarbFix, an Icelandic climate tech company that turns captured CO2 into stone underground in less than 2 years through our proprietary technology that is actually imitating and accelerating natural processes. And this is the chemical equation behind it all. And nature has applied this process for millions of years to regulate long-term CO2 concentration in the atmosphere. Because it's not just trees and vegetation that store carbon. Huge quantities are also naturally stored in the rocks beneath our feet. And in fact, over 99.98% of all carbon on Earth is stored through this type of chemical equation. And I typically carry rocks with me in my pockets, and these images are not AI generated, just you know, to be certain. So here we have basalt, and when we mix CO2 dissolved in water, basically sparkling water, and inject that into basaltic formations, this is what forms. This is calcium carbonate, stone. It's going to remain a stone basically forever. But in nature, this process happens quite slowly over geologic timescales. So what we asked ourselves was, can we speed up this process using science and innovation? And to answer that question, the International CarbFix project, which was a pure R&D project, was created in 2007, so almost 20 years ago. And by 2012, we were operating at the pilot phase where we were able to demonstrate breakthrough results that proved that permanent mineralization of captured CO2 can happen in less than 2 years by introducing our technology. And these results, they fundamentally changed previous assumptions about the speed and permanence of CO2 mineralization in rock, because we achieved in 2 years what nature does over thousands of years. And this was not incremental innovation. This was a true breakthrough that had the opportunity to completely change the risk profile of underground CO2 storage. Over the past 12 years, we have added to the scale of our operations, moved from proof of concept to commercial deployment, and throughout this period, we have received critical support from European research programs dating back to 2011 when we got the first grant from the FP7 program, and then subsequently we also received considerable funding from Horizon 2020. And I think we can very safely say that we would not be where we are today if it had not been for this initial support. Here on the slide you can see the Hellisheiði area, which is located some 20 minutes away from Reykjavik. And this has been our stomping ground from the very beginning. Our sister company, On Power, owns and operates the Hellisheiði geothermal power plant. It is the largest single-site geothermal power plant in the world and the 8th largest geothermal plant in the world altogether. It produces just over 300 megawatts of electricity and 200 megawatts of hot water, which is mainly used for district heating, which we desperately need in Iceland, at least during the course of winter. We began, following the successful pilot phase in Carbfix, we began partial capture and injection of CO2 and H2S from Hellisheiði geothermal power plant already back in year 2014. This was at a small scale, but already we were taking the next step following the successful pilot phase. People are often surprised that we can actually capture CO2 from geothermal operations, but these are emissions of volcanic origin. By 2020, our technology was ready for full-scale application, following not just successful capture and injection at the power plant since 2014, but also successful R&D campaigns that had resulted in optimization of our capture and injection systems and further understanding on the geochemical processes happening in the subsurface, and on top of that, advances in reservoir management and how we carry about monitoring, reporting, and verifying what is actually happening in the subsurface. So we applied to funding from the EU Innovation Fund for full-scale capture and injection at the power plant using our proprietary single-step water-based capture and injection solutions. And at full scale, the scale of operations amounts to approximately 50,000 tons of CO2 per annum. Of CO2 and H2S, we capture both in the same step, inject both, and both actually mineralize in the subsurface, but the majority of this amount is CO2. Our project, which was named Project Silverstone, got selected for funding, and this was the first CCS project to receive funding from the EU Innovation Fund. We signed the grant agreement in November 2021. That was during the peak of COVID, so the setting and the signing ceremony was quite different from what it is today. But we did sign the grant agreement and off we went towards project implementation. You can see the highlights of our project implementation here on the slide. Of course, this project, like probably most others in the Innovation Fund portfolio, involved many first-of-a-kinds, including a first-of-a-kind environmental impact assessment, first-of-a-kind permitting process that I'll come back to later. But in the summer of last year, summer of 2025, we reached the very happy milestone of entering into operations. And on the top figure on the slide there, you can see our Minister of Environment, Energy and Climate opening the newly built capture plant at the project's inauguration event in June last year. Of course, when looking, in retrospect, in the rear view mirror and presenting the project implementation timeline on a slide like this, it looks like we had a smooth sailing, but we definitely had our challenges. Both the classical ones that one can expect, cost escalation, more complex sourcing of material, and more vulnerable supply chains following Russia's invasion into Ukraine, and then aligning timelines between different parties doing various things in the project, etc. But we also had more unexpected challenges, particularly in terms of permitting, and that is something that we now understand is a common issue shared with a lot of the first-of-its-kind projects in the Innovation Fund portfolio. And to spend a bit more time on that. So we had to work very closely with legislators on both national level, but also European level, to navigate the first-of-a-kind permitting route that took from submitting our permit application close to 3 years to being finished. The issues that had to be resolved, they, not just by us, but collaboratively, they ranged from getting the Icelandic Parliament to adopt the CCS exemption into our Water Protection Act, to getting the guidance documents accompanying the CCS directive to remove certain ambiguities regarding subsurface mineralization, because this is, of course, a new technology, a new way of storing carbon. Along the way, we learned that even though we would not be storing CO2 that falls under the ETS system, we as storage operators, we would have to hold an ETS emissions permit, and not just that, but also adhere to the most stringent reporting requirements. And this is despite the fact that emitters, much bigger than we could ever become through leakage, from our injection systems and so forth, they could apply for simplified monitoring, but we couldn't because we are doing subsurface storage of CO2. So this creates a somewhat of a bizarre situation where there is no incentive for non-ETS emitters to capture their emissions. And in terms of the Silverstone project specifically, nobody was placing any requirements on the Hellisheiði power plant regarding their emissions if they would have continued to be just vented to the atmosphere. But as soon as they were captured, the power plant would be penalized, even if 1 ton of the captured CO2 got lost along the way of being injected. But in the end, we managed to fulfill all requirements placed on the Silverstone facility, and we became the first European operator of a fully permitted onshore CO2 storage facility. And I think this goes to show that we do not just need innovation when it comes to technology and scale up. It is just as important to have an open mindset when reviewing and adjusting legislation and policies to support industrial decarbonisation, because inefficiencies and too much red tape, they add to cost and reduce competitiveness. So where does this leave us today? Well, Carbfix has developed a proven and certified proprietary technology that has competitive advantage when it comes to permanency, safety, affordability, and scalability. We leverage globally abundant geology that can store way more CO2 than ever needed for decarbonization. And just to close off, I just briefly want to mention some additional projects that we have also been working on while implementing Silverstone as well. This slide provides an overview of additional carbon management projects that are currently being operated and matured in Iceland. Since 2021, we have, together with our partner Climeworks, been operating storage as a service in relation to direct air capture for projects Orca and Mammoth. There we put great emphasis on verification, third-party validation, and issuing the highest quality of carbon credits. We have, since 2022, been demonstrating at a small scale transport in one country, capture in one country, transport to another, and there we also provide storage as a service for CO2 captured in Switzerland, shipped to Iceland. And the latest project in our mix is collaboration with the heavy industry in Iceland, where we are embarking on a journey for a new on-site capture and storage project involving capture from ferrosilicon, and we hope to start exploratory drilling at that site later this year. And these projects, they aren't, just a set of one-off projects. They provide the foundation for a platform that can be replicated globally. And that is exactly what we are working on, replicating both our on-site capture and storage models, as well as hub-based models involving transport from one location to another prior to injecting CO2 for storage. And thereby, we are supporting our mission of significantly contributing to climate recovery through competitive decarbonisation of society and industries. And with that, I would like to thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Thank you, Edda. Thank you. Nice to see David Attenborough up there. Look, that was really interesting, but you answered the question that I was going to ask you about whether you are limited purely by geology, but you're not. You say, if you can find the right locations, there is more than enough of the geology to actually capture what is needed.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely, and we leverage abundantly, found formations around the world. You can't find basalt sand and related rock formations everywhere, but in many places, on all continents, majority of the ocean floor. And as I said on the slide, the capacity to store CO2 is way more than ever needed for climate action, and that's just for our type of storage. Then we, of course, have the more traditional way of storing CO2 as a supercritical fluid in different geologic formations. So absolutely, there is more than enough. So it's an engineering task to actually capture the CO2, get it to the right location, and safely store it.
Yeah, I love the timeline that you presented of actually how long it took, even though you knew that it was going to work. It was that breakthrough, but then that's how long. And when you talked about permitting times, I'm sure every single person in this room went, yeah.
Yeah, and this project is really as simple as it gets, and it took 3 years. And given it was a first of a kind, but it's really important that when we do it the next time as a simple project, meaning that we're just at the same site capturing, storing CO2, so very simple value chain, we need to see serious reduction in the timeline that it takes to get to the permit.
Yeah, that's a really, really clear message, Edda. Thank you, because once you can do it, and if we're talking about scaling up, it's scaling up at speed. That's the important thing. Edda, thank you so much for coming along and also bringing your samples as well. It was lovely to see the rocks. Edda, thank you very much. Thank you. So we've got some really interesting examples for you, and another one now. This is an industrial solution. He's coming to the stage already. Brilliant. Again, I will say not too much, but this one is about recycling to give you intense heat and actually tackling some of those areas that industry is struggling with during the transition. Jan Hubert, over to you.
Thank you. Let's see if the clicker works now.
It's behind you. I think if you just move it back, there we go.
Yeah. I think it does. Why am I here today? Because Europe has a problem, we think, as a company, and that problem is decarbonizing heavy industry. I think we are a long way in terms of decarbonizing mobility, but when it comes to decarbonizing industry, there's still a large majority that is running on fossil fuels. Especially for high temperature heat, the technical solutions, alternatives are rather limited. But also, even if you have technologically viable, let's say, solutions, they still need to be practically implementable. And of course, when you look at, for example, electrification or the implementation of hydrogen, you are bound to infrastructure limitations. We, as a company, are established in the Netherlands. The Netherlands has a big problem in terms of net congestion. So even if you could technically implement electrification, e-boilers, you're limited by the possibilities of the grid, and those are really limiting implementation in practice. This is, of course, also the case for hydrogen boilers. So you need to be connected to a grid. The grid has to be there. It's more not than that it is for most industries in this case, but especially decentralized industries, local industries, they are really struggling with infrastructure limitations. Well, even if you have infrastructure available, of course, the sources also need to be available to you at your site. So, for example, when you look at geothermal, it's a very good solution when it's available, but it's not always available. And specifically, again, when you look at high temperature heat, the challenge becomes also technically limited. If you look, for example, at e-boilers, the general consensus is that everything above 500 degrees Celsius is economically not viable, and you need a huge amount of power, electric power, to decarbonize basically that through electricity. And lastly, it was already mentioned, permitting. Of course, permitting limitations. Again, as a company coming from the Netherlands, we have very strict nitrogen oxide permitting. That limits a lot of hydrogen implementation, but also biomass, sustainable biomass implementation, simply because of these emissions. We, as a company, are working on basically a new alternative, what we call iron fuel. Oh, that was a bit too fast. Let's see if it plays now. No. Well, we'll just do it with this one. So the basic premise of our technology is a circular process using basically chemical reduction and oxidation of metals as a source of high temperature heat. So we start with an initial batch of iron that we can source from the scrap iron market, and we bring that to a boiler system. This is part of the technology that we have developed in order to combust this iron in a controlled manner. By combusting this iron, we get a flame of roughly 1500 degrees Celsius, so it's a high temperature heat, and we can use this heat to basically fuel all types of industries in the form of steam, hot air, hot water for district heating. They're all basically all applications that are imaginable with natural gas could also be implemented here. From the combustion of iron, of course, the main premise is that it's CO2 free. There's no carbon in the fuel, hence no carbon dioxide emitted after combustion. And the only residual product that we have is rust, iron oxide. This iron oxide we collect and we bring to a centralized reduction facility, which is the other part of our technology. And at this production facility, we can regenerate the iron oxide using a sustainable hydrogen source, and then we can combust the fuel again. So not only is it CO2-free combustion, but it's also a circular, no-waste fuel. Let's see if it works now. One way to look at it as well is to see the iron fuel, the iron powder, basically iron in powder form, as a battery that we charge and discharge in different locations to basically get rid of the limitations that the grid has to basically solve that problem. So our technology, we can deliver a combustion or heat with zero direct CO2 emissions, but also very low nitrogen oxide emissions. It's even much lower than natural gas combustion. So what we see in practice with our customers is that we can, if we replace a gas fuel boiler, we are perfectly fine with permitting. It also fits within existing infrastructure. So our boiler system is a plug-and-play system. We have, for example, if you look at steam applications, there's a steam pipe coming out and we need some electricity for lights, that's it. So we are actually in the replacement market. So we are not changing anything in the local infrastructure. We're just replacing gas fuel boilers with our boiler. Now coming to our Innovation Fund project, as I said, our main business model basically is selling iron fuel boilers to customers, so they replace their boiler. And with that boiler system, we also sell a fuel contract. So we supply the iron fuel and we collect the iron fuel again. And the iron is reduced in a centralized location, and that's where our Innovation Fund project is concentrating on. So we have a centralized production facility in the port of Antwerp, where we supply roughly 40 megawatts of thermal capacity boiler systems, roughly 8 modules at 8 different customers, to decarbonize their heat. And the Innovation Fund project is focused on the regeneration of that iron fuel using a low carbon hydrogen source. So what does this mean in terms of impact, let's say, from a technology and industry perspective? We are mainly focused on the sectors that are having a hard time right now decarbonizing. So we are not so much worried about the large industries in centralized ports. We are mostly concerned about the decentralized industries because they have very limited options at this point in time. We also want to enable these companies because these are usually family-owned companies. They don't have a lot of, let's say, capital to completely rechange their entire production processes, so we want to keep the change as minimal as possible. From a climate perspective, we expect to reduce around 700 kilotons of CO2 in the 10 years of operation, supplying roughly 244 gigawatt hours of CO2-free heat. Of course, the key message being in a circular manner. Lastly, from a more societal perspective, we of course want to keep European industry within Europe. So that's what we hope to contribute. But also, we are developing a completely new fuel. So we are also working on developing complete new value chains. We have around 200 plus suppliers, component suppliers that all do a different part in our technologies. So there are completely new value chains there. What does it mean? What does this mean for us? We, as a company, I think we, since 2015, there was a first academic paper on this concept. The company was founded in 2020. We are currently at the pilot scale. So we have a megawatt boiler system operational today, supplying heat to homes in the city of Helmond in the Netherlands, roughly 500 households. And this innovation project basically enables us to scale that up to the commercial scale that we need for market implementation. So this is really key for us. Also for our investors, we have a strong investment consortium. Pension fund PGGM is the lead investor at this moment. And they, of course, having this contribution from the Innovation Fund really de-risks their contribution as well. Well, as I said before, the value chain that we have set up here really allows us to implement what we have been working on for the last few years to get this into practice. So it's been a tough road, but the key to our work. So yeah, after Alpha 1, that's of course our first project, and we don't intend to stop there. So we currently have around 40 customers more in the pipeline. The commercial interest is very high. We have a very large amount of letters of intent that we collected from very different types of industries. And we also want to optimize our technology for different applications. We are currently focusing on steam, but as I said, we also want to look into hot air, so other types of applications. And from the production perspective, let's say the fuel production perspective, we are currently exploring 10 additional sites across Europe, but are also looking at abroad, outside Europe, for energy import on a larger scale. Mostly because iron fuel is a very compact energy carrier. It's very energy dense. It's also very suitable for energy import and strategic storage. In summary, our project, we really want to contribute to industrial competitiveness. We believe that there is not one holy grail in decarbonization, so we are also not the holy grail for decarbonization, but we do think there is something missing in the decarbonization puzzle, especially for industry, and we try to solve that specific gap. Second, we are focusing on energy resilience. The key point for us is local. So we try to connect the dots and keep energy production inside Europe, and also allow us to store it in a local fashion. Lastly, we also want to decarbonize at scale, because this Alpha 1 project, as I said, it's 244 gigawatt hours per year, and for us that's the smallest scale that is commercially viable. So we're not nearly there yet in terms of the potential of the technology. Because in the end, we want to work towards 1 gigaton per year. Thank you.
Thanks, Jan. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Really, 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 really interesting. Just talk to us about the cost, though, because yes, I heard you say it's retrofitting. Mm-hmm. So when we're talking about CapEx, that's not going to be quite as of a wince for the small industrial client. Mm-hmm. But how does the cost compare to traditional boilers, if I can put it that way? And I fully appreciate one of the reasons behind this is that actually moving away from what can be a very volatile pricing structure. Correct. But, you know, how does it compare for your overall OPEX?
So what we decided along the way, we were part of the Breakthrough Energy Fellowship from Bill Gates, and you get 1 minute, of course, then it's done with terms of time with Bill Gates. And he said to us, never mind the green premium. There is no green premium. It doesn't exist. No industry is willing to pay extra. So you need to be cheaper. Otherwise, it's never going to fly. And that is still today the main premise of our, let's say, offer to customers, is that we cap our price on the natural gas price. So we promise them, that's our promise, you're always cheaper off with us than with natural gas.
Will that be sustainable in the long term?
Yes, it has to do with pricing structures and hedging. I'm not going to go dive into too much details from the contract side. But the main issue for us is hydrogen, of course. We need a sustainable hydrogen source, affordable, sustainable hydrogen source, because that's around half of our operational costs. A single unit is hydrogen purchasing. As long as we can achieve that from a European perspective, then we're good.
Yeah, and it's been really interesting actually to see everything and to understand that you're starting with the smaller industrial stakeholders first, and the decentralized ones, which are finding it so very tricky in the transition. Jan, thank you so much for telling us about RIFT and the Alpha 1 project. Thank you. Thank you. You know, it's fabulous to have a great idea, to have an idea like some of the ones that we've already heard, but to have an idea and to scale up, yes, you need the permitting, you need people understanding and believing in you, but you need the money. You need the investors, you need those coming on board that have the finance, right? That's what you need almost from the very beginning. So how do you de-risk projects? How do you de-risk investments and make sure you have the right finance in the right place as well when it is needed? That's what we're going to discuss now on this stage with some people who have worked their way through that conundrum. So allow me to introduce our next set of guests for mobilizing private investment and bridging financing. So please welcome on stage, and I'll bring them all on together, Baptiste Buet from EIT InnoEnergy, Thomas Garcia Moreno from BBOR, Loire Davrio from Société Générale, and Robert Sproit from ING. Come and join us. And then moderating for us today is Irene Galbraith from the European Investment Bank. Please welcome our guests. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, and good afternoon. Yes, so my name is Irene Galvez. I'm the head of the Cleantech Growth Capital team at the European Investment Bank. And I will have the pleasure of moderating the session today on mobilizing private investment and bridging financing. Indeed, I think that there is a lot of expectation on us on how we can help all of these innovations becomes an industrial reality for Europe. And it is because, as we've been hearing, the transition to a net zero industrial economy is no longer primarily a technological challenge. Increasingly, it is a financing and a scale-up challenge. Across Europe, and we've just had these wonderful project presentations by many other awardees in the room today, we see strong innovation pipelines, we see ambitious industrial projects, and significant public support, including the one that is offered by the Innovation Fund. Yet many clean tech projects still struggle to move from that demonstration phase to commercial deployment and ultimately to that FID, that financial closing, a final investment decision milestone. The central question is therefore not whether simply there is enough capital out there. The question is, how do we structure projects, allocate risks, and combine public and private financing in a way to make projects like yours, looking at RIFT, bankable. So please stick around for this panel session today, those of you here and those online. We will try to be concrete, right? We will try to be focused. We will try to cover topics around how technology, construction, market, and policy risks are assessed in practice, what de-risking tools are actually working from, again, our perspective, how blended structured finance are evolving, and what is still missing that we'd like to see to help projects reach that FID and scale commercially. We have a fantastic and very curated panel representing different angles of the financing ecosystem. We have project development, we have commercial banking, transition finance, and industrial financing to answer all of these questions. So before we dive into the discussion, I'd like to invite each of you panelists to please give us a very brief introduction, who you are, your organization, and one sentence. We're going to have loads of time, by the way, and we will also allocate questions at the end for the audience. But just let's begin short with one sentence, where you currently see the biggest financing challenge in clean tech. Who would like to take it up first?
Shall we do it in a row?
Rob, let's go.
Let's go. So my name is Robert Spruit. I'm heading the EMEA team for Sustainable Solution Group in ING Bank. And what we do is to help our clients to translate a sustainability strategy in their financing strategy. I'm also part of the LMA ESG, so the Loan Market Association ESG committee. And what we do is, for example, the transition finance labels we work on. So we have published a guidance document on that. So not only to mobilize capital, but also to give it a label and to have further incentives. And I'm also part of the European Bank Federation Transition Finance Expert Group. And what we do is we work on bankability of industrial decarbonisation and new technologies. And that is the purpose of that is to really co-create with the European Commission and with industry parties to make something bankable.
Okay.
One sentence. It's a tough one, right?
Biggest challenge.
I would say the biggest challenge is financing the gap between the high investment costs required for the transition and the certainty of cash flows, which are coming from the uncertainty of demand. And you said it's not the case, but the green premium, what we see in the market, we see definitely there is driving the lack of demand. Is it one sentence?
It is, and it's wonderful because it's going to give us a lot of food for thought for the panel. Thomas. Thomas.
Thank you very much, Irene. I'm Thomas Garcia. I'm part of the advisory group within BBVA, which is a global bank based out of Madrid. And basically, we are committed to sustainability as one of the, let's say, the major drivers of investment of our generation. No? And with that, we see it as a big opportunity for us to support that transition. Right? When we come to the question, no, what is the biggest challenge? No? And I think resonating to what Robert mentioned, no, is about what is the business case and the risk allocation across the different members of new value chains, because this is efforts that are not, let's say, allocated to a specific sector within the economic, let's say, system that we have. No, it's about creating new value chains that are interconnected, and how you allocate the risk among those to be able to, let's say, break the inertia of not doing nothing. No? Because at the end of the day, depending on the different sectors, there is competing uses for the same capital. No? So where do you use that capital? And there is different incentives across the different stakeholders, and how you make sure that you are allowing those so everybody wins and everybody is willing to commit the resources needed for this.
And there were only commas, no dots, right? So
yes, and that was unfair. I asked you for a sentence. That was great, but we're interested in you unpacking some of those statements later during the panel. Very good. Laure, over to you.
So I'm Laure Davrieux. I'm working at SocGen, Société Générale. I'm part of the energy, mining, and industries team. So quite broad scope, and basically we're covering several verticals across energy value chain, of course, green mobility, I would say, and as well industry decarbonisation. And basically we cover all type of products, so advisory, but as well financing, and a lot of the clean tech would actually fall within our team. To answer in one sentence to your question, I think usually bankers are creatures of habits, to put it shortly. So I think one of the key challenge is going to find balance, or find a new balance in terms of risk allocation, risk understanding, and as well, which might mean more or new cooperation within the private sector, but as well with the public institution, and how do we work collectively to find solutions to finance.
Excellent, thank you. Baptiste.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Baptiste Buet. I'm the director in charge of public affairs and access to public finance at InnoEnergy. For those that do not know InnoEnergy, we are an early stage investor in clean tech. We've been an early mover in that space. We started 15 years ago, investing in clean tech startups that have the ambition to industrialize their first plant in Europe. We have today 150 companies in portfolio, and we keep on investing and supporting those companies reaching the scale and their ambition to industrialize. We are active across energy technology value chains, so you would probably hear some of our most famous investments in the battery value chain, such as Vercor, Gigafactory in France, in solar, Holosolis also in France, but also in industrial decarbonization with Stegra in Sweden and other successful names. The challenge, I dare put a figure on this one. I think it's been estimated that we have hundreds of billions scale-up finance gap in Europe for clean tech. So that's the challenge we have to solve, also collectively. as Laura rightly said. And I think what the answer we need to answer is how, the partnerships, across industry, but across also public and private investor, is mobilized, this type of efforts collectively to solve this gap or bridge this gap.
All right, so there is a lot of ground for us to cover ahead. We heard about the challenges, so we're perhaps going to, divide the session, the panel, into 3 different blocks to keep you all in tune of what we're trying to discuss. So the first one, we heard the challenges. However, let's look at what's working, right? Let's begin, and there is enough. I think we've said that we're not going to be pessimists here in Europe, but we're going to look at what is actually working. There's been a lot of progress done. We're then going to assess, why some of the projects still struggling to reach FID, and then we're going to finalize with what Baptiste was mentioning. What else do we need to do? How do we fill that gap more effectively, having looked at what's available? So. We are seeing parts of the clean tech ecosystem mature significantly from a financing perspective. It's not all gloomy out there. So I'd like to begin with Robert. If we look across net zero technologies, some sectors, and what comes to mind is EV charging infrastructure as a good example, are increasingly attracting commercial bank financing and private capital to scale. From your perspective, what financing structures or market conditions have worked particularly well in enabling this, I would say, graduation of this segment to that financing stage?
Now, EV charging is a good example, I guess. It all boils down together towards an element of cash flows and certainty of cash flows. And it is kind of a layered cake how such a market is developing. So it first starts off with balance sheet support. That's step number 1. So if you want to scale a market. And that's also what we saw with EV charging. We saw big utilities and car manufacturers, so OEMs, investing or sponsoring these kind of projects. So we saw Ionity, they raised 700 million of capital, so equity in 2021. And did a round thereafter in 2025, around 450 to 600 million of debt. Syndicated banks stepped in. So that means that you get ready into the banking market. Mm-hmm. And that is backed by a big OEM, so a car manufacturer. So that is the big and the easiest and the first step. The second step is to scale, if you're already there and you want to scale. And that has to do with what we saw in the EV charging market, is that there was a portfolio approach. So there was quite a diversified pool of charging stations. So not a single asset, but thousands of charging stations. And on the back of that cash flow, you saw that banks could be comfortable also on the data to scale it further and to help it to scale further. And the third one is then you get more into the infrastructure side, where you have just a ring-fence amount of assets, and you have a contract with, for example, municipality, etc. I have to say that on EV charging, it's a little bit different compared to other technologies. For example, on your technology, there are really strong incentives. So in 2035, we have obviously clear that we have only net zero tailpipes. So can be sold, new vehicles. And next to that, you have the alternative fuel infrastructure regulation, which required an X percentage of charging stations along the highways in relation to the amount of cars, which are electric cars, which are on the road. So there are clear incentives, and that really pushes the market forward.
Taking note for regulation and demand incentives, not looking at anyone. So just a quick reflection before we move on what you said. So in terms of, we're talking about, what market conditions or financing structures sort of got projects over that line, that bankability line. Is the real breakthrough ultimately technology maturity or revenue predictability?
Yeah, it's obviously both, but if you really want to scale, it's revenue certainty. Otherwise, it doesn't work. So you can have proven technologies, but if there's no demand and no incentives, then you're nowhere.
All right, very clear. So, Laure, we're still talking about what's working today. You work on the different verticals that you explained. They're all highly capital intensive industrial sectors where financing challenges are considerably hard. Do you see lessons from these more mature sectors that you've been financing that can realistically be transferred into areas like batteries or mining or industrial decarbonization?
Yes, I think you're right. I think it's helped us get a sense of the priorities, the direction that we should take in order to secure the financing and to get mature markets. I think we can list a few of them. I'm not going to spend too much time on the offtake, but really is going to
Robert is going to cover it.
I know he's going to cover it. So, but really, completely agree. At some point, it's the first priority again because it's capital intensive. It's required long-term return. So basically, being in a position to provide some certainty on cash flows is going to be the absolute priority. I think the second one. If we look at those mature industries, ultimately it's not about, and I think you briefly mentioned about this, it's not about avoiding all the risk, but more a matter of risk allocation. And I think this is where there is some work to do, and I'm saying I think the commercial banks and different private institutions can definitely work on this, how to ensure that the risk is taken by the party which is the best position to manage it. And along with this work on the risk allocation, there is this financing structuring, meaning how do we ensure that we have the right level of covenants and so on, just to ensure that we develop a financing that works as per the risk allocation that has been done across the different parties. So I think this is something that is not specific to mature market, but that we know is going to be key and that we can start working from now for these clean tech projects. Very briefly, I think the third one would be how we can get more standardization. I think we know that the capital will flow if we can work on I would say an asset class, meaning something which is somehow repeatable. I was telling you, bankers, creature of habits, this is true. That we need to get some benchmark, basically understand that it's not a bespoke financing, but something that can be replicated over time and on which there's this portfolio effect on this, you can easily flow capital. And the last point, I think, which is going to be a nice transition to the rest of the discussion is, we know in mature industries, it has not always been the case, and there have been the role of public finance. If we take the example of the renewable energies, at the very beginning there were subsidies, feed-in tariff, and then it evolved over time to something which was more pushing the risk to private institution with, I don't know, for instance, more a competitive auction, and then banks being in the position to take some merchant risk. So we know it has worked in the past, and so there is a way to find how we get finance and public finance in those clean tech industries, just to ensure we can get this funding from now. So if I may say, the risk here is to expect all those kind of maturity in these clean tech sectors, which is not possible. I think ultimately what the best lesson learned is within the commercial banks, the financial institution for mature market, there is a setup that works. We have front officer, we have risk department, we have, I don't know, in-house engineer, all together being in the position to assess the risk and to find a structuring solution to get the financing. What we try to do at SocGen with what we call this emerging leader initiative is actually to develop the same framework, but simply for us to be there a little bit earlier and not to wait for the projects to be perfectly bankable and to be perfectly mature for us to participate in the financing. So concretely what it means is we have a dedicated envelope. It has been announced during a capital market day. I think it was back in 2023. It started with 300 million, and it's growing over the years. And basically, within this envelope, we have the framework internally within the front officer, but as well with our risk department, to be in the position to take a little bit more risk, but again, to be in the position to be there earlier, in particular for small and medium enterprise that we know will be key for the energy transition, and to bring some solution, in particular to finance working capital that we know is very important during this scale-up period. So this is what I think could be a good lesson learned.
Absolutely. So I think that we do see and hear some recurring themes emerging. We are hearing about the need for strong regulation, demand signals, scale aggregation, standardization somehow, a creation of a new asset class, visibility of future revenues. But I think that what we're seeing as well is that the banks here represented as well are moving the ranks a little bit. So it is very much, I would say, a proactive reach out to these emerging innovators in bringing them into what used to be the more traditional financing, and you providing that bridge in a way within your own institutions. All right, I think that is not an understatement to say that projects still struggle to reach FID. Baptiste, at InnoEnergy, you guys, and I've seen it firsthand from the EIB, you're building new industrial ecosystem and champions from scratch, really. You're going really early and help build and grow the company. From your perspective, why do so many promising clean tech projects still struggle to reach industrial scale and financial close?
So let's maybe take a concrete example. I mean, clean tech companies, they're very different, but we can find some commonality still. But we can, to start this discussion, we can take, for example, the example of a battery cell maker. You can stop in time and imagine a startup that has a pilot line running and financed, but has to take a huge step towards building a gigafactory. So they're financed for their pilot line, they don't have revenues, but still they need to mobilize a heavy capex to secure the land, complete permitting, finance engineering studies, secure access to power, contract their first equipments, start pouring concrete, build a team, hire. So it's extremely capex intensive. They are moving from a financing of tens of millions to a financing that will be about billion or a couple of billion euros. And they do not have revenues. And the time to revenues is also quite long. So the lead times to commercial profitability is quite long. So what it means is that the conjunction of those risks, the time to revenues and the lack of finance creates let's say a second valley of death. We know very well the first one. So it's about supporting companies, solving the technology demonstration phases, and there is a lot happening in Europe to solve this, first valley of death. But the second one, which is a scaling up challenge, is extremely difficult still. It's difficult because of lack of capital, because probably a lack of culture in Europe in terms of risk, growth capital, access to growth capital. There's not so much of a market or an offer for that. So this is really one of the reasons why many are still stuck at this stage. And the more they're stuck, the less chance they have to actually make it to industrialization and scaling up, because they need to still fund their teams, and this cannot last forever. But some have succeeded. And so I think we also need to learn from the success cases, as Laure said, to try to build experience and share the solutions. If I stay in the battery world, one of our portfolio companies named Vercor, it's a gigafactory. They've enjoyed support from EIB at venture debt, but even later, at project finance stage, they've enjoyed support from the Innovation Fund. And what we see as a success factor is that basically it's about, and I said it in the beginning, it's about partnerships. what Verkor has done very early on, is that they've brought alongside them industrial partners that are going to be their suppliers, but that are also going to be their off-takers. They've brought a breadth of, say, financing solutions, and across their journey, it was always a public-private partnership. So Irene and the venture debt team, you came up very early, but the knowledge you gained in Verkor probably facilitated the decision to come up with the debt later stage for the Gigafactory. So my message here is that, of course, it's challenging, but we know that what we need to solve, of course, is the partnerships around those projects, but also a kind of continuity in the level of financing to avoid the stop and goes in the project, because this is what is very detrimental. And for that, but I think that will come a bit later in the discussion, we need to consider or reconsider the role of public finance to actually accompany the private investors, catalyze them for the most relevant projects, and make them happen.
So if I did really, really good points, so if I understand correctly, you've argued somehow that de-risking in a way needs to happen even much earlier than some of the very later, the stages of the revenue predictability. And that there is still that gap between the early stage public support and the large scale sort of first of a kind. That is mostly the access to growth capital, but also the ability to build an ecosystem around the project that is been trying to get developed. Yeah. Right, so there is a lot to advise companies on that ground. Thomas, you sit at the interface between all of this conundrum, the project sponsors, the public programs, and the lenders coming from the advisory side of things. So when companies come to you, to BBVA, seeking finance and support for industrial decarbonization projects, what are the most common weaknesses that you see in terms of bankability or financial readiness?
So I think it's basically 4 things that I could argue are key. No? So one is the cash flows. No? The cash flows, what is the business case, what is the price and demand for the final product of the value chain again. No? So batteries in itself are nothing when you don't look at the electric vehicle demand, no? Or EV charging infrastructure. So it's all about building on that demand and prices, right? So therefore, it's about offtake if you are fragmenting those value chains, or it's about building, let's say, vertical integration around those value chains. No? I mean, through number of cycles of investments in history, we have seen that big technology transformation are driven by integrated value chains, not fragmented. If you start fragmenting those value chains, then you need cross-collateral situations, where somebody needs to back you up if you don't deliver on your commitments. And there is a role, if we go for a more fragmented view of sectors, allocated to public sectors. Warranties, floor prices. We are seeing now in critical minerals a very heated discussions about those niche metals that are needed for defense, that are needed for permanent magnets, that there is no liquid markets on those. It's not copper, it's not aluminum. And therefore, there is a need for having certainty on those prices beyond the volumes, right? So that is first risk category. Second is about everything related to regulatory or permitting. Regulation can affect demand, can affect prices, but at the end of the day, if you need to build up a factory, if you need to build up a CO2 storage, if you need to build a hydrogen production complex, then you need permits. Permits that are, as we were discussing before, fragmented across the different administrative bodies. So you have the European level, the national, the regional, the local, and sometimes they are not fully having a clear alignment. What is the goal? No? And they have different incentives, different interests. No? Again, public funding, public instruments can be catalyzer of that. No? It's not the same if a developer goes alone or if that developer of a particular project goes with a catalyst fund or the European Investment Bank or any other instrument to support that, because give certainty to everybody, also have some sensitivities about what is the key hot buttons for each of the stakeholders. No? Then we have everything related to technology. I think there things are moving quite fast. No? There, what we like, no, from a, let's say, capital formation is more on looking to proven or a phased development. No? So you have a first phase that is fully equity funded, typically, no? And therefore they can bear the risk of failing. And there we can talk a lot about European capital union, no? Was discussed this morning, no? How appetite for risk, and resonating to what Baptiste just mentioned, no? How there is a more appetite for risk at certain stages. And then once the technology is the risk to a certain scale and has been proven to certain throughput or aspects, then there is a phase when the technology risk is more limited. No? And therefore, the bank, which at the end of the day is the citizens' money, what we manage, no? And we have the entrusted responsibility to not make you lose your deposits and your savings, are getting in. No? And that part is when, let's say, in that phase approach, investing heavily on the equity side, on the initial development stages, and then allocating the debt financing more on the latest stage is critical. No? And the fourth aspect is about more execution and construction, no? Which is another key typical risk category in this type of big developments. No? And there, having strong partners, no? As Baptiste was mentioning, and Laura, no? Is critical. No? How those contractual frameworks are solid, are relying on trust, on credit-worthy counterparts, completion warranties. We have a whole set of aspects, no? That can ease that. No?
So, yeah, I think that was really comprehensive. I think it gave us a full picture on the analysis that I could even see the investment proposal report. So, talked about, and we always say that building a first of a kind is not a one single risk. It is really a myriad of different risks that come together in different weights. But definitely, I think that we can all subscribe and agree to what you're saying. I had in my notes here, demand risk is kin. And that is indeed, I think, the first one to begin with, who is going to actually buy your product? And then everything else as well that you said. But thank you for that. Robert, I want to come back to you on something that you mentioned earlier. You talked about green premiums and cash flow mismatches. Can you elaborate then, complementing to what Tomás was just telling us, how banks, how ING think about financing projects where the economics are fundamentally dependent on a future green premium or future market conditions? How do you underwrite? How do you get comfortable to underwrite that uncertainty?
Yeah, good point. Maybe also good to tap into what has been said. So Laura, you said also on the envelopes, right? And Thomas, you said also on the position of banks. I think for the audience, it's also good to note the position of banks. We want to take more risk in essence, but we are the holder of the savings accounts, the depositors. So we have a fiduciary role to play in the economy. So we can take a specific amount of risk, but at the end you need to be repaid. So that is just like a mortgage. If you have a mortgage on your house, you need to be repaid. So you can create envelopes indeed where you take a little bit of more risk. You can take equity positions, like we have in Inno. So very happy with that. But at the end, the regulator is saying, okay, if you do that and take more risk, then you also have to hold more capital against that, which makes it costly for the bank to do so. And then the shareholder is saying, okay, this is too costly to put your equity against. So that is the reason, the core reason that banks are sometimes perceived a little bit as risk averse, but also the ecosystem we operate in is also driving that. So coming back to the point on that financing and the philosophy of we have to be repaid at the end, it boils down again, what I already mentioned in the beginning, is certainty of cash flows. Mm-hmm. So if you look at the green premium, the question is, who is paying the green premium? And if you look at transactions or projects in the market, like ArcelorMittal received billions of subsidies, but at the end it's still laying there, given the fact that they said, okay, we're not going to deploy it, given the fact that we don't see the demand yet for green steel. We see it in terms of sustainable aviation fuel. A lot of announcements, really a lot of announcements, but FID, close to zero. Mm. And the reason for that is that the e-fuels, for example, the eSAF, sustainable aviation fuel made from hydrogen and electrification thereof, is too expensive. It's 8 times against the price of jet fuel, so super expensive. So if you bring that back, what really needs to happen then to make that investable, because we see it's not about the bank case, it's about the investment case. So in sustainable aviation fuel and green steel, we see those projects not coming up to speed because the business case doesn't work. So it's not the financing, it's the business case that doesn't work yet. And therefore, what I believe needs to happen is that we have to create a business case around it. So first of all, if you look at sustainable aviation fuel, like what happens in the car charging industry, you see that electrical vehicles are mandatory, only zero emission tailpipe is allowed from 2035. Can you do that with aviation? I would doubt it, but you have blending requirements, and this is the first step, right? But it goes very slow. So if you look at these plants of sustainable aviation fuel, they are super capital intensive, so super expensive to build. So if you want to build such a thing, you need to have a kind of certainty that you can repay everything you've done to build that facility. And it accounts for, I think, a lot of investors. If you look with the aviation companies, you can say, guys, you have to pay the premium. But they are in a super competitive world, global world. So in other words, they cannot pay the premium. The margins are super razor thin. So I would say the most important element Europe can focus on is the contract for difference. And the contract for difference works as follows. On the one side, you have that producer who needs a lot of money to build. On the other side, you have the off-taker, who cannot pay a big premium. And what contract for difference is there's a public entity in between, and they are sitting in between the contract and paying the difference. You could argue, okay, but it's a lot of money, right? But if we look at, and it was already mentioned by you, I think, on the SDE++ in the Netherlands, that's exactly the same how it worked. And in the UK, if you look at offshore wind, that worked because you had a contract for difference with a double auction structure. So people could bid for it, and you get to the best price at the end. And you could argue, there's a lot of subsidies, but I would say it's a short-term pain and a long-term gain. Because if you build those industries, you build jobs, you have new industries you're going to create, and you build an economy. Where you're going to recoup it as Europe, you're going to recoup it. But then you deliberately need to make a choice that you make those investments.
I would indeed argue that for that we need to be focused. I think that was some 100%. Of the questions, because it is indeed a significant investment in the long-term gain, as you were saying, at a very heavy public sector subsidy support. So I think that focus would be the strategy for the public sector to decide which industry we want to build, and a bridge to competitiveness and resilience, right? We want our industries to be competitive worldwide. And then for the rest, bet on technologies that are faster, better and cheaper, I think, with no green premium at the end of the cost down trajectory.
Yeah, and it's really a choice of Europe. So, and I think it's a strategic choice. And Europe made that selection already by providing the Industry Acceleration Act. So there are two components to it. It's one, drive down, and the other is build up. Drive down is the current industry that we want to drive down the emissions, right? So reducing the emissions. And but we want the industry to grow significantly in Europe because we want to make it a part of the GDP. And through that, we have, for example, we create value chains, we have job creations, and also independencies in terms of energy. So, and that is also big on the agenda. And the second leg is to build up, right? So build up is clean technologies, which we want to build. So we have to make a choice. And if we make that choice, which we already did, then we have to say, okay, we go full out. Because if we want to lose dependencies, and that is already, we want to create dependency, I have to say, and be dependent on nations in Asia, for example, for batteries, for solar panels, then we don't do it. And we keep on building it. And if we want to keep on buying from other nations, we can, but that means that we are super heavily dependent. So if we want to create an industry here, drive up and build there, drive down and build up is already there, but now we have to execute.
I completely agree. Right, so you already mentioned one of the elements that are the contract for differences that can help bridge that gap more effectively. Laure, SocGen, you've also worked extensively with public guarantee structures, including in partnerships, also in institutions like EIB, where we are collaborating on the working capital guarantee instrument to deploy across in Europe. Which public instruments are currently proving most effective in crowding in commercial capital? Because I do want to make a point that that's what you were saying. If a company is not investable, it is not scalable.
Yeah.
So I agree.
I think first we need to make sure that public instrument is there just to be a catalyst, and I think you mentioned this earlier, and not a substitute to private funding. So meaning we need to see this public instrument as dynamic, meaning it needs to change over time, and I think it needs to be combined as well. I think you mentioned the guarantee scheme, and indeed we have this memorandum of cooperation with EIB, and I think it's definitely a very powerful instrument. I think going back to what is a success or what is a lesson learned from the mature industries, I was mentioning this risk allocation as one of the items. I think this guarantee scheme clearly works in the sense that it's allowed to have a risk-sharing mechanism that can work as well for private institution. To your point, I don't think this is what will make a project bankable, but I think what will be very important is to scale the financing, meaning commercial banks or private institution needs to be first convinced that the project will work and can actually repay the debt. But once it is, I think the guarantee scheme is definitely helpful to bring much more capital in the project and in the financing. So clearly a very powerful tool. I think the second one, you mentioned blended finance a little bit earlier, and I think this is the key word that we can see as well from EIB. Not only the venture team, but as well the project finance team. And I think we have a good example of that for first of a kind. You've been mentioning Stegra, you've been mentioning Vercor, Northvolt as well, where we've seen EIB playing a key role and being there among commercial banks. and very often commercial banks were there also under a guarantee scheme. My point here is very often guarantee needs to be combined with public funding, for instance, through EIB or through mezzanine financing, for instance. And one of the key roles of EIB being in the financing is also the signaling effect, meaning banks will be confident that somehow the risk allocation will be balanced, because the EIB is very good at structuring a project, so it's a way to just give comfort to commercial banks. And earlier we were mentioning standardization. I think EIB is as well playing a key role to set precedents that can help as well build future financing. And the last one, I think completely agree, it's revenue support mechanism. Just again, I think we mentioned this importance to give confidence in terms of long-term cash flows. And I think one of the key, enabler as well that we could get from a public institution, public finance is definitely this kind of contract for difference or any scheme that can help give the comfort on securing cash flow over the long terms.
Wow, that's quite a shopping list. Taking notes, of course. Thomas, just maybe as an add-on, as a complement, where do you see that this blended finance generally makes or break the deal, and where does it still fall short? Maybe briefly, because I'm looking at the time and I want to wake up the audience for questions coming up to the bankers here. So maybe.
Yeah, no, so I think on the riskier part, so the riskier the venture and the riskier let's say, the step in the value chain is, the more need for blended structures to share the risk with, let's say, a counterparty that can bear that in a good position. No? I was a bit jealous that you mentioned the warranty scheme of the European Investment Bank with SocGen and not BBVA, but happy to make my commercials here.
It's actually, for the record, it is a program that is open to all commercial banks in Europe.
Yes.
So I'm looking forward to also having an MOU with BBVA and ING. So no, it is actually, it's a pan-European instrument. It's not exclusive. And we're very happy to work with all of you dedicated teams on this. So open invitation to...
We already have it since February with you. So.
Excellent.
So that is my point. No? So the riskier the business, the venture, the more need for catalyst or let's say blended structures. No? To one point on the CCFDs, no, which is a revenue support mechanism. No? I think one aspect here is that some of these support mechanisms, let's say, don't be shy of over-retributing. So it's best that we ignite the machine rather than being shy and being, let's say, short of incentives to deploy capital, and then we can short it, no? From a regulatory standpoint with a clear cost parity pathway and another mechanism. But at the beginning, if we are shy in retributing to the first movers, it's going to be, let's say, other best uses of their capital instead of committing resources to a venture that is quite risky, and companies may have another use of their resources.
Yeah. And maybe one comment, you said CCFD, and it's a carbon contract for difference. And I see that just as a small part of the cash flows. If you, at least if I'm talking about contract for difference, I would say really that mismatch between demand and supply, because it's just scratching the surface, the carbon contract for difference. And I'm not saying you are alluding to that, but just want to create clarity as well. When we talk about contract for difference, it's really that mismatch, the total mismatch.
So I want to bring it sort of back to the last question, formal question of the panel. I want to bring it back to ecosystems and to Baptiste. In your approach, And I've been witnessing this firsthand through our collaboration. Corporates and the involvement of corporates carry a significant weight in scaling that early de-risking in the industrial cleantech companies that you are helping to build. What would be a better financing ecosystem look like for industrial scale cleantech deployment in Europe?
So corporates, so they're not in that panel, but they are so important, as you said. I mean, you cannot imagine a cleantech startup succeeding without corporates alongside them. They're going to be either the suppliers, either the off-takers, but they are going to be there. They're either on the supply or on the demand, but they will be there for your battery, for your PV panels, for your electrolyzers, whatever. At InnoEnergy, or engagement with corporates is pretty broad, and we will have some corporates as our own shareholders, and so we expose them to a pipeline of opportunities. We bring them as co-investors early stage, mainly through their CVCs. We also try to entice them to becoming, let's say, the first off-taker for a demonstration project, for a pilot, so that also credibilizes on the market the solution. But last but not least, we try also to bring them as solid volume off-takers for those projects. So it's easier when they're investors, of course, because they know the company and they can also impact on the technology development and the strategy, so that the project is really fit for them. So the earlier, the better. The most difficult challenge for a corporate is, of course, to go to that stage where they become volume off-takers for a cleantech, from a cleantech startup. Right? So, and I think I'll come back to the discussion that we started already. On the one hand, you need to bring private finance earlier on at growth equity, but on the other hand, you need to build public finance later on. Public finance is very good at innovation stages, but we need to bring them to that stage where they support the corporates as off-takers. So you've mentioned contract for difference, CCFDs as well. What I'd like to mention as an improvement of the financial ecosystem or the system is production support. That's the later stages where public finance comes in temporarily to bridge a competitiveness gap for a product. So the Commission has rightfully proposed that for the next budget. It's extremely relevant for cleantech manufacturers, and it's important to mobilize the adequate budget for that. What does that mean? That means that when a battery manufacturer or a PV panel producers wants to sign an offtake agreement with an offtaker or corporate, in that case, a utility or automotive OEM, then they get a compensation for a price gap with the market. And that compensation is brought in output-based. So you don't get the compensation if you do not deliver your product to the customer. And that's extremely important to unlock off-taking agreements earlier on, when you can have some kind of certainty that your price will be compensated and will not have a severe impact on your off-taker. So that's probably one element of improvement that we could bring to the system. Of course, that's the next budget, because today is not possible. But we need to push this discussion to the bottom, to the end of the budget negotiations, because this will make a very significant difference.
All right, so Commission colleagues, and you're also taking notes out there. There is a lot that is being, I'd like to mention as well the Scale-Up Fund to cover some of that growth capital, very significant and precedented effort from Europe, actually, to crowd in this growth capital in later stages of this company to help bridge that capital fragmentation in the markets. We hear the need to focus on revenue support mechanisms, CFD, output-based production, revenue top-ups in a way. So there is a lot of there, but obviously the need to focus on the one hand, and also the need of partnerships on the other. I think it's very clear that projects that succeed are those where public and private actors collaborate early. I think that's one of the messages that we can take away from the panel. The structural risks from the outset as well, and that have that financeability into projects from the very beginning. So the way I like to call it is that they don't just speak English, but they speak Banglish, from early on. So with that, we've got 5 minutes. Please, at least if we have any questions from the audience. If we don't...
Really, really interesting. And talking about finance accompanying along the way as well, I thought was really interesting. If you want to ask a question, remember the QR code is on the back of your badge, and we do have lots of them.
I would say we have a coffee break afterwards, and then maybe you can also address questions.
Yeah, absolutely. If you want to come and find anyone, as you've very kindly now volunteered all your panellists to have a chat afterwards, definitely.
Am I not kind?
What I would like to know, I think so many questions from the audience, but just actually one just to wrap up, and if we can go down the line with literally just one very short sentence. If you had one piece of advice to the whole EU community or to the Commission rather, one piece of advice to the EU Commission on how to mobilise private investment, what would it be? And just one wish.
To the European Commission.
Yeah.
That short sentence is bothering me to say it that way. Can I say 3 things? Just quick. Okay, I already talked about the strategic choices. Let's start with that. We made a choice, and then we need to commit. We have to execute. So take those projects which you believe in are relevant for that strategy, take them through the toddler phase by fully committing. And we saw it in battery factories, for example, we didn't do it. We left it to the market. Secondly, if you want to scale it further, bridge that price gap, and then you were able to scale. The examples are there. Offshore wind worked.
So bridge the price gap.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Thank you. So my single answer would be over-retribute to the first movers. So make the grid do it work. So capital goes for the users that make the most out of it. So if you want to make the change, don't shy away from over-retributing to the first mover that are taking the risk. And progressively, the cost will come down, and then you can cut off those, let's say, exuberant subsidies. No?
So almost reward those first movers with the trust by actually sort of like taking on that risk profile for them.
I fully agree with everything that has been said. So I will try to be different.
You've got to find something else now.
I think I would say listen to private investors for being very impactful. We don't have that much public funding. We need to be clear on budgets and on choice. So I think is how to ensure that we make the best of public funding. And I think for that is indeed what's the signal and how we can then increase as much as possible private investment into those kind of projects. And indeed, what you mentioned here is one of the solutions for that.
Yeah, it is about talking and the communicating and the understanding as you go through. Yeah. Baptiste.
I think I'll give an answer that is non-financial. I think because at the end of the day, capital is one thing, but you need to leverage all other signals that can incentivize demand for EU-made products. So all of the discussion now on EU origin requirements, EU preference, made in Europe incentives, and the mandates to keep a very strong climate ambition in Europe, matching EU production is extremely important for investors, and we need to keep that stable.
You said that it was not financial advice, so you're talking about some other incentive.
Yes, I'm thinking about any policy regulatory signals that will incentivize the purchase of EU-made products. It's extremely important.
Yeah. And that's actually, that's a cultural thing as well, isn't it? Sort of thinking about it maybe in that way of that made in Europe first. Yeah.
It's cultural, but it's political, I think, rather.
Fair enough. Do you want to add anything to that?
Listen, I feel the question is about the self-request as well, because we are the EU bank. But I'm gonna go for it. So my single request to myself, ourselves, and the colleagues of the European Commission.
Can I just say that maybe some in the back didn't realise this, but you were looking at your team at so many different points of this, going, "I'm taking notes. Are you?"
Well, of course, I'm listening. This is the public service that we have. We need to take notes, and we need to respond to the demands of the ones that are actually carrying the heavy weights. So my request to ourselves, and I'm looking at the CLIMA team actually here, two with whom we work really closely, is to focus. I think that we have no time to lose, and we don't have a lot of resources to spare. We are in the middle of a huge crisis that we have not had the time to really delve on, but focus the resources where it matters, so be more laser focused. And at the same time, let's make it easy for those coming up with projects to access our funds. Mm-hmm. Let's do an exercise of simplification and avoid fragmentation when it comes to accessing public funds. There you go. I hope I'm not getting myself into trouble, but I had to speak the truth. So with that, thank you so much. It was such a pleasure having you in the panel. And I trust that we will continue in our discussions and our very close collaboration outside of this room, one scale up at the time. So thank you and good afternoon.
Yeah, thank you very much, everyone. Absolutely, one scale up at a time, but at speed. Thank you so much. Thank you. Brilliant. And remember today, supporting those innovators, looking at the right market conditions, but bringing everyone together. So please, yes, do go and speak to any of our experts, any of our panelists. And for those who are watching online, remember you can use the app to contact those who've said that they're happy to be contacted as well. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a very quick break now, and I'm going to stress that it's very quick because we have a really interesting conversation coming up. We have Commissioner Hoekstra speaking to the former US Secretary of Energy, Jennifer Granholm, in 15 minutes. So please be back in the room for that. Do you remember at the very, very start, we said we were talking about Europe market conditions and global conditions? It's that conversation we will have next. So back in the room in 15 minutes. Thank you so much. Thank you.
You don't have a sound here. No, but you're at the other side. I think mute. It's like confusion. No, it's okay.
Yeah. So your time of day is on this monitor down in that corner. It's a little clock. Sorry. All good? Yep, we're all mic'd up. Brilliant. Almost there. Hello, good afternoon. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome to those who are joining us online. Thank you very much for making that a very short break. We have talked about so much today. We just had that fabulous conversation about finance and de-risking investments, ensuring that it's demand-led, all of that we've just covered. We've had the policy frameworks running throughout. We've had incredible examples of clean tech, both at the proof of concept and both at the scaling or starting to scale as well. And if you remember back to the very, very beginning, one of the things that we said we would talk about is the competitive side and how Europe should sit or could sit or does sit within that whole global competitive framework, that incredibly competitive world that we are living in at the moment. And as I'm sure you'll understand me when I say changing world as well. And actually, I was just thinking back to something that the President said at the very beginning, that she said, "You are proof that Europe can lead the industries of tomorrow." Well, I think our next question is, how is that going to happen, and what do we need to put in place? So let's look at Europe now as a leader in a global context. And I'm really pleased to introduce our next two guests. I will move slightly out of the way so that hopefully we can see them in just a moment, because joining us, first of all, we have the Commissioner for Climate, Net Zero and Clean Growth, Wopke Hoekstra. Hello, you can obviously hear us.
I can hear you loud and clear. Very, very good to see you.
Fantastic. Thank you so much for joining us. Thank you. And then if I look the other way as well, I'm very pleased to welcome the former US Secretary of Energy, Jennifer Granholm. Jennifer, can you hear us as well?
I can hear you also. Hopefully you can hear me.
We absolutely can. And thank you both so much for your time this afternoon. You are now live to the room here in Brussels and several hundred people online. And I know you've got a lot to talk about. So I will get out of your way, let you have the conversation that we all want to hear. And Commissioner, I'll let you start. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. And let me start by thanking all of you in the audience for being with us today. Would have loved to be there personally, but as I was already explaining to the Secretary, one of those interesting things we have in Europe, that we meet in Brussels, but then occasionally we also meet with the College and with Parliament in Strasbourg. So that is why I'm physically here, but mentally very much with you. Delighted, absolutely delighted to have the Secretary here with us. And I have to confess to you that she and I already a bit embarked on the conversation because we're both so hugely interested in this whole transition, and we're so convinced that this is really about pushing the frontier of the future, if you will. So Secretary, truly delighted to have you. Great honor and a great opportunity.
Great, thank you so much. Thanks to everybody who's there, and thanks for the opportunity to come and to at least talk about what we learned and what may be helpful, at least on your end. And I just have to say, I apologize, I'm wearing a patch on my left eye because I had surgery on my left eye, but all is well.
Thank you very much, Secretary, and again, delighted to have you. Even though we are very much aware it is much earlier in your time zone than it is here in Central European time. Maybe to dive into the questions. One of the things that was in our view, but I think also in the American view, truly a game changer that you and the president were responsible for was, of course, the IRA. But if you unpack that and you look at the type of policy measures that made most of the change, pushed the needle forward the most, and then maybe also what Europe could learn from that, what sticks out from your perspective, and what would you advise us to do?
Yeah, I mean, for everybody who is a policy nerd and who wants to see what actually works, I mean, really the Inflation Reduction Act was quite amazing. I say this as the former governor of Michigan, which is an auto state, and we were involved in heavy manufacturing. And when China entered the WTO and we had NAFTA, et cetera, we saw the outgo of so much manufacturing, so much jobs, and it was like a scar on us. But we didn't have a federal, we in the States didn't have a federal partner. This is what I think, you know, you all have to figure this out because you don't have a federal system. But in our way, there was no way a state could compete, for example, with China. We didn't have the resources to be able to do that, to level the playing field. So it was like bringing a knife to a gunfight for the states. When Joe Biden came in, and he also had that same sentiment because he came from Pennsylvania, he's a manufacturing state, he wanted to attract manufacturing and get some of those jobs back for the middle class. And the area that was the most primed to do this in, of course, was in energy, because all of the projections were that energy investment was going to go through the roof and the private sector was really going to benefit. So, but why would they locate in the United States if it's so expensive? So a lot of work was done into what would really make us competitive against China. And so the Inflation Reduction Act, there were actually 3 bills that were part of the economic stool. One was the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law, which was largely grant-based. The Inflation Reduction Act, which was largely tax credit-based. And then the third was the CHIPS and Science Act. And that was really to invest in fab facilities for the AI revolution, the chips, et cetera. Those 3 things. But the Inflation Reduction Act, I would say, was by far the most effective because it was so broad. And what it said to people, as I know many of you know this, but that if you come and you manufacture a clean energy product in the United States or you expand in the United States, you'll get a 30% tax credit. What a lot of people don't realize, and that's a refundable tax, that's a transferable tax credit. So what a lot of people didn't realize is that it was stacked. The incentives on top of it were stacked. And again, industrial policy, you can get too cute with it if you over-architect it, but the bottom line is if you located your project in an energy community, meaning an energy community that was transitioning away from fossil fuels, you got another 10% on that 30% tax credit. So now it's a 40% tax credit. If you pay prevailing wage and you use domestic content, there was another 10%. So you could get a 50% tax credit on your project. That made it irresistible for companies to decide to locate in the United States. And as a result, since the passage of the Inflation Reduction Act till December of 2024, when the Biden administration was leaving office, we saw almost 1,000 factories coming to the United States or expanding in the United States, building just the clean energy projects. A lot of that, 450 of that almost 1,000 were in EVs, EV batteries, EV assemblies. So it was amazing how effective it was, at least from my perspective. I mean, it was really something. My little Michigan, we got over 30 or 40 factories coming as a result of the Inflation Reduction Act. So it was a great lesson in what kind of policy works. And I will say that one other thing, can I just say, is that part of this, there was a supply side strategy, right, which were the tax credits, but there was also a demand side strategy. So working in tandem, if you got a tax credit for purchase of an electric vehicle, a $7,500 tax credit, and the manufacturers had tax credits to be able to build, that worked in harmony with one another. So demand and supply met each other, and that was extremely extremely effective. And we also had tax credits for other things too, like, sustainable aviation fuels, et cetera. And all of these tax credits, of course, as you know, have subsequently been altered. Not all of them, but a good number of them. And that has had its own ramifications.
Thank you, and truly very inspiring and amazing what you have done, even though indeed some of these things will be cut short because of decisions that have been taken thereafter. And that brings me maybe to the second question. You and I, and I'm sure everyone in the audience, whether they're from Europe or from the US or from elsewhere, are absolutely convinced that going clean tech is the way forward. And yet, what is also true is that no matter what way you look at it, there is pushback. There is significant damage, if that is the way to phrase it, to the transatlantic marriage. And I meet many folks who are in clean tech or in industry and want to become cleaner that wonder how this changing political landscape actually influences them. So if you were to advise us, or maybe us, but also companies in the US, what to take home and how to make sure you can actually continue to move the needle, what would your advice be?
Well, I would say for us, because of the rise of this MAGA movement and the push back against renewables in favor of fossil fuels, obviously there has been a significant undoing. So let me just say this. The initial thought was the Inflation Reduction Act would create so much investment that it would be difficult to undo, right? And I would say 80% of the announced factories were going into red areas of the country, which suggests that, people will be hired, they'll be invested in keeping this factory open, and they won't be undoing the tax credits that got those factories there. We were wrong. Why? Because one, the Inflation Reduction Act was only 2 years, and a lot of the announcement, it takes a while to get an announcement in a factory. And so consequently, of those almost 1,000 factories that I talked about, the vast majority of them had not started hiring yet. They had announced they were coming, perhaps they had purchased land, maybe they did a groundbreaking, but very few ribbon cuttings, at the end. And so consequently, we didn't get it in the ground fast enough. And we didn't, and so therefore the durability of the act did not sink in. But the second thing I would say is that we didn't do a good job in advertising to people on the ground in those areas that this was coming. Even if they hadn't started making hiring decisions yet. Billboards, on the ground canvassing, letting people know that thanks to this act, they didn't connect the dots. Thanks to this act, this factory is coming and someone in your family could get a job here. I would totally redo that to make sure that people understood where this was coming from so that we could have this be more durable. In the United States and all around the world, there's, obviously a pendulum that swings. So I firmly believe that we will be back into saner hands in 2029. But nonetheless, how can any business believe that they can count on tax credits that they've made investment decisions based upon if they see this pendulum going like this and like this? And so creating durability on the ground is really important to give those politicians permission, if you will, to follow the crowd and to support the policies that are putting their people to work. Really important. There's one other thing that I would say too. People assume that the one big beautiful bill, which is what amended the Inflation Reduction Act, the OBBB, that it undid everything. And it didn't undo everything. What it did was it created cliffs for when the tax credits would stop being available. And so in June of this year, at the beginning of July, one of the first cliffs happens, or I'll say in a series of cliffs, it happens. And what happens is the tax credits for renewable energy projects get cut off. But if you began your project, if you moved dirt, if you made some significant purchases in furtherance of that project, then you are safe harbored. And that means you will be able to be eligible. Consequently, ironically, under this administration, because developers are rushing to be able to qualify, there's been a boom in clean energy projects. So by the end of 2024, we had put 60 gigawatts of clean power on the grid in that 1 year, which was a record. Now the projection is that this year it'll be like 78 gigawatts because these developers are rushing so quickly to be able to qualify for the tax credits. So the irony about that is those cliffs really do kick people into action, and that is what's happening in the United States.
This is definitely an irony we're going to embrace, and I very much agree with you also on your point on predicting or predictability that I think we as policymakers always need to give to business, and also the reflection on selling the opportunity is, I think, absolutely spot on. Particularly because we typically tend to think that Americans are much better at selling the opportunity than we are. So if you are already self-critical, then well, that means that's definitely something that should be on our radar. If maybe a quick process question to the chair. Do we have time for another question that I could ask?
Yes, please. Yeah, please do, because this is a fascinating conversation. Carry on.
Okay, very good. And we can also do the longer version as far as the secretary has time. But it's I'm gonna try to not completely derail the conference. The secretary, one other thing that I think would be hugely helpful to understand for us in the audience. Of course, there are significant commonalities between the US and Europe, but there are indeed, as you already indicated, there are also significant differences in terms of our setup. You are a federation. We are a set of nations that have indeed transferred some decisions to a European level, but many, including those on taxation, not. So if you take that as a given and something we will probably not be able to change anywhere in the very near future, and you would need to advise us, Cleantech companies or policymakers at a national or at a European level, to do one thing that would dramatically move the needle, that really would make Europe the home of clean tech, what would that be?
Mm-hmm. I would say, could you, as a confederation of independent states, have an agreement among each other that you will each pass a tax incentive package that's similar, everybody, doing it in their own way, but similar, so that the continent as a whole becomes irresistible? Is there a way? I know that there have been discussions about this, so I'm not naive that, as you guys were considering what your responses were to the Inflation Reduction Act, there were a lot of conversations about that. And I know there's concern about poorer nations not being able to keep up with other nations, and you want to have equity, et cetera. But to the extent that you could harmonize your tax credits and really stack them up against what it costs to manufacture in China. I mean, China really is the benchmark for everybody, right? That I think is really critical. Obviously, every region of the EU has its own area of expertise. Some have a manufacturing base, like Germany. I mean, some have a really strong manufacturing base. Some obviously have huge opportunities with land and sun, like Spain. I mean, there's just every area. Offshore wind in one place, sustainable aviation fuels in another place. I mean, every area has its area of expertise. But to have a common threshold of tax credits that levels the playing field, I think that would be something worth pursuing, even though I know it's extremely difficult to get agreement among all those countries.
No, I think that is fantastic, and also a huge inspiration to us to, no matter that it is hard, to indeed try.
Can I just say one other thing?
Yeah, please.
This is the time to strike, only because, I mean, there's a lot, I do a lot of work with companies, and they're trying to evaluate, where am I going to expand? What makes it easy for me to make this decision? places that have demand-side strategies, not just supply-side strategies, make it easier, obviously, for companies to decide to go there. So if you have, if the EU has tax credits, or the countries in the EU have tax credits for installation of solar, or installation of, or purchase of EVs, et cetera, those make those location decisions much easier on the part of those who want to have access to the market. I know there's a lot of sovereignty issues that are being discussed right now, and manufacturing sovereignty, supply chain sovereignty, energy, obviously, sovereignty. I just think that being able to work on the demand side as well as the supply side is really important.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. And by the way, it is interesting that you mentioned this specific example, because indeed it is different than just a generic clean tech tax rebate. But if you look at the cars example, that is precisely where those member states who have advanced the most in electrification, that's exactly the policy mix that they have applied.
Yeah.
Whether Denmark or Sweden, or to a lesser extent the Netherlands, it has always been resetting the parameters, and then both companies and businesses will follow.
Can I just say, well, there's one other thing I would add to this, is that I do think the EU reputation for permitting is as bad as it is in the United States. And so whatever you can do on the streamlining of permitting, having, a shot clock, using AI, whatever it is also incredibly important. You've got to, like we do in our advanced air regions, you've got to combat a perception that it's impossible to do business in the EU, and therefore we're going to India, or we're going to Vietnam or something like that. So you just you are all aware of that, I'm certain, but making yourself irresistible is not just a tax credit thing, but it's a policy thing as well.
By the way, we're just not just aware of it, we're also determined to end it. Because it is, and just cutting it in half is not nearly good enough. We're going to cut it in half, then in half again, and then in half.
All right, that's great. That's great.
Last question, if you would allow me, Secretary. And I'm transatlantic, and I have always seen this partnership as second to none, with differences, but with huge common interest with America and Europe. At the same time, I think the damage to the marriage is real. If at the same time, in this part of the work that we could be doing, if there's anything you would single out to still advance together in the domain of climate, clean tech industry, what would it be?
Well, I definitely think there is ground for partnering on groundbreaking technologies. So in our labs, in the universities, the shared, ability to have doctoral students, research in each other's places, I think that is absolutely a fundamental place to partner. I also think in some of these reach technologies like fusion, or, hydrogen has now fallen into some sort of no man's land, but there was a lot of work being done on areas like that through the International Energy Agency, et cetera. The ability to work on those sort of breakthrough technologies together and invest together is, I think, really very ripe. I mean, we're always going to compete on getting manufacturers to locate. Sure. That's just a natural thing. But there are certain over-the-horizon technologies and strategies that we should definitely be working on together.
That is extremely helpful. And in general, Secretary, this was very insightful. So we have tremendously appreciated you being with us. I'm very much looking forward to our next encounter, hopefully face-to-face, either in Europe or in the US. Thank you very much for being with us. And I'm also going to salute the audience, and Chair, hand back to you.
Lovely. Thank you so much. Former Secretary, Commissioner, thank you. And I have to say, I don't know whether the former secretary could actually hear the laughter in the audience at permitting. There's little part of me that does hope she did. Yeah, so many ideas, so many lessons there. I love this. Make yourself irresistible. This is the time to strike. And actually, really interesting comment that we heard from her, looking back at actually there was almost like a lack of education, although I don't think she used the word education, but when she was talking about social awareness of what the Inflation Reduction Act was doing or was intended to do. So that was a lesson she was going to take from her time there. What we thought we would do now is actually look at other lessons as well, other things that we can do, lessons learned from the Innovation Fund. If we now look at scaling and transforming industry one project at a time, what lessons can we learn there? So our final conversation of the day, to actually get into that and to understand what we can take from everything we've been talking about, please welcome my experts on stage to have this conversation. First of all, Peter Heinsberger from INEOS Energy. We have Tillin Server from Innovation Fund Project Bear. Come and join us. We have Lucia Paris from Innovation Fund Project Nemo. It's a Siemens Gamesa project. And Georges Thomas, President of Green Hydrogen Solutions at Gigascales. Come and join us. And to moderate this conversation, please welcome from CINEA, your moderator, Paloma Abbe-Gorote. Paloma, thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Sasha, and I'm very pleased to be here and still see that the room is full, even if we are at the very end of the conference. So I'm here, to moderate this panel, and I'm very pleased that it is with the Innovation Fund. CINEA, has been financing sustainability for now many years. We have 7 funding programs. We are financing what we call the full project cycle, starting with, ideas, so research and innovation, moving into pilots, also scaling up and deployment. And the Innovation Fund is what I would say one of our flagship programs. I suppose that by now, and after all this conference and many years that we have held, that is financed through the revenues of the European Union emission trading system, and we have a budget that should reach around 40 billion around 2030. What we have been financing until now is basically highly innovative technologies, cutting-edge industrial solution, flagship projects, which will end up in reducing drastically the CO2 emissions, and therefore helping the industry to reach climate neutrality. Until now, we have already financed more than 250 projects with a contribution of 16 billion euros in many different industries and around 23 sectors covering almost, all member states, 28 countries. And as I said, many industries, we have front runners in energy storage, in renewables, in energy-intensive industries, now also in transport and decarbonisation of buildings. And today we are dedicating this panel to all these projects financed out of the Innovation Fund, and today I have the pleasure to have 4 projects which are, and the representative of 4 projects which are with me. And I would say that behind these 4 projects, there are success stories. And behind success stories, there are always innovative ideas, innovative technologies, a strong commitment from the stakeholders, and a great effort behind all these people working behind the project. So I'm very happy to have this discussion with you. You will let us know a bit more about what the projects are about, but more importantly, about the challenges, lessons learned, and how maybe the Innovation Fund can help those projects to be implemented. So I want to stop now here with the introduction, and I would like to say a little bit more about the different co-panelists who are with me. So I would like to start with Peter. Peter Hinsberg represents Green Sand Future. It's a project awarded under Net Zero Technology Call in 2023. It's located in Denmark, and the project is one of the first carbon capture and storage projects in the European Union to store CO2 at industrial scale, and is scheduled to start operations in the second half of 2026. So, Peter, can you tell us, we have 3 minutes, but if you can tell us a bit more about the project so people understand, the importance of what you are constructing and will start into operations very soon.
Thank you, Paloma. I will. Project Green Sand is about the transformation of a depleted oil field in the Danish part of the Danish North Sea, where we have had oil and gas production for the last 30 years, but the production is coming to an end. And we started back in 2017 looking into, could we reuse it? We have infrastructure out there, a lot of steel, a lot of money put into it. Could we reuse it in another way? And we started looking at carbon capture and storage, the storage part. It's a known technology, mainly used in the US, where you capture CO2 and use it for actually getting more oil and gas from the subsoil. But we intended to use it for climate reasons, climate purposes. We did a pilot back in 23 where we transported CO2 from Antwerp, one of India's factories capturing CO2, to the Danish part of the North Sea and injected in one of the depleted reservoirs and actually demonstrated safe and efficient storage. And based on that successful pilot, we decided in late 24 to go for a final investment decision for the establishment of Green Sand as hopefully, and it still looks like that, the first operational site in full scale within the EU. And this summer we will see it. We decided at the same time to establish the first full value chain of CCS within the EU by having CO2 coming from Danish biomethane producers primarily. There's also coming something from Switzerland, being transported by truck to the port of Esbjerg on the west coast of Denmark, and then transported by the world's first CO2 carrier that can actually stay on position offshore, which is called Carbon Destroyer 1, a very catchy name, built in the Netherlands by the Dutch ship owner Royal Wachenborg. And then we'll re-inject it in the subsoil very soon. In this first phase, we intend to store up to 400,000 tons of CO2 per year, but the potential is much higher, and we hope to, you can say, raise the potential to 4 to 8 million tons per year. But of course, that depends on demand for storage size. We need to see capture in Europe pick up before, of course, we can realize that potential. So that's about Project Green Sand.
Okay. Now we move to you, Tilen. Tilen Sever is Director of Development Technology and Innovation at Steklarna Hastrit. Tilen represents Bear, a project that was awarded under our innovation fund called 2021, located in Slovenia. And this project aims to demonstrate the first-of-a-kind hybrid end-fired regenerative furnace for glass making. And I think that now the project has completed 1 year of operation. So let us know more about the project.
Yeah, thank you so much for introduction. So regarding the BEAR project, obviously it's coming from the glass industry, which is quite energy intensive one, and also quite traditional, I would say. So we are located in Slovenia. We are the only, let's say, glass packaging producer in our country. And we consume approximately, or we used to consume 2% national consumption of natural gas. So traditional glass furnaces are a big consumer of natural gas normally. So the most spread technology in EU, in fact, more than 160 factories operate with regenerative technology. So this is the technology that uses natural gas as a primary energy source, and it's also quite efficient technology for the natural gas, of course. So to decarbonize, we look at the alternative, which could be, for example, electricity, and there is an option to make glass melting electrical, but with a severe drawbacks. For example, there is a drawback on capacity, drawback on retrofitting of the production site, drawback on cullet usage, and so on. So this is on one side. On the other side, full electric furnace means a lot of decarbonization and also a lot of more energy efficient furnace. So what we did in the BEAR projects is actually to combine the traditional furnace, regenerative, with the new electric concept in one furnace. So creating the best of both technologies. So we retained the retrofitting superiority of the existing technology. So basically the BEAR project can be retrofitted in any regenerative furnace, which is a lot of them in Europe. It is still very flexible production-wise. We can use different recycled materials, but at the same time, it is energy more efficient. It can use more than 40% of electricity without impacting this very important production KPIs for the industry. So I would say that this kind of technology is very important for the transition period because it enables not only our company, but also other companies to transition from the regenerative technology to the more electrified furnaces. And maybe to present a little bit the timeline, so basically in 2022 we started with the design, and then in 2023 we entered into the construction phase of the project, and in 2024 we started the furnace, and then 1 year we needed to transition from low electric melting to high electric melting, and now in 2025 it was the first year of operation, and now we are in the second year. So we can say that this technology is really paying off, it's functioning well. We have a little bit of struggles with the energy prices, of course, as everybody, but I can say that from technical perspective, this is a way to go for the glass sector, at least for the part of it. And maybe if I present a little bit the impact, with the BEAR project, we increased the energy efficiency for 10%. We reduced the natural gas consumption for 50%, and we reduced the CO2 for 35%. So these are and it's very scalable. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Tilen. I move now to the third project today, so I'd like to introduce you, Lucia Paris. Lucia represents NEMO. A project has been awarded also under the Net Zero Technology Call in 2023. It's based in Denmark, France, and Germany. And NEMO, will establish an advanced integrated manufacturing process chain in Europe to sustainably produce the next generation offshore wind turbine. And I think now we are also close to entry into operation. So let us know more about the project, Lucia.
Thank you, Paloma. Before I get into the NEMO project, I would like to thank you, the Commission, also CINEA, for inviting the NEMO project. I would also like to invite actually my colleagues in Siemens Gamesa for allowing me to be the one talking about the project and representing also the team that is behind the project. And finally, I would like to say a very warm thank you to the CINEA officers that are working, that are guiding us and supporting us throughout this journey. Theodoros, Claudia, I don't see you here, but I'm sure you are here, so thank you very much, okay? And now I get into the project. So the project is, NEMO project is a large-scale manufacturing of, as you said, an offshore wind turbine with 236-meter rotor with a nominal capacity of 15 megawatt. And this product brings into the wind offshore market innovations at product level, but also at manufacturing level. We focus and we will manufacture this in the EU, okay? So it's, of course, larger scale manufacturing in Europe of the two main components, nacelles that will be manufactured, as Paloma mentioned, in Cuxhaven in Germany, but also blades. Blades will be manufactured in two locations. One is Aalborg in Denmark and also Le Havre in France. So we have 3 locations. The project was also, Paloma, you mentioned that, was submitted to the Innovation Fund called 2023. Project started right after submission in May 24. And we have now, last month, so in April, reached the entry into operation. And with this I finish, but we are expecting with this project to avoid 12 million tons of CO2 emissions. And that's our goal with the project.
Okay. Thank you, Lucia. Last but not least, George Thomas, President of Green Hydrogen Solution at AGFA. You represent the project Gigascales, a project that was awarded a grant in the call of 2022. The project is located in Belgium and inaugurated the pioneer industrial-scale hydrogen electrolyzer membrane production plant, and is currently in its first year of operation. Is that correct?
Yes. That is correct. Thank you.
So let us know about something completely different. Now we move to hydrogen.
So first of all, because Paloma put me on the spot, I also have to thank, and it's extremely merited, the professional dedication, caring of all of CINEA's team, and in particular El Piniki and Belen, that accompanies throughout this project. So AGFA has been in green hydrogens, believe it or not, since 2007. What we manufacture is a membrane, is a separator, which is it's a key component for, first and foremost, safety of an electrolyzer when in operation, when producing hydrogen, but also on performance. It does allow to produce more kilos of hydrogen per kilowatt hour or megawatt hour of energy use. So we've had this since 2007 in a very small scale pilot plant, supplying small-sized electrolyzers for industrial players, up to the moment where we, as Europe, we defined the course is green hydrogen, the course is decarbonisation, and projects started to appear. Our first step was to scale up the existing pilot plant, which we did. And then it came the opportunity to say, if we want to accompany what is the ambition of the continent, we need to scale up. And so we submitted a project, and we have a grant. We invested 40 million euros, gross of the grant, to have this plant. It's actually it's a really nice story, because what you see there is the actual plant, which is built as or repurposed from an old building of AGFA where we manufactured photographic film. So we managed to take the old industry and transform it into a forward-looking industry. The new plant is able to produce equivalent of 20 gigawatts of electrolyzer capacity per year. So we are, if anything, bold, but we are happy to have done this investment, even if we will talk about it probably a bit ahead of time.
Okay, good. So we have heard a little bit about the projects, but now I'm more interested to know, how much you have learned during this course of, putting the project into place. And, I'm an economist, and I had a life before the Commission. I was working in the banking sector, so the finance part of the project really attracts me. So my first question is to you, because you mentioned something about the final investment decision. So, due to the process of securing the funding, what made you get convinced to take the final investment decision? And if you can give, an advice to potential operators of CO2 storage site, and we know that, we have many intended projects, what would you give as an advice, and also to potential investors of this kind of projects?
Yes, there are several things, I would say, that made us go into FID. The major challenge about CCS is that for the CCS value chain to actually work, every part of the value chain needs to be ready at the same time. So you need to address timing issues. If you haven't got the same timing, you have a problem. It doesn't matter if you are capturing anything if you haven't got a storage site in place. And it doesn't really make sense to establish a very expensive storage site if you haven't any CO2 or any means for transportation. So all that needed to be addressed. Luckily, the Danish government had made a funding scheme directed at biomethane producers producing biogenic CO2, but they could be ready quite fast. But they had an obligation to actually store from 26. So back in 24, we could count into 26 that we actually needed to advance quite early, and at a very early stage where we didn't even have a storage permit yet. So there was a lot of uncertainty because I must say, as we heard the former US Secretary say about the perception of permitting in Europe, I can concur that it takes quite a long time, especially if you are a first runner on both sides, quite obviously. So we needed to mitigate, you can say, uncertainty in the approval processes. We were very confident on our own documentation, but we added something which was independent verification from the independent verified DNV to a far more extent than we were obligated to according to the EU Offshore Safety Directive. So we had an independent verifier go through all the documentation stating that we were following all current standards and that we have reduced all risk. That was, of course, beneficial for our own gut feeling, but also I think it was a great help to national authorities, but also to the EU Commission, assessing our documentation that independent international expert had gone through it and were agreeing to our assessment. Furthermore, it was also a comfort to our customers and their customers because they rely on selling voluntary credits, so that it was not only INEOS making assessments. So I think that moved us quite heavily towards something. And in the end, you can say we got a letter from the EU Innovation Fund about support, and that was the decisive moment that bridged the gap and brought us over the start line. So we were able to take the risk, and we were able to take the risk together with all parts, because it can't just be one of the actors taking the risk. Everybody needs to lean out. And we all had, you can say, a common wish to actually move forward. In INEOS, we believe strongly in getting things done, and that's why you can say we are doing a small step, although it sometimes feels like a moon landing. It's a small step, but it's a very important step because it demonstrates that CCS is not only technically possible, but it's also commercially viable. And just picking up on a very important point made earlier today by Hubert Vigorino, stating that decarbonisation needs to be profitable. And it needs to be profitable to all parts of the value chain. And we were able to establish that. A lot of words, but sorry.
Good. Dylan, you mentioned before that one of the challenges that you are facing now is high electricity costs.
Indeed.
And this is not an exception in the glass sector and other intensive, energy-intensive industries. So how do you see this challenge and maybe other challenges that you are now facing during the, maybe also during the construction, but also during the implementation of the project, and what are you doing to address those challenges?
Okay, if I start with this electricity challenge, which is the most recent one, it's basically, I would maybe try to address it first from the technical perspective, because hybrid furnace is actually enabling us that we are flexible in terms of electricity demand on the furnace. So we can increase it or decrease it, because we can increase natural gas or increase electricity. And with that, if we actually create some kind of a battery system or a system that can react to the flexibility markets, and with that you can decrease the cost of overall electricity or get additional incentives from the flexibility services. So this direction is something that we are now tackling more and more, also developing, let's say, control systems that will enable even higher flexibility and basically creating a battery out of a furnace. So this is from a technical perspective, very interesting innovation, additional innovation challenge with this kind of technology that is helping us to address this challenge. And at the same time, there are also new incentives in EU, like for example, Clean Industrial Deal State Aid and indirect emission cost compensation that will also help to bridge this high electricity prices. So this challenge, I think, will be addressed in the already this year is being well addressed, I think. So it's something that will not longer be a big problem. And maybe if I comment this part of permitting and also the timeline, because we were one of the rare projects or one of the projects on time, I would say. And I would maybe like to explain why. Because in the glass sector, we have an investment cycle in 10 years. So basically, each 10 years, you need to replace the furnace. So you have a small gap, small window when you can replace a furnace. So we were under huge pressure, not because of the project timeline, but because of our business, because we have essentially 2 to 3 months when the old furnace is no longer good, and then you need to change it, and you're basically producing a lot of negative cash flow when you are not producing glass. So we were at extreme time pressure to do it, and that's why it was on time. And also, we could easily retrofit the technology to the existing production site. So no big changes to the forming machines and so on. So I would say if you are aware of the environment, technical environment, it is much easier. For the permitting, we knew exactly which kind of permitting we need, because we did this kind of furnace replacement a lot of times. So for us, it was not new to replace the furnace, and the same permitting procedures were used. So that's why for us it was a little bit easier, I would say, in this aspect.
Okay, if you know, picking up on the challenges and now turning into you, Lucia, and more specifically to the sector of manufacturing components for renewable energy. We all know that the only way, you know, to have more energy security and also prosperity could be by continuing increasing the share of renewables in the European Union. And projects like NEMO are a good example of that. So if we want to increase, so we have to be ready to maybe sometimes face some challenges. So what are the challenges that you have been facing until now? And also maybe if you want to share any lessons learned there.
Okay, from our experience, I would like to highlight a few points. First of all, you mentioned, Paloma, and you referred to the Innovation Fund as a flagship program, and I totally agree with that. I think it is a remarkable program that is really helping projects, and we have heard about that, and we are hearing about it, scaling up, okay? And I think that was a gap that was that really existed. Projects like NEMO, where the need is there, the demand exists, I mean, there is a market for offshore wind, still have a lot of uncertainties. So it is, Innovation Fund is able to absorb part of these uncertainties and really help a company like ours scaling up, okay, manufacturing and actually carrying out these investments in Europe and keep manufacturing in Europe with large-scale goals, okay? Then also I think it is fair to say that the Innovation Fund is a very complex program also. Okay, we were hearing about the Inflation Reduction Act. It has nothing to do with that. It's much more complex, and we all know that, right? You need to have a perfect alignment, internal alignment on technology development, manufacturing scale-up, readiness of suppliers, of customers, permitting topics, financing topics, maturity. All that needs to be well coordinated internally, and that's something that that needs to be challenged before you get into this adventure, I would say. You need to have a good understanding of the program, and then I think that the most important aspect, once the project is approved, okay, is keep a constant, open and transparent dialogue with CINEA. Okay, I think it is very important. All projects have changes, and I mean, life is hard, right? And whatever you wrote 1 year ago is not true anymore. 1 year later, when the project is approved, that needs to be acknowledged, and then work around that. And so that's about complexity. In order to overcome this complexity, the third point that I wanted to highlight is actually the effort that you need to put into these projects for submission, grant agreement signature also, and execution. You need to have a good team. You need to have highly skilled professionals dealing with execution of the projects. Okay, it is not something you can hand over to a junior colleague. You need to have real. You need to invest time and dedication into these projects. And finally, Paloma, getting into the financing part of the projects, even if I'm an engineer, but one aspect that in my experience is also very important is about the actual disbursements of these grants, right? Payments. So there are some, because of the complexity of the program, because of the complexity of the projects, because I mean, let's say the environment, there is still some, because there is no track record, okay, of us, I mean, we don't have the experience as a company. We do not see, I mean, we don't have a historic record in order to see what happens, okay, what happens if, you know, still there is I see some reluctance from finance saying, okay, this is a certainty, you know, this is coming. So the actual incentive, I mean, the incentive of the actual payments can never be underestimated. It gives comfort to the company, right, to actually say, okay, these guys from public finance were telling me, you know, that I have a letter, a grant, but where is this coming? When is this coming? If I don't see the money, how can I really put it into my balance or into my P&L? The actual payments, and that means reaching these milestones, makes a difference also.
Okay. Well, it's another perspective, but I want to move to something completely different. I look into George now and the hydrogen market. We know that this, you know, the current situation can be sometimes challenging or very difficult. So on the basis of, you know, what you have been experienced until now and the current situation now, so how might this impact your ability to reach the sales targets that you have forecasted when you started? And are you considering any strategic adjustment on the project itself?
Not only considering, actually acting on them. And now it's true that the hydrogen market in Europe is lagging, and it's lagging. It's been very depressed over the last 18, 24 months, particularly if we compare with what was the ambition. With the current trajectory, and I'm not going to dwell on why and what could be done different, but with the current trajectory for us, it is more or less evident that come Horizon 2030, there will be more green hydrogen produced in India than in Europe. There will be more green hydrogen produced in China than in India. And I suspect that the Middle East will not be far behind. So we have a technology advantage. We need to now move it to the market. For us, it's relatively simple. The initial business case, and your words, Lucy, every year it changes somehow. The initial business case will likely not be attained. We will most likely not have delivered the amount or the square meters of membranes that we would wanted to have over the timeline of the investment horizon, or at least as early as we had expected. Having said that, I want to be clear. This is for us something that we believe in, and green hydrogen we believe in, and we believe in strongly. We are in a somewhat privileged position. We have a couple of clients of ours that went bankrupt last year. We just saw this week a project that was also funded by the Innovation Fund that is now being hibernated in the short term, waiting for. We don't have that consideration. We have an active portfolio of clients, and we have even much smaller than what we expected, a profitable business. So for us, the name of the game is resilience. We will endure until until the market picks up. I'm actually rather optimistic because I see now in recent months market picking up. I see projects being confirmed in Spain. I see good movement in Germany, in the Nordics. We are getting there. Slowly than expected, surely, but we are getting there. What we need to do in the meantime is, look, Europe will not be sufficient for us to justify the investment. So we have invested in presence, boots on the ground, marketing efforts, channel efforts in India and in China. Already last year, one of our top 3 clients was an Indian electrolyzer manufacturer. And we'll continue to invest also outside of Europe because we want to make the plan as much as possible, and we want to make our beautiful new plant as active as possible.
Okay, thank you, George. Sasha, we started a little bit later, but I don't know. Let me know exactly how much time do we have, so I will try to manage.
Questions?
Well, I can do, yes, maybe, yeah. Okay, so I will try maybe to make, or have a couple of questions that any of you could reply, and then we turn into the audience, not to, because I know that people are also expecting the networking cocktail later on, so maybe I will just, maybe, a question that any of you could reply. So it would be more, what would you recommend, to the people who are here today, whether they are online or here in person, and they are having a project that maybe have not yet, started, or they are thinking about the project. So what would you recommend them if, for example, they want to apply to the Innovation Fund calls, or whether, how to prepare their business model, several areas? What would you like to, do maybe different the way that you have done it? So maybe you can just say a few words, each of you, and any other. Peter?
What would my advice be? A good question. I think I will say to people that you should consider what are the advantages for everybody else but yourself, and be clear on that. Because it's not about showcasing that you can do something yourself. It's about what's in it for the EU, and then you have to be very clear on that. So that's my advice. Be very clear on that communication.
Okay.
Yeah, maybe if I continue, I would say that two things. It should be technically feasible, for sure. It's not a pilot project, it's a real industrial project, so don't try to improvise with technology, but you need to have technology that works. And secondly, you need to have a tangible business model, not something on the paper, but something that at least your general or sales officer agrees on, and financial officer, that they see that this is something that is feasible. So these two things are important. And if you have that, I think you can win the Innovation Fund.
Thea, George?
Okay, I have a couple of maybe pieces of advice. One is about, I think I mentioned that, I already mentioned about the team. I think internally, you need to have a very high awareness of what you are trying to do, okay? You need a cross-functional team internal. I'm talking about internally also as a company. You need to be aware that what you are facing, the level of information that is required, and the level of details and the clarity that needs to be brought into the proposal. So be aware of that, and have also, dedicate resources again here in the application process. And the second advice would be also to be optimistic and think about what will happen when the project is approved, okay? Take that into consideration also when you're writing your proposal. So don't only look at, okay, this looks good enough, and then, no, be realistic in all aspects, and think about the day after and how you are going to manage. So I would advise to pay attention to that, how you define your project so that it is easy for you later on to manage it. George?
So a couple of things. One, invest your best resources to it, and don't take it as an administrative task. The way you are thinking through your application is the way you are thinking through your future business. So on day one, this is your business, and you better have the answers, because anything will be different. It's not a pro forma. It is really thinking through how we will act, what are the operations, what could happen. And the second thing is think about scenarios, because the world will change. I think green hydrogen is a clear one. For better or for worse, you can have positive or you can have negative. But think about scenarios, think about how you can make the business plan as modular, as scalable as possible, with as much option space as possible. just to give a bit of a finance advice. I know I'm an engineer. But really, this is your future business, so think through it. Don't just consider it an administrative application.
Thank you very much. So, do we have any questions?
We do. That was really interesting. It was so good to hear. And actually, your last point there about think through, actually what you were saying as well, Luthier, you think through as if this is real, this is now. I can see the nodding there as well. You've got to have that long-term vision, I guess, to convince your investors as well. Many questions. If you'd like to submit a very quick question, we'll try and get through as many as we can that time allows. The QR code is on the back of your pass, and if you are watching us online, do feel free to send your questions in as well. Luthier, actually, if I may, let me come back to you. You were saying some really interesting things, particularly about how you need to de-risk the entire journey because things will change. Echoing what you were saying, the world is changeable. But specific question for you, Luthier. Thank you very much for this one. What are the next steps for your project? And what does happen next? What are the next phases? What are you doing?
Okay. In our project, we are, as I said, we have already reached entry into operation. So now we are scaling up manufacturing. We are ready to manufacture. Actually, in our project, since I already mentioned that we have 3 factories, so we have these, let's say, phases of entry into operation. Okay, but now we have the 3 factories ready to manufacture, and now we are scaling up I'm just going through the process of scaling up this manufacturing. In the project, we are full speed, I mean, with this product in the market, and just now discussing about the monitoring of the CO2 emissions avoided, right? And also, as a next step is also lessons learned, to use what we have learned in this project to the other projects that we have also in the innovation portfolio, and future projects that we might wish to submit to the program.
It's a very good point, actually, when you're looking at future projects as well, maybe future sites, which actually, Peter, might come into your example as well. You know, what are you taking forward that will help you either in a time way or a permitting way, or something that will help you as you scale up and expand?
Actually, many things, but related to what I mentioned about and what was mentioned here, this is, as you said, George, this is about your business. So what you are here showing in these proposals, in these projects, is your business, okay? So also for me, what is also very important and lessons learned is exactly what is the level of incentive that this program can bring to your company, okay? And that's extremely interesting. The fact that we have this project now in this stage, okay, already at entry into operation, is helping us in deciding also how other projects and future investments may be also benefited from the experience of NEMO.
Yeah, it's a good point. I just have one final question, if you'll allow me one more from the audience here. And I'm going to just go down the line, if I may, and I'm going to ask everyone in the audience to raise your hand if this resonates with you as well. So, Peter, I will start with you. So I'd like you to name one challenge in applying for the fund. What's the challenge that maybe you had sleepless nights over, or when you woke up in the morning it was there that you knew you had to deal with? And we'll see if the audience agree with you.
I think several has touched upon it, that you actually are delivering what's wanted by CINEA, that you are detailed enough in the description of your project, that you have thought everything through, and that you have actually documented as value for everybody and not only for your own projects in the future?
That's 3.
More or less one.
I like that. So actually,
it's a very long application, you know.
Yes.
Exactly. You need to accept the answer. We deserve it.
It is.
We like that one. One challenge?
I would say that there is multiple things you need to do, but I think the hardest is to start. So I would say the feasibility study, once you have this done in a good way, I think it's easy to go to the next steps. So,
okay,
yeah.
Visibility study as well. Yeah, once you've done that, maybe it becomes easier. Maybe I like that. Peter going, yeah, I'm not sure it does.
From my side, what I would say is it depends a lot also on the topics, okay? So in our case, we have experience with pilots and also manufacturing. The business plan of one and the other are very different, much more complex manufacturing project because the business case is much more complex. So be aware of that. And based on that, and that would be kind of like the only one, is start as early as possible. So don't wait until the call is out there. Start as early as possible. Go through all the criteria and make sure that your project is mature enough.
Yeah, nice point. George, you were nodding at that.
So we had a peculiar concept, which was I said we had a pilot plant, which we were using. And that we were scaling up the pilot plant as we were applying for a larger plant, which means that many of the methods that are now in the larger plant, the new were actually being devised, improved while we were applying. So we had a real engineering challenge. What are we applying to specifically in terms of how will the machine work? So. Which gives us, try to get as much that at least centered down because it made our life much more difficult. Luckily, we had good engineers who still finished the plant on time and working well, but it made it more difficult. Try to get the technical concept before you actually start doing it.
You were almost still doing your homework while the exam was happening.
Because we were rushing to feed to the market because the market had the need.
Well, yeah, we talk about speed, and it's so important. But yeah, get it right, hopefully first. And I love the point. I think actually it was you, Luther, who said actually things change, so be transparent as well as things change, which is what you're alluding to as well. Blyman, do you want to add anything to that of what you have seen the biggest challenge would be?
Well, for us, as I think the CINEA and the Commission, one of the challenges that we have had now is that we receive many projects, extremely interesting, that they are positively evaluated, but we don't have enough funds to provide support. So, of course, the challenge is, is how to choose those best projects. And maybe, in the future being whether we will get additional funding to be able to support, any project that we consider valuable. So
I think that actually echoes what everyone has said about getting it right and what Peter said about making sure, this is not a tick box exercise, of course not, but make sure every single I is dotted and the T's are crossed to prove what your project is going to be like. Really interesting to hear from these 4 amazing projects here. Ladies and gentlemen, please give them all a big round of applause. Thank you. Thank you, and I'll let you take your seats again in the audience. And I'm hoping that if anyone approaches you afterwards during networking drinks, that they'll be welcome to have a chat. Yes, fabulous. Thank you very much. So, goodness me, what a lot we have talked about today. So many of those challenges and opportunities that we mentioned at the very beginning of the morning, we have absolutely discussed in detail. But I wonder what Kurt has taken away from this. Maybe some of your thoughts that will be going through your mind on your journey home tonight or tomorrow. I will let you tell us what's in your mind. Thank you.
Hello. Thank you very much, Sasha, and thank you for guiding us so well through this long day. Dear friends, it's been indeed a long day, very intense, very rich in messages and ideas, but I trust it was also very inspiring and energizing. So I will not bore you now with a long lecture on climate policy, why it is important that we save the planet and how we will protect the climate. Although I should say this is more relevant than ever. We know that the Earth's energy balance is completely out of whack, and we know that El Niño may be approaching later this year. So actually the pendulum that Jennifer Granholm was talking about may swing back much earlier than 2029. But friends, we are also learning very real that we will only be successful in climate policy if we are interested in the business of decarbonization. And if we make decarbonization, and I should add defossilization, very good business. That requires smart policy. It requires predictability for businesses and investors. And it also requires that we adapt our policy framework as we go along and as the world, geopolitics and geoeconomics are changing. But above all, what we need to continuously do is make sure we reward the frontrunners, those that really take the risk of doing things better, differently, the innovators. And you are an audience of entrepreneurs and entrepreneurial-minded business people, but also policymakers. We, as policymakers, as I said this morning, also need to be real policy entrepreneurs, innovate, experiment, do different things all the time to make sure that you can succeed in Europe. That's why we have embarked on auctions for hydrogen, for industrial heat, decarbonization. That is why we will be embarking on presenting soon the investment booster that our President von der Leyen has called for, a booster that will give tens of billions of euros to ready projects on a first-come, first-served basis to really boost investment very quickly, very much inspired by some of the features of the Inflation Reduction Act that we heard about. And that will be a stepping stone to the Industrial Decarbonization Bank, which will come a few layers later and which will work on competitive carbon contracts for difference. In this way, we will continuously upgrade and innovate in the way we finance the entrepreneurs, the innovators, the businesses of the future. But I think today has also given us broader insights into what is needed to really succeed all together. Let me just share a few of those insights, and there will be many more. One is that this transition must be systemic. It needs very good projects, like the ones we have in the portfolio of the Innovation Fund. But there is much more needed than that. We heard, for example, about the necessity of a real single market. We heard about the Capital Markets Union. That is really an essential condition. So it means that we all have to get out of our stovepipes and make sure that everything works together very consistently and coherently. Just like in projects, I learned the engineers have to work with the financiers, have to work with the lawyers, and maybe also with those who know more about sociology. We all need to get out of our stovepipes. Second insight, we need a lot more orchestration in Europe. Some would call it coordination. I'm not sure that this is the right word, because everyone believes there must be coordination, but no one wants to be coordinated. That's my experience in my career in the European Commission. But we need much more and better orchestration so that indeed we have coherent policy, not only at EU level, but also with our member states across borders, because fragmentation, we learned, is delaying investment. We need commitment and clarity to overcome that fragmentation. And many factors come into play there, like, for example, permitting. That was raised several times. Making sure the infrastructure is in place, that we work across value chains within ecosystems. It's more than just one installation, more than just one company. It's many having to work together between also the public and the private sector. A third message I picked up, certainly this morning, was that we need maybe to rethink the concept of technology neutrality. We have to make choices. We cannot do everything and be successful in everything. So maybe we need to evolve to more a concept of technology diversity, where we are crystal clear about the choices we make, where we want to be successful as Europe, and then also stick to these choices. And there, personally, I think we can learn quite a bit from the experience in China, where they have strategic patience. China decided in the early years 2000 that the green growth would be their strategy. They invested in solar panel manufacturing. Did you know that 20 years ago, it took 1 year to deploy 1 gigawatt of solar energy across the world? This year, more than 2 gigawatts of solar are deployed per day. If China had said 20 years ago, oh, this is too costly, it's too difficult, it's too slow, we would not be where we are today with the fantastic story of solar energy. Around the years 2010, China said, let's make sure we become the best in electric vehicles. I don't know if you remember, but the first Chinese electric vehicles that came onto the market were rather laughable. I don't think anyone wanted to be seen as driving a Chinese electric vehicle. Today, China is conquering the world market with their EVs. So we have to learn also that lesson. Let's make choices, let's make smart choices, and then stick to them. Make sure we win in the choices we make. And then a last insight I want to really raise is that of the business case. Of course, this whole transition is not sustainable, will not work if it depends on subsidies, on state support. Yes, subsidies, state support may be needed in order to share the risk with those that want to do the investment. But we need to have the confidence that what we do will be profitable, that it will make money over time, and that this will drive the economy of the future. So I take to heart what Hubert said this morning, that we should think not only of transformative decarbonisation, but also of profitable decarbonisation. There are many more insights, lessons we from the European Commission with our colleagues in CINEA will now take home. It will take us a few days and weeks to digest all this, but it's, as I said this morning, very timely, because we are embarking on a set of proposals that will come later this year, starting on the 15th of July with the ETS reform. And we will also there make proposals to our member states and the European Parliament on how we can be successful in this transition. Friends, ladies and gentlemen, I think it is a cliche by now to say that climate policy is about much more than simply cutting emissions. It's really about our competitiveness and our security, our sovereignty in the future. Competitiveness is, to my taste, sometimes a bit too much these days understood as protecting businesses against competition and against innovation. That's the wrong notion of competitiveness. The right notion of competitiveness is where we really make sure that we invest and that we innovate in a way that it strengthens our productivity and thereby increases our global competitiveness. That, I believe, is the investment and the innovation and the competitiveness that this audience stands for. We have always seen our climate ambition in reducing emissions and becoming more resilient against the effects of climate change as an investment and innovation therapy for Europe. Europe's economy will only be competitive, as I said, if we invest big time and if we innovate. It's a question of modernizing our economy. We have designed it as a therapy. And now with the events in Iran and the Middle East, this therapy is becoming a shock therapy. But it's a shock therapy that we need more than ever. And I believe we have heard today that the EU has everything it takes to succeed and to make the best of this shock therapy. And the portfolio of innovation projects that we heard about today is there to prove it. I was very happy to hear that applying to the Innovation Fund is much more than a simple administrative formality. You know, the Americans often say, what doesn't kill you makes you stronger. Well, I would say if the Innovation Fund doesn't kill you, you will be much stronger thanks to it. So what matters now is that we deliver and scale up with a mindset of winners. And let there be no mistake. There is a global race going on to net zero. The transition is happening everywhere. It may be at different speeds, it may be with different narratives, but it is happening and it will continue unabatedly, which, by the way, is very good for the climate and for keeping our planet livable in the future. But of course, we as Europe must make sure that we do not stay behind and that we are at the leading edge of this global race. So if in the US they call for drill, baby, drill, we should call for innovate, baby, innovate. And let's make a lot of money out of it. So ladies and gentlemen, I really would like to use this occasion to thank you wholeheartedly. Thank you to my colleagues in DG CLIMA and in CINEA. I am so proud of all the work that you're doing day by day. And the conference today is only one expression of the hard work that is being done in DG CLIMA and in CINEA. Thank you to the speakers who shared their insights, their wisdom, their experience with us today. Thank you very much. Thank you to Sasha for being such a lively and green moderator, helping us through the day today. And above all, thank you to the audience. A conference is only as successful as the audience that is active and interested. I can say you were great as an audience, and I already would like to thank you for your interest, your enthusiasm, and your entrepreneurialism. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Kurt. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. And I think actually we ought to now continue with the networking theme of the day as well and continue those conversations. Thank you to our online audience, but if you're here in Brussels, we'd like to invite you for a networking drink outside. Thank you very much for your time today. Thank you.